Welcome to the channel, where we dive deep into the most terrifying true scary stories from real people all over the world. These are real-life horror stories that actually happened, no ghosts. No paranormal, just pure, chilling encounters that will make you double-check your locks tonight and think twice about ever being alone again. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button right now, turn on notifications, and join the community that's obsessed with true horror. And in the comments below, tell me, what country are you watching from right now? I read every single one, and I love seeing how these terrifying, true scary stories are reaching people everywhere. Let's build the biggest fear family on YouTube. Alright, lock your doors, turn off the lights if you dare, and let us get into these bone-chilling, real scary stories that will stay with you long after the video ends. Our first true scary story takes us to a quiet suburban neighborhood in the United States, where one woman's ordinary evening turned into a nightmare she still can't fully escape. Her name was Sarah, a 28-year-old graphic designer who had just moved into a cozy rental house in a small town in rural Pennsylvania. She loved the peace and quiet after years of noisy city apartments. The house was old but charming wooden floors that creaked just a little, a big backyard that backed onto thick woods, and best of all, it was affordable. Sarah worked from home, so most days were spent at her desk in the living room, headphones on, designing logos for clients. One late fall evening in 2019, Sarah was wrapping up work around 10 p.m. The house was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves outside from the wind. She decided to make some tea before bed. As she stood in the kitchen waiting for the kettle, she heard it for the first time, a faint thump from upstairs. She froze. The house was 2 stories, and her bedroom was up there, but she hadn't gone upstairs since morning. She told herself it was the house settling. Old houses do that, right? She went to bed anyway, but sleep didn't come easy. Around 2 a.m., she woke up to another sound. This time, it was clearer. Slow, deliberate footsteps creeping across the floor above her head. Not the random creak of wood expanding, but actual steps. Heavy, measured. Like someone trying to be quiet but not quite succeeding. Sarah's heart pounded. She grabbed her phone and listened, barely breathing. The steps stopped right above her bed, then started again, moving toward the stairs. But they never came down. She didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, she searched the entire upstairs, bedroom, closet, spare room, attic access. Nothing. No signs of break-in. Windows locked. She even called a friend who laughed it off as new house paranoia. Sarah tried to brush it aside and went about her day. But the noises continued over the next week, always at night. Thumps, scratches, footsteps. Sometimes she'd hear faint whispering, too low to make out words. She started leaving lights on. She bought a baseball bat and kept it by her bed. One night, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a flashlight and crept upstairs in the dark, heart racing so hard she thought it might burst. She checked every corner, every closet. Still nothing. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Thursday, pouring rain outside, thunder rumbling. Sarah was watching TV downstairs to drown out any sounds when her power flickered and went out completely. Pitch black. She fumbled for her phone light and headed to the basement to check the breaker box. As she flipped switches trying to restore power, she heard it again, footsteps upstairs. But this time, they were faster, purposeful, running from room to room. She rushed back upstairs, phone light shaking in her hand. And that's when she saw it. The attic pull-down ladder was extended. It hadn't been like that before. She never used the attic. Trembling, she aimed her light up there. Nothing but darkness. Then, a low chuckle. Male. Coming from inside the attic. Sarah backed away slowly, dialing 911 as quietly as she could. She whispered her address and what was happening. The operator told her to get out of the house immediately. She grabbed her keys and ran to the front door just as heavy footsteps thundered down from the attic. She yanked the door open and sprinted into the rain, barefoot, to her car in the driveway. Police arrived within minutes. They searched the house and attic thoroughly. What they found made Sarah's blood run cold. A sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, a bucket used as a toilet, and a small pile of her personal items, underwear, photos from her dresser, even a journal she'd been keeping. Someone had been living up there for weeks, watching her through tiny gaps in the floorboards, coming down when she was out or asleep to take things. The man had vanished into the woods before police arrived. They never caught him. Fingerprints didn't match any database. Sarah moved out the next day and never went back. To this day, She can't be in a house alone at night without flashing back to those footsteps overhead. This real-life horror story from the United States is a reminder that sometimes the scariest monsters are real people hiding in plain sight. If that true scary story left you unsettled, hold on, the next one is even more intense. This terrifying real horror encounter happened in the United Kingdom, deep in the remote countryside of Scotland. His name was Liam, a 32-year-old hiker who loved solo trips into the Scottish Highlands. In the summer of 2021, he planned a multi-day trek along an old, lesser-known trail through vast moors and abandoned villages. He was experienced good gear, maps, emergency beacon. He told a few friends his route, but otherwise kept it to himself for that true sense of isolation. The first 2 days were perfect. Stunning views, crisp air, no one around for miles. On the third day, he reached an area dotted with ruined stone cottages from centuries ago. He set up camp near one for shelter from the wind. As dusk fell, he built a small fire and cooked dinner. That's when he first noticed the feeling of being watched. At first, he shrugged it off: wild animals, maybe deer. But as night deepened, he heard faint whistling. An old folk tune carried on the wind. It stopped when he shone his headlamp around, then started again farther away. Liam zipped into his tent and tried to sleep. He woke around midnight to rustling outside his tent. Slow circling, like footsteps in the heather. He yelled out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, scratching on the tent fabric. Not animal claws, deliberate, human fingernails dragging slowly down the side. Liam's adrenaline surged. He grabbed his knife and burst out of the tent, swinging his light wildly. Nothing. Just empty moorland stretching into darkness. He packed up immediately and hiked through the night by headlamp, aiming for the nearest road miles away. But the whistling followed him, always distant, always stopping when he turned. By dawn, exhausted, he reached a small dirt track and flagged down a passing farmer who gave him a ride to town. Liam thought it was over. But back home in Edinburgh a week later, things got worse. He started getting anonymous calls, heavy breathing, then that same whistling tune. Packages arrived at his door with no sender, rocks from the moors, pressed heather flowers, photos of his tent site taken from afar while he was there. One night, he woke to find his back door unlocked, muddy boot prints leading to his bedroom and stopping at the foot of his bed. Police investigated but found no solid leads. Trail cams Liam set up later captured blurry images of a tall figure in ragged clothes watching his apartment from across the street. The man was never identified. Liam moved cities twice, but even now, years later, he swears on windy nights he still hears faint whistling outside his window. This true scary story from the United Kingdom shows how vast emptiness can hide the most persistent predators. Ready for more chills? Our next real-life horror story comes from the harsh outback of Australia, where one driver's routine road trip became a fight for survival. Her name was Emily, a 25-year-old nurse driving from Adelaide to Alice Springs in 2022 for a new job. It was a long haul over 1,500 kilometers, mostly through endless red desert. She left early morning, planning to drive straight through with stops for fuel. By late afternoon, she was in the true middle of nowhere. No towns, no cell service, just highway cutting through scrubland. She noticed a beat-up Ute pickup truck behind her for miles. It stayed back but never passed, even when she slowed. Eventually she pulled over at a rest stop to stretch. The Ute pulled in too, parking far away. A man got out tall, sunburned, wearing dirty work clothes and just stared at her from across the lot. Uneasy, Emily got back on the road quickly. The Ute followed again. She sped up. It matched her speed. Hours passed like this into dusk. No other cars. She was running low on fuel and had to stop at a remote roadhouse. The Ute pulled in behind her. The man went inside too, watching her the whole time she fueled up and grabbed snacks. He didn't buy anything, just stood there. Emily drove off fast, heart racing. Night fell hard in the outback. Her headlights caught the Ute still tailing her, closer now. Then it started flashing high beams, honking. She floored it, but the road was straight and empty. He kept up. Suddenly, he pulled alongside and swerved toward her lane, trying to force her off the road. Panicking, Emily remembered an old dirt track she'd seen on her map leading to an abandoned mine. She veered onto it suddenly, kicking up dust. The Ute followed but struggled on the rough terrain. She drove deeper into the darkness, turning off her lights to hide, coasting behind rocks. The Ute roared past, searching. She waited hours, shaking until dawn. Then she backtracked carefully to the highway and made it to the next town. Police searched, but the ute and man were gone. No plates remembered clearly in the stress. Emily still drives that route for work sometimes, but never alone, and never without checking her rear view every minute. This terrifying, true, scary story from Australia proves the Outback isn't empty, sometimes it's watching you. The chills keep coming with our next true horror encounter from Japan, in the crowded streets of Tokyo where anonymity can turn deadly. His name was Kanji, a 30-year-old salaryman living alone in a tiny apartment in Shibuya. In early 2023, he started noticing small things. His mail tampered with, items in his apartment slightly moved when he came home from work. He installed a cheap security camera inside. The footage showed nothing at first. Then one night, while he was at the office late, the camera caught a figure in a hoodie slipping through his window from the fire escape. The person wandered his apartment for over an hour, touching his clothes, sitting on his bed, eating from his fridge, then left the same way. Kenji changed locks, added bolts, reported to police, who said without a clear face little they could do. The intrusion stopped for a week, then escalated. He began finding notes. "I miss you when you're gone. You look tired today." Photos of himself sleeping, taken from inside the room. One morning he woke to find the intruder sitting in his chair, watching him. The man fled when Kenji screamed. Kenji stayed with friends, but the stalker found his new location, more notes, more photos. It turned out the man was a former coworker Kenji barely remembered, obsessed after a brief office conversation years earlier. Police finally caught him hiding in Kenji's building basement with a shrine of stolen items. Even after the arrest, Kenji moved prefectures and changed jobs. He says the worst part was realizing how easily someone can watch your every move in a city of millions. This real scary story from Japan is a stark warning about hidden eyes in the crowd. Our final true scary story tonight brings us to Canada, deep in the frozen wilderness of British Columbia, where one camper's solo trip uncovered something truly disturbing. Her name was Rachel, a 29-year-old photographer who loved winter camping. In February 2024, she headed to a remote provincial park for a week of shooting northern lights. Snowshoeing in, tent pitched by a frozen lake, total solitude. First few nights were magical. Then she noticed tracks around her camp human boot prints, circling her tent while she slept. Too big for hers, she followed them one day. They led into thick forest and vanished. Nights grew worse. Tapping on her tent poles, rocks thrown at her gear. Whispered words outside, too muffled to understand. One blizzard night, trapped inside, she heard digging someone shoveling snow right against her tent walls, like trying to bury her in. Rachel radioed for help on her emergency beacon next morning. Rangers arrived to find her tent half covered in piled snow, fresh prints everywhere. But deeper in the woods, they discovered something horrifying. An abandoned camp with photos of Rachel taken from afar over days. Journals detailing her routines and plans to keep her there forever. The man was a local recluse, never caught. Rachel quit solo camping for good. This chilling, true, scary story from Canada reminds us that in the wild, you're never as alone as you think. True scary story. The stranger living under my floorboards for months without me knowing. Terrifying real horror from Germany. Terrifying true scary story from Germany that still haunts the woman who lived through it. Her name is Lena, a 29-year-old marketing coordinator who back in the summer of 2022 decided to make a big life change. She'd grown tired of the cramped, expensive apartments in Munich and wanted something quieter, something with character. After months of searching, she found the perfect place. A charming two-story house built in the 1950s on the outskirts of a small town in Bavaria. It sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, surrounded by rolling green fields and dense pine forests that turned golden in autumn. The house had original hardwood floors, a cozy fireplace, and a spacious kitchen that opened onto a private backyard. Best of all, it was surprisingly affordable. The realtor mentioned it had been empty for over a year after the previous elderly owner passed away, but everything checked out structurally. Lena signed the papers, moved in with her cat Mela, and felt like she'd finally found her peaceful forever home. The first few weeks were idyllic. Lena worked remotely, so her days were filled with video calls, coffee on the back porch, and long evening walks through the nearby woods. The house felt warm and welcoming. Sure, old houses make noises. The floors creaked when the temperature changed, pipes groaned occasionally, and wind rattled the windows during storms. Nothing unusual. Lena even laughed about it to her friends. It's like the house is talking to itself. But by the end of the first month, something shifted. It started small, so small that Lena barely registered it at first. One night, while watching Netflix on the couch, she heard a faint scratching sound coming from beneath the living room floor. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. She muted the TV and listened. Nothing. She told herself it was mice. Old houses in rural areas always have mice, right? She set a few humane traps in the basement, caught nothing, and forgot about it. Then the food started disappearing. Lena was meticulous about grocery shopping. She meal prepped every Sunday. One morning she opened the fridge and noticed half a loaf of bread was gone. Not torn or nibbled like an animal would do. Entire slices missing, as if someone had neatly taken them. The same thing happened with cheese, apples, even a package of deli meat. She checked the trash. Nothing. Mila the cat was too small and lazy to drag food away. Lena blamed herself at first. I must be stress-eating and forgetting. But deep down, a tiny seed of unease took root. By October, as the nights grew longer and colder, the noises became more frequent. The scratching returned, but now it was accompanied by soft thumps, like something heavy shifting position directly under her bedroom floor. Lena would lie awake in the dark, heart racing, straining to hear. The sounds always stopped the moment she sat up or turned on the light. She started sleeping with the TV on low volume, telling herself it was just the house settling. Just her imagination running wild because she lived alone for the first time in years. One particularly stormy November night, everything escalated. Rain hammered the roof like gunfire, and thunder rolled across the Bavarian hills. Lena had gone to bed early, exhausted from a long workday. Around 2:17 a.m., she remembers the exact time because she checked her phone. She woke with a jolt to complete silence. No rain, no wind, just breathing. Slow, steady breathing coming from under her bed, not through the vents, not from outside. Under the floorboards, inches from where she lay paralyzed in terror. It was deep, masculine, and deliberate, like someone trying to control their excitement. Lena didn't move. She didn't breathe. She lay there for what felt like hours until the sound faded into faint shuffling, then nothing. The next morning, shaking and pale, she called her older brother Marcus, who lived an hour away in Nuremberg. She told him everything. The scratching, the missing food, the breathing. He laughed at first, calling it new house jitters, but when he heard the fear in her voice, he drove out that weekend. Together they searched every inch of the house. The attic, the basement, every closet, under every piece of furniture. They even pulled up a loose floorboard in the hallway that led to the crawl space beneath the house. A dark, dirt-floored void about 3 feet high, filled with cobwebs, insulation, and decades of dust. Their flashlights revealed nothing but old pipes and wiring. No animal droppings. No signs of entry. Marcus sealed the access panel tighter and told her she was safe. Probably just a fox or raccoon getting in somehow, he said. Lena wanted to believe him. But the incidents kept happening and getting bolder. Food vanished more frequently. One morning, Lena found her kitchen trash can tipped over, contents neatly sorted through, edible scraps gone. She installed cheap motion sensor cameras in the kitchen and living room. For weeks, they captured nothing but Mila walking around at night. Then, one December evening, while Lena was on a video call with clients, a camera notification pinged her phone. She opened the app mid-meeting and froze. The footage showed her empty kitchen, until a pale, dirt-streaked hand reached up from behind the counter, grabbed a banana from the fruit bowl, and disappeared again. The hand belonged to someone crawling on the floor, someone who knew exactly where the camera's blind spots were. Lena ended the call, grabbed Mila, and drove straight to a hotel in the nearest town. She called the police that same night. Officers arrived the next morning with dogs and thermal equipment. What they discovered in the crawl space underneath Lena's house still gives her nightmares. There was a hidden entry point, an old coal chute at the back of the house, overgrown with vines and completely invisible unless you knew it was there. Inside the crawl space, police found a full makeshift living area. A filthy sleeping bag, empty water bottles, canned food wrappers, stolen from Lena's pantry over months. A battery-powered lantern, and worst of all, a collection of photographs. Dozens of them. Printed on cheap paper from a portable photo printer. Pictures of Lena sleeping, taken from below through tiny holes drilled in the floorboards, directly under her bed, her shower, her workspace. Some photos dated back to August, weeks after she moved in. There were handwritten notes too, detailed observations of her daily routine, what she ate, what TV shows she watched, even quotes from phone conversations she'd had in the privacy of her bedroom. The intruder was a 42-year-old homeless man named Klaus, a local drifter with a history of minor trespassing charges. He'd been living under the house for nearly 5 months, coming and going through the coal chute at night, emerging when Lena was at the grocery store or asleep to steal food and... Watch. Police believe he drilled the peepholes gradually, over weeks, muffling the sound with rags. He knew her schedule better than she did. When confronted with the evidence, he claimed he just wanted company and that Lena's house felt like home. Klaus was arrested and eventually sentenced, but the damage was done. Lena sold the house at a loss and moved back to Munich, where she now lives on the 12th floor of a secure high-rise. She still can't walk into a house without checking under every floorboard. She sleeps with all lights on. And every time she hears the slightest creak, she flashes back to that breathing under her bed. This true scary story from Germany is a nightmare reminder that sometimes the worst horrors aren't T-ghosts or monsters. They're real people who decide your home is theirs too. If this terrifying real horror story left you checking your floors and locking every door twice, you know what to do. Like this video, subscribe for more true scary stories every week, and comment below. What country are you watching from? Have you ever experienced anything like this? Share your own true horror encounters. The best ones might end up in a future video. Stay safe out there, keep the lights on, and I'll see you in the next one. Sweet dreams. Or maybe not. True scary story. The faceless watcher who stood outside my windows every single night. Terrifying real-life stalker horror from Sweden. This bone-chilling true scary story from Sweden that will make you afraid of your own windows. Her name was Elsa, a 31-year-old freelance illustrator who, in the fall of 2023, decided she needed a complete reset from the chaos of Stockholm city life. Burnt out from deadlines, noisy neighbors, and the constant hustle, she started searching for something remote, peaceful, and inspiring. After weeks of scrolling listings, she found it. An old red wooden cottage built in the 1940s. Tucked away on the edge of a dense pine forest in northern Sweden, near a small village in Västerbotten County. The photos were dreamy, white-trimmed windows overlooking a crystal-clear lake, wild blueberry bush everywhere in summer, and in winter, the northern lights dancing overhead. It was isolated, sure. The nearest neighbor was a 20-minute drive down a gravel road, but that's exactly what Elsa wanted. Solitude, creativity, healing. She rented it sight unseen, packed her car with art supplies, her golden retriever Luna, and enough groceries for weeks, and made the long drive north. When she arrived, it was even better than the pictures. The cottage had that classic Swedish charm. Exposed beams, a wood-burning stove that crackled warmly, creaky pine floors, and huge windows that let in floods of natural light during the short daylight hours. The forest pressed right up to the backyard, thick and ancient, with moss-covered rocks and trails that seemed to go on forever. Elsa unpacked, set up her drawing table by the largest window facing the lake, and felt an immediate sense of peace. "This is my sanctuary," she wrote in her journal that first night. Luna seemed happy too, chasing sticks by the water and barking playfully at squirrels. The first couple of weeks were pure bliss. Elsa's jays fell into a perfect rhythm. Wake up to birdsong and the soft lapping of the lake. Brew strong coffee, sketch for hours while classical music played softly. Take long walks with Luna through the forest trails, where the air smelled like pine and earth. Evenings were for cooking simple meals, fresh salmon from the local market, lingonberry jam on rye bread, and curling up by the stove with a book. The nights were incredibly dark and quiet, the kind of silence that city people dream about. No traffic, no voices, just the occasional hoot of an owl or wind whispering through the trees. But as October rolled in, bringing colder nights and the first hints of snow, Elsa started noticing little things that didn't quite feel right. It began with Luna. Her normally playful dog became restless at night, pacing the cottage, growling low at the windows facing the forest. Elsa would get up, shine a flashlight outside. Nothing but endless black trees swaying gently. Probably a moose or fox, she'd tell herself, petting Luna until she calmed down. Old cottages in the wilderness attract wildlife, right? Nothing to worry about. Then came the footprints. One crisp morning after a light frost, Elsa took Luna out for their usual walk around the property. That's when she saw them. Large boot prints in the soft mud near the back windows. They circled the entire cottage, stopping directly under each window, as if someone had stood there for a while. The prints were deep, fresh, definitely human, size 11 or 12 men's boots with a distinctive tread pattern. Elsa's stomach twisted. Hunters? Kids from the village pranking? She followed the tracks. They led into the forest and vanished among the pines. Uneasy, she photographed them with her phone and mentioned it to the landlord over text. He replied that poachers sometimes pass through, but never bothered tenants. Just keep doors locked, he said casually. Elsa tried to shake it off. She installed a cheap outdoor motion light by the back door and went about her routine. But Luna's behavior worsened. The dog refused to go near the forest side of the yard, whining and pulling on the leash. At night, she'd stand frozen by the windows, hackles raised, staring into the darkness with a deep, menacing growl that Elsa had never heard from her before. By early November, the real unease set in. Elsa was working late one evening, around 11 p.m., the stove fire dying down to embers. Snow had started falling lightly, blanketing everything in silence. She glanced up from her tablet to stretch, and that's when she saw it. A shadow. Tall, humanoid, standing perfectly still just beyond the tree line, about 50 feet from the cottage. It was too dark to make out details, but the shape was unmistakable against the faint moonlight reflecting off the snow. Elsa froze, heart slamming in her chest. She blinked. Was it a tree stump? A trick of the shadows? But no, it shifted slightly, as if adjusting position. She slowly reached for the light switch and flooded the backyard with the motion light. The figure was gone, just empty snow and trees. Luna went ballistic, barking furiously at the window. Elsa grabbed a flashlight and scanned outside. Nothing. No footprints this time. The fresh snow was undisturbed. She told herself it was a deer standing upright or her tired eyes playing tricks. But she didn't sleep that night, curtains drawn tight for the first time since moving in. The sightings became a pattern. Every few nights, always between midnight and 3 a.m., Elsa would wake to Luna growling or feel that prickling sensation of being watched. She'd peek through the curtains and there it would be, the same tall silhouette at the edge of the forest, motionless, facing the cottage. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther. Never moving when she looked directly, but always gone when lights came on. One night, during a heavy snowfall, she saw it clearly enough to notice no breath cloud. But that had to be the distance, right? The terror escalated slowly, insidiously. Items inside the cottage started moving. Elsa was organized, her art pencils always lined up precisely on her desk. One morning, they were rearranged into a perfect circle. Her coffee mug, left on the counter before bed, would be in the sink washed clean. A sketchbook page she was working on, a detailed drawing of the lake view, had faint fingerprints smudged on it, as if someone had held it up close. Elsa installed indoor cameras, the kind with motion alerts. They captured nothing but Luna walking around, but the outdoor camera, it glitched every time the figure appeared, going static for minutes before clearing to show empty yard. By December, with polar nights making days short and darkness endless, Elsa was unraveling. She barely ate, jumped at every creak of the old wood settling in the cold. Friends in Stockholm begged her to come back for Christmas, but she stubbornly stayed. It's just paranoia from the isolation, she told them. One freezing night, the power went out during a blizzard. Elsa lit candles and huddled by the stove with Luna. Around 2 a.m., she heard it, tapping on the glass. Slow, deliberate. Tap, tap. From the living room window, Luna snarled, teeth bared. Elsa grabbed her phone flashlight and crept closer. The tapping stopped. She pulled the curtain aside an inch, and there, inches from the glass, was a pale face. No features visible in the shadows, just a vague outline of a hood or hat, eyes reflecting the candlelight like black voids. It didn't move, just stared. Elsa screamed, dropped the curtain, and backed away. The tapping resumed, now on multiple windows circling the house. She called emergency services, voice shaking, barricaded in the bedroom with Luna and a kitchen knife. Police arrived 2 hours later when roads cleared. They searched the property thoroughly. Fresh boot prints everywhere, pressed deep into the snow right up to the windows. Branches bent as if someone had hidden there for hours, but no person. In the forest, about 100 yards in, they found a small clearing, a tarp shelter, empty food cans, cigarette butts, and worst of all, a stack of printed photos. Dozens of them, taken through the cottage windows over months. Elsa sleeping on the couch, eating dinner, drawing at her table. Even showering, the bathroom window had a tiny gap in the frosting she'd never noticed. The watcher had been there since early October, maybe longer. Police identified partial fingerprints matching a local man with a history of voyeurism charges, but he vanished before they could arrest him. Elsa left the cottage the next day, driving south through the storm with Luna, never looking back. She sold all her belongings from there and now lives in a high-rise apartment in Gothenburg with blackout curtains and a security system. But every dark winter night, when wind howls like it did in the forest, she swears she feels eyes on her again. This true scary story from Sweden is a horrifying reminder that in the quietest places, you might not be as alone as you think. The silent watcher could be standing outside right now, waiting for the lights to go out. True scary story. The man who lived in my basement for weeks and left. Gifts on my pillow. Horrifying real home intrusion from Norway. This true scary story comes from the frozen, isolated fjords of Norway, a place where winter nights stretch on forever, where small villages cling to the edges of steep mountains, and where the silence can be so complete it feels like the world is holding its breath. Her name was Ingrid, a 34-year-old marine biologist who, in January 2024, took a sabbatical from her research job in Oslo to finish writing her thesis in peace. She rented a small, two-story wooden house built in the 1970s on the outskirts of a tiny coastal village in Troms og Finnmark County, far above the Arctic Circle. The house sat alone at the end of a snow-covered dirt road, backed by dense birch forest and fronted by a narrow fjord that froze solid in deep winter. The nearest neighbor was 2 kilometers away, and the village shop was a 30-minute drive on icy roads. Ingrid chose it deliberately for the isolation. No distractions, just her laptop, stacks of research notes, and her elderly rescue cat named Storm. When she arrived, the house felt like a warm cocoon against the brutal Arctic cold. Painted dark red with white trim in traditional Norwegian style, it had thick log walls, a steep roof to shed heavy snow, a cast-iron wood stove in the living room that threw out waves of heat, and large windows that looked out over the wide expanse of the frozen fjord. The basement was unfinished, concrete floor, exposed beams, old storage shelves, and a heavy exterior bulkhead door that the landlord assured her was bolted from the inside. Ingrid rarely went down there. She just stored extra firewood and some boxed belongings. The upstairs had 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom. Downstairs was the kitchen, living room, and a tiny office where she set up her workspace facing the fjord view. The first week was everything she hoped for. Days were short, only a few hours of pale twilight around noon, so Ingrid settled into a routine. She'd wake around 8 a.m. to the blue-gray polar darkness, brew strong black coffee, feed Storm, and work at her desk while the northern lights sometimes shimmered faintly outside. Evenings were for reading research papers by the crackling stove, cooking simple meals like salmon with dill or reindeer stew from the freezer, and falling asleep to the soft creak of the house settling in the cold. Storm adapted quickly, curling up on the radiator covers and purring contentedly. The silence was profound. No road noise, no voices, just occasional wind moaning through the trees or ice cracking on the fjord. It started so subtly that Ingrid almost missed it. One night in early February, around 1 a.m., she woke to a faint noise from downstairs. A soft thump like something falling over. She lay still, listening. Another thump, then silence. Probably the house contracting in the extreme cold, she thought. Temperatures had dropped to -30 Celsius. Old houses make noises. She checked the doors and windows out of habit, saw nothing but swirling snow in her flashlight beam, and went back to bed. The thumps became sporadic over the next few days, always at night, always downstairs. Ingrid went into the basement twice with a headlamp, checking shelves and corners, nothing out of place. No animal droppings, no signs of mice. Just cold concrete and the faint smell of damp earth. She shrugged it off and kept working. Then the food started disappearing. Ingrid was disciplined about meals. She logged everything for her health app. One morning she opened the fridge and noticed half a block of Brunost cheese was gone. Not nibbled, cleanly sliced away. The same happened with bread, smoked salmon, even a carton of milk that was half empty when she knew she'd only used a splash. She blamed forgetfulness at first, the long dark days messing with her memory. But when an entire package of flatbread vanished overnight, leaving only the empty wrapper neatly folded in the trash, unease settled in her stomach like ice. Storm's behavior changed too. The cat, usually lazy and affectionate, began avoiding the basement door. He'd sit at the top of the stairs, ears flat, staring down into the darkness with a low, rumbling growl Ingrid had never heard from him before. At night he'd sleep pressed tightly against her, claws kneading anxiously. By mid-February, with constant polar night and snow piling to the eaves, the gifts began. Ingrid woke one morning to find something on her bedside table that hadn't been there when she went to sleep. A small, smooth pebble from the fjord shore, placed exactly in the center of the table. She lived alone. Doors were locked. Windows sealed against the cold. She picked it up. It was still cold, as if recently brought in from outside. Her heart raced, but she rationalized. Maybe sleepwalking? She'd been stressed. She threw the pebble away and tried to forget it. 2 nights later, another gift. A single wildflower, a dried purple heather bloom. Even though everything outside was buried under meters of snow. Placed on her kitchen counter, right next to her coffee mug. Then a handmade braid of birch twigs on her office chair. Then a small carving, a crude wooden whale, the kind tourists buy, left on her pillow while she showered. Each gift appeared when she was briefly out of the room or asleep. Always inside the locked house. Always silent. Ingrid stopped sleeping properly. She installed motion sensor lights outside and cheap Wi-Fi cameras inside living room, kitchen, hallway, basement stairs. The cameras showed nothing unusual for days. Just her moving around, storm walking at night. But the gifts kept coming, a shiny fishing lure on her dinner plate. A child's mitten, far too small for her, folded neatly on the stove. A Polaroid photo of the fjord taken from her own backyard, placed face down on her laptop keyboard. The photo was the breaking point. It had been taken recently, fresh snow undisturbed, except for one set of boot prints leading away into the forest. Prints she hadn't made. Ingrid called the local police. 2 officers drove out the next day, trudging through knee-deep snow. They searched the house top to bottom, checked locks, examined the bulkhead door in the basement, still bolted from inside. No scratches or forced entry. They looked in the forest, followed the tracks in the photo, until they vanished under new snowfall. Probably a prank from village kids, they said. Or an admirer leaving tokens. Lock everything tight. Call if anything escalates. They left, and Ingrid felt more alone than ever. But the gifts grew more personal. One morning she found a lock of human hair, long blonde, tied with red thread, on her bathroom sink. Not her color. Then a handwritten note in Norwegian on scrap paper tucked under her pillow. Du er vacker entiar du sover. You are beautiful when you sleep. Ingrid barely left the house anymore. She worked with curtains drawn, doors deadbolted, a kitchen knife always within reach. Storm stopped eating, hiding under the bed and hissing at shadows. The thumps from the basement returned louder now, more deliberate. Scraping sounds like furniture being moved. Muffled footsteps on concrete. She rechecked the cameras obsessively. One night, the basement camera alerted her at 3:12 a.m. Heart pounding, she opened the app. The feed showed the empty basement stairs. Then a shadow moved at the bottom edge of frame. A human shadow, stretching long. Then the feed cut to static for exactly 7 minutes. When it returned, everything looked normal. But the basement access panel, a small hatch in the floor of the utility closet, was slightly ajar. It hadn't been before. Ingrid didn't sleep. At dawn, armed with bear spray and a flashlight, she opened the hatch and shone the light down. The ladder led to the crawlspace under the main floor, a low, dirt-floored void she'd never explored. The beam caught something glinting, empty food wrappers, her food wrappers, and a sleeping bag unrolled in the far corner, still warm to the touch. Someone had been living beneath her feet for weeks. She called police again, screaming. They arrived faster this time with dogs. What they found in the crawlspace turned Ingrid's blood to ice. A full camp, sleeping bag, battery lantern, portable stove, stacks of her stolen food, empty water bottles filled from her tap. A notebook filled with pages of observations, times she woke up, what she wore to bed, sketches of her face while sleeping. Dozens of photos taken through tiny holes drilled upward into the floorboards, from under her bed, her office chair, even the shower drain. And more gifts waiting to be placed. Jewelry stolen from her drawer, underwear folded neatly. Another note. Soon we won't need secrets. The intruder had entered through an old, forgotten ventilation shaft hidden behind snowdrifts on the house's foundation. Too small for police to notice on the first visit. He'd been a local handyman who'd done minor repairs for the landlord years earlier and knew the house's layout intimately. Police caught him 2 days later hiding in an abandoned fishing cabin, still clutching Ingrid's missing scarf. He never spoke during questioning, just smiled. Ingrid left Norway the same week, abandoning most possessions. She moved south to Bergen, then eventually left the country entirely. Even now, years later, she can't live in a house with a basement or crawl space. She rents top-floor apartments only, sleeps with lights on, and flinches at any unexpected thump. The worst part, she says, wasn't the gifts or the watching, it was knowing he'd been listening to her breathe, night after night just inches below her bed, waiting. This real-life home intrusion horror from Norway is a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you see. It's what's been hiding right beneath you all along. If this true scary story has you checking your floors and basements tonight, like the video, subscribe for more real horror every week and comment below. What country are you watching from? Have you ever heard unexplained noises from below your house? Stay safe out there and I'll see you in the next one. True scary story. The person who slept in my bed while I was at work and left wet towels in my bathroom. Unsettling real-life home intruder. Horror from New Zealand. This true scary story unfolds across the vast windswept plains of New Zealand's South Island, in a region where rolling green hills meet jagged mountain ranges, where sheep outnumber people by the thousands, and where small rural towns feel like the edge of the world. Her name was Harper, a 27-year-old travel nurse who, in the spring of 2024, accepted a 6-month contract at a remote rural clinic near Queenstown. City life in Auckland had worn her down. The traffic, the crowds, the constant noise. So when the agency offered her placement in the countryside, she jumped at the chance for quiet. She found a rental online, a single-story weatherboard farmhouse built in the 1920s, sitting alone on 5 acres of pasture land just outside a tiny farming community. The photos showed a quaint white house with a wraparound veranda, blue shutters, a stone chimney, and uninterrupted views of snow-capped peaks in the distance. The landlord, an older farmer who lived an hour away, described it as peaceful, private, and perfect for someone who wants to get away from it all. The rent was unbelievably low for the area. Harper signed the lease digitally, loaded her SUV with clothes, books, nursing textbooks, and her border collie named Scout, and made the long drive south. When she pulled up that first afternoon in September, the house felt like something out of a postcard. Golden sunlight slanted across the fields, the air smelled of fresh grass and distant sea, and the only sounds were birds calling and Scout barking excitedly as he explored the fenced yard. Inside, the house was cozy and lived in, polished wooden floors that creaked softly underfoot, a large country kitchen with an old AA stove, a living room with a Riverstone fireplace, 2 bedrooms, and a single bathroom with a clawfoot tub. Everything was clean, though clearly dated, floral wallpaper in the hallway, brass fixtures, heavy curtains that blocked out the strong southern light. The landlord had left a welcome basket with fresh bread, milk, and a handwritten note. Make yourself at home. Spare key under the blue flower pot by the back door if you ever lock yourself out. Harper laughed at that. Who locks themselves out in the middle of nowhere? Her first weeks were pure bliss. The clinic job was steady, but not overwhelming. Long shifts 3 days a week treating farming injuries, flu cases, and the occasional tourist mishap. On her days off, she'd hike the nearby trails with Scout, photograph the dramatic landscapes for her Instagram, cook hearty meals in the big kitchen, and fall asleep to complete silence broken only by wind rattling the windows or Scout's soft snores at the foot of her bed. She felt safe. The doors were always locked at night, the windows latched, and the nearest neighbor was a sheep station 3 kilometers down a gravel road. No streetlights, no passing cars, just stars so bright they lit the field silver. The strange things began so gradually that Harper almost convinced herself she was imagining them. It started with small displacements. One morning after a late shift, she came home exhausted and noticed her coffee mug wasn't where she'd left it drying on the rack. It was in the cupboard, washed and put away. She shrugged, maybe she'd done it half asleep and forgotten. Then her throw blanket on the couch was folded differently, neater than her usual careless drape. A book she'd been reading on the veranda was now on the bedside table. Little things, easily explained by fatigue or distraction. Then came the bathroom incidents. Harper showered every night after work to wash off the hospital smell. One evening, she stepped out of the steamy bathroom and noticed the bath mat was damp under her feet. Not just from her shower, but soaked in the corners, as if someone had stood there dripping for a while. The towel she'd hung neatly was crumpled on the floor. She picked it up, it was wet used. But she lived alone. Scout didn't use towels. She checked the pipes, no leaks. Told herself the humidity from the shower had soaked everything. Hung a fresh towel and went to bed uneasy. The wet towels kept appearing. Some days off she'd spend the entire day at home, gardening, reading, baking, and still come back from a short dog walk to find the bathroom towel damp, the mirror faintly fogged as if from recent hot water, the faint scent of her own body washed stronger than it should be. She started photographing the bathroom before leaving the house, comparing before and after. The evidence was undeniable. Someone was using her shower while she was out. Food was the next clue. Harper meal prepped on Sundays. Big batches of curry, pasta, salads stored in glass containers. One Monday morning, rushing for work, she opened the fridge and saw one container half empty, the lid replaced crookily. Not spilled or knocked over, eaten. Neat spoonfuls missing. The same happened with fruit. Apples with single bites taken, then placed back in the bowl. Bread loaves with middle slices removed, crusts left intact. Always her food, always partially consumed, always put back as if to hide the theft. Scout's behavior shifted dramatically. The once happy dog began growling at empty corners of the house, refusing to enter the second bedroom, and sleeping pressed against Harper's bedroom door, as if guarding it. At night he'd wake suddenly, ears pricked, staring at the hallway with low, menacing rumbles. By late October, with daylight saving bringing longer evenings but colder nights, Harper stopped feeling safe. She installed security cameras, 4 indoor ones covering kitchen, living room, hallway, and her bedroom door, plus 2 outdoor-facing front and back doors. The first few nights of footage showed nothing but Scout pacing and Harper moving around. Then, one Thursday, while she was at the clinic for a 12-hour shift, the indoor cameras captured brief glitches, static bursts lasting seconds, and when the feed cleared, items were slightly moved. A chair pulled out from the kitchen table. The second bedroom door ajar when she knew she'd closed it. The used bed was what shattered her sense of security. Harper worked overnight shifts sometimes, crashing at the clinic bunk room when exhaustion hit. After one such shift, she drove home at dawn, bone-tired, looking forward to crawling into her own bed. She walked into her bedroom and stopped cold. The covers were disturbed, not just rumpled, but clearly slept in. The pillow dented on the opposite side from where she slept. Sheets pulled down as if someone had slid out recently. The mattress was still warm in the center. And there, on her nightstand, was a damp towel folded into a square, the same towel she dehung fresh in the bathroom the day before. She ran outside and vomited in the grass. Police were called immediately. 2 local officers arrived, searched the house and property thoroughly. No forced entry. All windows locked from inside, doors deadbolted. They checked the attic, small, empty, thick with dust. The crawl space under the house, accessible only from outside, sealed tight with no disturbance. They reviewed her camera footage together. More static glitches during the hours she was gone, but nothing visible. Could be electrical interference from old wiring, one officer suggested. Or maybe a squatter coming and going when you're at work. Changed the locks anyway. They took a report, promised extra patrols, and left. Harper changed every lock that same day, installed new deadbolts, and added window security bars. She stayed with a coworker in Queenstown for 3 nights while the work was done. When she returned, everything felt normal for a week. No wet towels. No missing food, no moved items. Scout relaxed. She started to hope it was over. Maybe a transient who'd moved on. But the intruder had a key. One morning after another overnight shift, Harper came home to find fresh coffee brewing in the pot. Her favorite blend. Timer not set by her. The kitchen table was set for 1. Plate, knife, fork, a half-eaten piece of toast with her homemade jam. Steam still rising from the mug. Whoever it was had been there minutes before she arrived. She grabbed Scout and drove straight to the police station this time. A detective took it seriously now, bringing in a forensics team. What they discovered explained everything. Behind the hot water cylinder in the laundry closet was a false panel, a hidden storage space no larger than a wardrobe, accessible from the exterior foundation vent that had been carefully pried open and reclosed countless times. Inside, a thin foam mattress, empty food containers from Harper's kitchen, used wet towels, a small battery lamp, and a duffel bag with men's clothing. A spiral notebook filled with pages of handwriting. Detailed logs of Harper's work schedule, obtained from clinic public roster, times she left and returned, what she cooked, what she watched on TV, even descriptions of her sleeping positions. Photos printed from a portable printer, taken through windows at night with a zoom lens, and copies of her house keys made from impressions while she was away. The intruder was a 39-year-old drifter who'd worked odd jobs around the area and had access to the house before. Harper moved in, helping the landlord with maintenance months earlier. He'd kept a hidden copy of the old key, then made duplicates of the new ones by sneaking in during one of her first shifts after the lock change. Police arrested him 2 days later, sleeping in an abandoned shearing shed nearby, still carrying Harper's spare house key from under the blue flower pot. He never explained why, just said the house felt empty without someone in it. Harper finished her contract from a motel, then moved back to Auckland permanently. She now lives in a high-security apartment building with 24-hour concierge, cameras everywhere, and no spare keys hidden anywhere. She hasn't taken a rural placement since, and every time she smells fresh coffee brewing when she hasn't made it, or sees a damp towel she doesn't remember using, her heart stops for a moment, even though she knows she's safe. This real-life home intruder horror from New Zealand proves that sometimes the most terrifying invasions aren't violent break-ins. They're quiet, patient, and perfectly timed to make you question your own sanity. If this true scary story has you double-checking your locks and cameras tonight, hit that like button, subscribe for more real horror every week, and comment below. What country are you watching from? Have you ever come home to sign someone else had been there? Stay safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one. True scary story. The hidden tenant who drilled peepholes into my bedroom and left notes under my door. Heart-stopping real-life intruder horror from Spain. This true scary story takes place in the sun-baked hills of southern Spain, in a quiet mountain village in the province of Malaga, where whitewashed houses cluster along narrow cobblestone streets, olive groves stretch for miles under relentless blue skies, and the air carries the constant scent of jasmine, dry earth, and distant sea salt from the nearby Costa del Sol. Her name was Sofia, a 32-year-old translator who, in the spring of 2023, decided to leave the chaotic pace of Madrid behind for a simpler life. After a painful breakup and years of grinding freelance deadlines in a tiny city apartment, she craved space, silence, and inspiration. Scrolling late one night, she found the listing. A spacious two-story village house built in the late 1800s, recently renovated but retaining its original. Moorish tiles exposed wooden beams and thick stone walls that kept it cool even in Andalusian heat. It had 3 bedrooms, a large kitchen with a wood-burning stove, a shaded interior courtyard with a lemon tree, and a rooftop terrace overlooking red-tiled roofs and distant Sierra Mountains. The rent was suspiciously low for such character. The landlord, an elderly woman who'd inherited it from her parents and now lived in Seville, said it had sat empty for nearly 2 years. Perfect for a writer or artist, she told Sofia over the phone. Very private. Very peaceful. Sofia packed her hatchback with books, clothes, her laptop, houseplants, and her rescued tabby cat named Luna, and drove south. When she arrived in early May, the village felt like stepping into a postcard. Neighbors waved from doorways, old men played cards in the plaza, church bells rang at dusk, and the house itself was even better than the photos. High ceilings, colorful azulejo tiles in the bathroom, wrought iron balconies dripping with bougainvillea. The ground floor had the kitchen, living room, and courtyard access. Upstairs were the bedrooms, and a small locked storage room the landlord had mentioned contained old family items. Nothing valuable, just junk, but I lost the key years ago. Sofia didn't mind. She had plenty of space. She unpacked over a weekend, arranged her desk by the bedroom window overlooking the street, stocked the kitchen with fresh produce from the weekly market, tomatoes still warm from the sun, manchego cheese, crusty bread, and settled into a blissful routine. Mornings began with strong café con leche on the terrace, watching golden light flood the valley. Afternoons were for translating novels from English to Spanish, fingers flying across keys while classical guitar music played softly. Evenings meant long walks along dusty trails through olive groves, with Luna trotting alongside on a harness. She adapted surprisingly well to rural life or cooking simple meals like gazpacho and tortilla. Espanola eating in the courtyard as bats flitted overhead at twilight. Nights were cool and profoundly quiet, broken only by distant dogs barking or the occasional scooter puttering through the village. Sofia slept deeply, windows open to the breeze, feeling safer and more content than she had in years. The first oddities were so minor she barely registered them. In late May, during a heat wave that pushed temperatures past 100 degrees, Sofia noticed faint smells drifting through the house, cigarette smoke, even though she didn't smoke and no neighbors were close enough for it to waft in. It was strongest upstairs near the locked storage room door. She opened windows wider, blamed passing farmers, and forgot about it. Then items began shifting position. One afternoon she returned from the market to find her kitchen chairs pushed in more neatly than she left them. Her throw pillows on the living room sofa rearranged into perfect symmetry. She was messy by nature. A vase of wildflowers she'd depicked and placed on the dining table had been moved to the windowsill. Sofia laughed it off to her mother over video call. "I must be going senile already." But Luna started acting strange. The cat, usually affectionate and bold, began avoiding the upstairs hallway entirely, hissing at the locked storage room door, and refusing to enter Sofia's bedroom at night, preferring to sleep downstairs on the cool tiles. By June, with summer tourists flooding nearby beaches but the village remaining sleepy, the notes appeared. The first was a small folded scrap of paper slid under her bedroom door while she showered one morning. "Bienvenida al hogar, welcome home," written in shaky block letters. Sofia's blood ran cold. She searched the entire house, every closet, underbeds, the courtyard, even the roof access. Doors and windows were locked from inside. No footprints in the dust on the terrace. She called the landlord, who sounded confused. "No one has keys but me, and I'm in Seville." Maybe children playing pranks? Sofia changed the front door lock anyway, had a local blacksmith install new bolts, and tried to move on. But the notes continued. Always on cheap notebook paper, always slid under interior doors when her back was turned or while she stepped out briefly. "Te vis bonita cuando trabajas." "You look pretty when you work. Me gusta tu perfume." "I like your perfume." Never threatening, but intimately observant, Sofia stopped sleeping well. She installed security cameras covering every room, hallways, entrances. The footage showed nothing, no figure, no movement beyond Luna and herself. Just occasional static blips lasting seconds. The smells grew stronger. Cigarette smoke mixed with unwashed body odor, sweat, cheap cologne, always near the storage room. Sofia pressed her ear to the door one night and thought she heard faint breathing on the other side. She jerked away, heart hammering, and dragged a heavy dresser in front of the door. In July, during the village fiesta with fireworks and music echoing late into the night, the peepholes were discovered. Sofia was hanging clothes in her walk-in wardrobe, a deep space with built-in shelves, when she noticed tiny circles of light piercing the back wall at eye level. She pushed aside hanging dresses and saw them, 4 perfectly drilled holes, each no wider than a pencil, spaced to view her bed from different angles. Fresh wood shavings still dusted the floor behind her shoes. On the other side of that wall was the locked storage room. She screamed, grabbed Luna, and ran to a neighbor's house. Police arrived from the nearest town, broke down the storage room door for the first time in decades. What they found inside explained every chilling moment. The room wasn't storage, it was a hidden living space. A narrow mattress on the floor, empty beer cans and cigarette butts, food wrappers from brands Sofia bought at the local supermarket. A battery lantern, portable radio tuned to the same classical station she played. Stacks of her trash receipts, packaging carefully collected. Hundreds of photographs printed on a cheap portable printer. Sofia sleeping, working at her desk, showering, through a frosted bathroom window from the roof, eating alone in the courtyard. And notebooks filled with obsessive entries, dates, and times she left the house, what she wore, conversations she'd had on speakerphone, even descriptions of her dreams if she talked in her sleep. The intruder had been living there for years, possibly since before the house was vacant. A 57-year-old local man, known around the village as a harmless odd-job drifter who'd done repairs for the previous owners decades earlier. He'd kept an old key to a concealed interior panel connecting the storage room to the attic crawlspace, entering and exiting through a loose roof tile no one had noticed. He'd watched Sofia's routines for weeks before she even moved in, waiting for the house to be occupied again. Police found his fingerprints on the peepholes, drilled gradually over months to avoid noise. He was arrested hiding in an abandoned farmhouse nearby, still clutching a new notebook with Sofia's name scrawled across every page. Sofia left Spain entirely, moving back to Madrid and then to Portugal. She now lives in a modern 5th-floor apartment with 24-hour security, no storage rooms, no hidden spaces, She hasn't opened a wardrobe without checking the back wall since. And every time she smells cigarette smoke or finds something slightly moved, panic floods her, even though she knows he's locked away. True scary story. The shadow who moved my furniture at night and watched me through cracks in the walls. Disturbing real-life homestalker horror from Italy. This true scary story takes place in the rolling vineyards of Tuscany, Italy, in a secluded hillside village near Siena, where ancient stone farmhouses dot the landscape. Cypress trees stand like sentinels against golden sunsets, and the air is thick with the scent of ripening grapes, olive oil, and wood smoke from distant chimneys. Her name was Giulia, a 30-year-old art restorer who, in the autumn of 2024, inherited a family property she'd only visited as a child. After losing her grandmother, the last relative who lived there full-time, Giulia decided to leave her stressful job in Florence and relocate permanently to the old farmhouse. It was a 2-story stone building dating back to the 1700s, lovingly maintained but quiet for years. Thick walls that stayed cool in summer and warm in winter, terracotta floors worn smooth by generations. A massive fireplace in the living room, a kitchen with hand-painted ceramic tiles, 3 bedrooms upstairs, and a small cantina, wine cellar, accessed by a wooden trapdoor in the pantry floor. The house sat on 2 hectares of land, mostly abandoned vines and olive trees, with no close neighbors. The nearest farmhouse was a 15-minute walk along a dirt path lined with wild fennel and rosemary. Giulia saw it as a dream, a place to heal, to paint, to restore not just canvases but her own life. She moved in during late September, when the vendemmia, grape harvest, filled the valleys with distant voices and the sweet smell of fermenting fruit. Her days quickly fell into a soothing rhythm. Mornings started with espresso brewed on the old stove, eaten with fresh pane Toscano, and her grandmother's preserved fig jam on the stone patio overlooking the hills. She'd spend hours in her upstairs studio, a converted bedroom with north-facing windows, carefully cleaning and retouching Renaissance-era panels shipped from museums. Afternoons meant tending the overgrown garden, pruning roses, harvesting the last tomatoes and basil, walking the property with her adopted stray dog, a loyal Maremma sheepdog named Bianco, who'd appeared one day and never left. Evenings were for cooking hearty ribollita or pasta al pomodoro with herbs from the yard, eating by candlelight as the sun dipped behind the Chianti hills, then reading old family letters by the fireplace until the logs crackled low. Nights were profoundly dark and silent, stars so dense they seemed close enough to touch, occasional owls hooting, Bianco sleeping at the foot of her bed. Giulia locked the heavy oak door each night, latched every window, and felt utterly safe in her ancestral home. The disturbances began innocently enough that she dismissed them as her imagination adjusting to true solitude. In early October, after a long day restoring a damaged Madonna icon, Giulia woke one morning to find her kitchen chairs rearranged, pushed in perfectly, aligned with military precision around the table, whereas she always left one pulled out for easy access. She frowned, figured she'd done it half asleep, and moved on. Then the mirrors started shifting. The house had several antique mirrors. A large one in the entry hall, smaller ones in the bedrooms and bathroom. One evening she came downstairs for water and noticed the hallway mirror tilted slightly downward, as if adjusted to reflect someone shorter than her 5'7" frame. She straightened it. The next day, it was tilted again, this time toward the staircase, capturing anyone descending. Giulia mentioned it casually to a neighbor during a village market run. The older woman laughed and said old houses have their quirks. The wood warps. Things settle. Giulia bought it, blaming temperature changes in the ancient stone. Bianco's behavior was the first real red flag. The dog, usually calm and protective, began growling at empty walls, specifically the thick interior wall separating the master bedroom from the unused guest room. He'd stand rigid, hackles raised, staring at a spot midway up the plaster, as if tracking movement behind it. At night he refused to sleep upstairs, wanting to stay by the fireplace instead. Giulia checked for mice, rats, even snakes, nothing. She sealed a few cracks with filler and tried to ignore the growing unease. By mid-October, with cooler nights bringing fog that rolled through the valleys like ghosts, the furniture movement escalated. Giulia would go to bed with her living room arranged a certain way, the armchair angled toward the fireplace, side table within reach for her book and tea. She'd wake to find the armchair turned completely around, facing the darkened hallway instead. The sofa cushions plumped and stacked differently. Books on the shelves reordered by size rather than her chaotic author system. One particularly foggy morning she descended the creaky wooden stairs and froze. Every piece of downstairs furniture had been subtly rearranged into a perfect semicircle facing the front door, as if someone had sat there for hours waiting and watching the entrance. She photographed everything obsessively now, heart racing. Called a friend in Florence who suggested carbon monoxide poisoning, making her forgetful. She bought a detector. It read normal. Installed motion-activated lights outside and basic security cameras inside. Entry hall. Kitchen, living room, upstairs landing. The first weeks of footage showed only her and Bianco. But the rearrangements continued always overnight, always silent, always when the cameras glitched with brief static, exactly during the hours she slept deepest. The smells came next. A faint musty odor, like damp clothes left too long, mixed with cheap aftershave and unwashed skin. Strongest upstairs near the guest room wall. Julia tore down an old tapestry hanging there and discovered faint discoloration, yellowed plaster in a rough human shape, as if someone had pressed against it repeatedly. She knocked. It sounded hollow in one spot. But the wall was solid stone and mortar, no hidden doors. In November, as the first frost silvered the vines and wood smoke hung heavy in the air, the notes and traces became personal. One morning, Julia found a single long dark hair not hers, which was auburn coiled neatly on her bathroom sink. Then fingerprints smudged on her bedroom mirror in deliberate patterns, hearts and eyes drawn in the condensation after her shower. A half-eaten apple bitten with human teeth marks left on her studio desk, core browning as if placed there hours earlier. Worst was waking to find her bedsheets retucked with hospital corners she never used. Pillow indented on both sides as if someone had lain beside her briefly. The cameras finally caught something on a moonless November night. At 3:47 a.m., the upstairs landing feed showed static for 9 minutes. When it cleared, the guest room door, always kept closed, was wide open. Julia, watching the archived footage at dawn with shaking hands, saw faint dust disturbance on the floor leading from the wall to her bedroom door and back. She called the carabinieri. Officers arrived, searched thoroughly, tapped walls, checked the cantina and attic crawlspace. Nothing. Probably settling or animals, they said, but recommended a mason to inspect structural issues. The mason came 2 days later, an older local man recommended by the village. He examined the guest room wall, knocked, listened, then drilled a small exploratory hole near the discolored spot. Dust poured out, followed by a stench of human habitation. Behind the plaster was a narrow void, a forgotten servant's passage from centuries ago. Bricked up poorly during renovations, but with a loose section allowing access. The mason widened the hole carefully. Inside was a nightmare. A cramped hiding space no wider than a closet, lined with stolen blankets from Julia's linen cupboard, empty wine bottles from her cantina, food scraps from her kitchen. A battery lamp, cigarette butts, pages torn from her personal journal photocopied by hand. Dozens of tiny peepholes drilled through the walls at bed height into her bedroom, eye level into the bathroom, even downward into the living room. Polaroid photos pinned up. Julia sleeping from multiple angles, undressing, working, crying alone after bad days. Handwritten notes in Italian. Sei più bella quando sogni. You be more beautiful when you dream. Non ti lascerò mai sola. I'll never leave you alone. The intruder had been a distant cousin of her grandmother's former caretaker, a homeless man in his late 50s who retained an old key to a concealed exterior hatch into the passage hidden behind overgrown ivy on the house's rear wall. He'd lived there intermittently for years, even when the grandmother was alive but frail, emerging at night to rearrange furniture, to make the house perfect for her return. When Julia moved in, he stayed permanently, watching, waiting, touching. Police arrested him hiding in an abandoned barn nearby, still carrying a handmade key and fresh photos of Julia taken the night before. Julia sold the farmhouse immediately, despite its history, and moved to a modern apartment in Rome, with reinforced doors and no old walls. She no longer restores art involving hidden layers. She sleeps with every light on, Bianco always at her side, and jumps at any furniture creak even though she knows the shadow is gone. True scary story. The attic dweller who took photos of me sleeping and left them on my dresser. Bone-chilling real-life home intruder horror from Ireland. This true scary story is set in the misty windswept countryside of County Kerry, Ireland, where ancient stone walls crisscross emerald fields, narrow lanes wind between hedgerows. Thick with blackthorn and hawthorn, and isolated cottages stand alone against the relentless Atlantic gales that howl down from the mountains. Her name was Eiffel, a 29-year-old freelance writer who, in the early spring of 2024, decided to escape the overwhelming noise of Dublin for a quieter life. After years of cramped city flats, late-night deadlines, and a recent breakup that left her emotionally drained, she began searching for a rural retreat where she could finish her first novel in peace. She found the listing on a local property site, a traditional two-story stone cottage built in the 1850s, recently refurbished, but full of original charm slate roof, whitewashed walls, a thatched extension at the back, small paned windows looking out over rolling sheep pastures toward the distant McGillicuddy's reeks. It had a cozy kitchen with an old Aga stove, a living room dominated by a massive Inglenook fireplace, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and a pull-down attic hatch in the ceiling of the upper landing. The attic was described as dry storage only, no flooring, just rafters and insulation. The rent was remarkably low for its location, just a 20-minute drive from Killarney, yet completely isolated. The nearest neighbor, a half-mile down a boreen, barely wide enough for one car. The landlord, a farmer who lived in Tralee, said it had been empty for over a year after the previous tenant, an elderly widow, moved to a nursing home. Perfect for someone who wants solitude, he told Aoife over the phone. No disturbances out there except the wind and the sheep. Aoife signed the lease sight unseen, packed her aging Volvo with boxes of books, her laptop, art supplies for cover sketches, winter clothes, and her rescued lurcher dog named Finn, a gentle giant with a grey coat who'd been her constant companion since the breakup. She arrived on a rainy March afternoon, the sky low and brooding, mist curling over the fields like smoke. The cottage welcomed her immediately. The thick stone walls muffled the wind to a soft moan. The fireplace roared to life with turf she'd bought in town, and the air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and distant sea. She spent the first week unpacking, arranging her desk in the smaller upstairs bedroom, with its view of the mountains, stocking the pantry with soda bread, rashers potatoes and strongberries tea, and exploring the surrounding lanes with Finn bounding ahead, chasing phantom rabbits through the gorse. Life settled into a rhythm that felt like healing. Mornings began with the kettle whistling on the aga, strong tea and toast eaten at the kitchen table while rain pattered on the slate roof. She'd write for hours in her upstairs office, fingers flying as the story poured out dark psychological thriller chapters inspired by the lonely landscape. Afternoons meant long walks with Finn along ancient famine roads, boots squelching in mud, collecting seashells from nearby beaches or photographing ruined abbeys swallowed by ivy. Evenings were for cooking hearty stews that filled the cottage with savory aromas, reading by the fire with a glass of red wine, or video calling friends in Dublin who envied her peace. Nights were inky black and profoundly silent, no traffic, no voices, just the occasional lowing of cattle or the cry of a fox. Aoife locked the heavy front door each night, latched every window against the wind, left the attic hatch securely closed, and slept deeply under thick duvets, Finn curled at the foot of her bed. For the first time in years, she felt truly safe and alone. The first signs were so subtle, they barely registered above the normal sounds of an old house adjusting to a new occupant. In late March, during a week of relentless storms that rattled the windows and sent drafts whistling through cracks, Aoife began hearing faint creaks overhead directly above her bedroom ceiling in the attic space. Slow, deliberate footsteps, as if someone was pacing carefully across the rafters. She'd lie awake listening, heart quickening until the sounds stopped as abruptly as they began. Old houses shift in the wind, she told herself, beams contracting in the cold, maybe rats or birds nesting up there. She mentioned it casually to the landlord when paying rent. He laughed and said the attic was empty. Just insulation and cobwebs, nothing could walk up there without falling through. To ease her mind, she pulled down the hatch one rainy afternoon, climbed the rickety ladder with a flashlight, and shone it around. Dusty fiberglass bales, exposed beams, a few forgotten boxes from decades ago. No animal droppings, no nests, nothing. She sealed the hatch tighter and forgot about it. Then the items started disappearing and reappearing in wrong places. One morning she came downstairs to make tea and found her favorite wool sweater left drying on the radiator the night before, folded neatly on the kitchen chair instead. Her notebook, always kept on the desk upstairs, was on the living room coffee table, open to a page she'd been working on, but with the pen placed precisely parallel to the margin. Aoife frowned, blamed distraction writer's brain, too absorbed in the story. But Finn began acting oddly. The dog, usually relaxed and playful, started staring fixedly at the ceiling, ears pricked, a low whine in his throat. At night he'd pace the upstairs landing, refusing to settle in her bedroom, positioning himself directly under the attic hatch with hackles slightly raised. By April, as bluebells carpeted the fields and the days lengthened with soft golden light, the footsteps returned louder, more frequent, always at night. They'd start around 2 a.m., pacing back and forth above her bed, pausing directly overhead as if listening, then moving to follow her if she got up to use the bathroom. One stormy night, the creaks were accompanied by faint scratching nails dragging slowly across wood. Aoife sat bolt upright, heart pounding, grabbed her phone and flashlight, and yanked down the attic ladder. She climbed halfway up, shining the light wildly. Nothing but shadows and dust. But the air up there felt warmer, stale, like breath had recently disturbed it. She couldn't sleep after that. Installed a cheap security camera on the landing pointed at the hatch, plus motion lights outside. The camera captured nothing but occasional dust motes swirling in drafts. But the missing items escalated, her hairbrush appearing in the kitchen drawer. A half-eaten apple, her midnight snack, left on the attic ladder steps. Her laptop charger unplugged and coiled neatly when she knew she'd left it dangling. In May, with wildflowers blooming and tourists beginning to flood nearby Ring of Kerry, the photos began appearing. Aoife woke one bright morning to find 3 Polaroid pictures arranged in a neat row on her bedroom dresser. Images of herself sleeping, taken from above, through gaps in the ceiling boards. One of her face relaxed in deep slumber, mouth slightly open. Another of her curled on her side with Finn at her feet. The third zoomed in on her hand resting on the duvet. The photos were fresh, glossy, no dust. Her stomach lurched. She screamed, grabbed Finn, and drove straight to the nearest Garda station in Killiglin. Officers came out that afternoon, searched the cottage and attic thoroughly. They'd pulled up insulation bales, shone torches into every corner. Empty. No footprints in the thick dust on the rafters. No signs of entry. The small attic vent was too tiny for a person, sealed with wire mesh. Could be a prank, they said. Or someone sneaking in when you're out walking the dog. Change locks, keep windows bolted. They took the photos as evidence. Dusted for prints, none but hers. Aoife changed every lock, added slide bolts, installed better cameras covering attic hatch, bedrooms, entrances. She stayed with a friend in Killarney for a week, returning only when she felt braver. But the intruder knew the house better than she did. The footsteps resumed almost immediately, now bolder, sometimes during the day when she was downstairs writing. The photos kept coming, more sleeping shots, but also candid ones taken through windows, her cooking, showering behind frosted glass, working at her desk. Always printed on the same Polaroid stock, always placed somewhere intimate, on her pillow, inside her underwear drawer, tucked into her novel manuscript. One June night, during a rare heat wave that made the stone walls sweat, Aoife woke to heavy breathing coming through the ceiling directly above her bed, slow, deliberate, masculine. Then a soft whisper, her name, Aoife, drawn out, intimate, as if tasting it. Finn went berserk, barking furiously at the ceiling. Aoife fled downstairs, barricaded herself in the kitchen with a hurling stick, and called the Garda again. Emergency response arrived within the hour, ladders and dogs. They tore up more insulation, probed every rafter. They found him, wedged in a hidden corner behind false paneling added decades ago during renovations. A narrow crawl space no one knew existed, accessible only by removing a loose roof slate from outside. Inside, a filthy sleeping roll, empty crisp packets and water bottles stolen from her kitchen, a battery lantern, stacks of printed photos, hundreds, dating back to before she moved in, taken through windows while the house was empty, waiting. A journal filled with obsessive entries about her daily routines. What she ate, quotes from her phone calls overheard through floors, fantasies about sharing the house properly. The Polaroid camera still loaded. The man was a 48-year-old local drifter with a history of minor trespassing, who discovered the hidden space years earlier while doing odd jobs for the previous tenant. He'd come and go seasonally, but when Aoife arrived, he stayed drilling tiny new gaps in the ceiling for better views. Emerging at night or when she was out to take what he needed, leaving his gifts as tokens of affection. Garda caught him 2 days later, sleeping rough in the mountains, still clutching fresh photos of Aoife's empty bedroom taken the night he fled. Aoife abandoned the cottage that week, leaving most belongings behind. She moved to Galway City, into a third-floor apartment with no attic, no hidden spaces. She stopped writing thrillers too close now. She keeps every light on, Finn always close, and still wakes at night convinced she hears footsteps overhead, even though there is nothing above but neighbors she knows. True scary story. The crawlspace stalker who whispered my name through the floor vents every night. Paralyzing real-life hidden intruder horror from Portugal. This true scary story unfolds along the rugged sun-drenched coastline of the Algarve in southern Portugal, where dramatic limestone cliffs plunge into turquoise Atlantic waters. Whitewashed villages cling to hillsides dotted with almond and fig trees, and the air carries the constant tong of salt-grilled sardines and blooming bougainvillea. Her name was Mariana, a 31-year-old remote software developer who, in the summer of 2024, chose to leave the hectic tech scene in Lisbon for a slower, more inspiring life. Burnout from endless Zoom calls, startup pressure, and a string of failed relationships. She began hunting for a secluded rental where she could code during the day, hike coastal trails at sunset, and finally feel grounded. She found the perfect place on a Portuguese real estate app, a restored single-story villa built in the 1960s, perched on a quiet cliff-top plot just outside the small fishing village of Carvoeiro. The photos showed terracotta-tiled floors, arched doorways, a spacious open-plan living area with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, a modern kitchen with granite counters, 2 bedrooms, and a large unfinished crawl space beneath the house accessed by a small exterior hatch for maintenance. The villa was surrounded by wild carob and olive trees, with a private path down to a secluded cove beach. The nearest neighbor was a 10-minute walk along the dusty track. The landlord, a retired expat couple now living in Faro, mentioned it had been vacant for 18 months after a short-term tourist rental fell through. Ideal for someone who wants total privacy, they assured her. You'll hear nothing but the waves. Mariana arrived in late June, the height of summer when the sun blazed from dawn to dusk and cicadas filled the air with their relentless chorus. She unpacked her hatchback with suitcases of lightweight clothes, her ergonomic desk setup, noise-canceling headphones, a stack of programming books, and her adopted Portuguese water dog named Mara Shaggy. Affectionate rescue with webbed feet perfect for beach swims. The villa felt like paradise from day one. Cool tiled floors under bare feet, sea breezes drifting through open windows, the constant rhythmic crash of waves below the cliffs. She set up her workspace in the second bedroom, with its panoramic ocean view, dual monitors facing the water so she could glance up at dramatic sunsets while debugging code. Evenings were spent cooking fresh seafood bought from village fishermen, grilled octopus with olive oil and garlic, cataplana stew bubbling on the stove, or walking Mar along hidden coves where the sand was golden and empty. Nights were warm and velvety dark, stars scattered like salt across the sky. The villa's thick walls muffling the world to just the distant surf and Mar's soft breathing at the foot of her bed. Mariana locked the doors religiously, checked the crawlspace hatch was padlocked as promised, and slept with windows cracked open to the salted air, feeling safer and more at peace than ever before. The first anomalies were so minor they blended seamlessly into the adjustment to true isolation. In early July, during a spell of unusually still, humid nights that made the villa feel like a greenhouse, Mariana began hearing faint sounds from below the floor, directly under her bedroom. Soft scraping like fabric dragging across concrete, followed by muffled thumps as if something heavy shifted position. She'd wake around 3 a.m., heart quickening, and listen until the noises faded. Old houses settle, she rationalized pipes expanding in the heat, maybe lizards or geckos in the crawlspace. The landlord confirmed over email. The space is empty except for ductwork and wiring. Nothing can live down there comfortably. To reassure herself, she unlocked the exterior hatch one afternoon, crawled in a short distance with a headlamp. Bare concrete, dusty vents, cobwebs thick as curtains. No droppings, no nests. She relocked it tighter and moved on. Then the temperature discrepancies started. The villa's air conditioning worked perfectly. Yet certain rooms, especially her bedroom, felt oddly warmer at night, as if body heat lingered. The floor vents, part of the central Outback system, sometimes exhaled faint, stale breaths of air that carried an unfamiliar scent, sweat, cheap soap, and something metallic. Mariana cleaned the filters, blamed sea humidity clogging the ducts, and bought essential oil diffusers to mask it. Mar's behavior shifted next. The water dog, normally fearless and playful chasing waves and barking at seagulls, began avoiding the bedroom entirely. He'd plant himself in the living room, facing the floor vent nearest the hallway, ears flat, a low, continuous growl rumbling in his chest. At night he refused to sleep upstairs, whining until Mariana let him stay downstairs. She joked to friends on video calls. He's gone feral, thinks the floor is haunted. By August, when tourists packed nearby beaches, but her cliff top remained deserted, the whispers began. Mariana would be drifting off to sleep when she'd hear it soft, breathy murmuring filtering up through the bedroom floor vents. Indistinct at first, like wind through pipes. Then clearer, her name, Mariana. Drawn out, intimate, almost affectionate, spoken in a hoarse male whisper with a local Algarve accent. She'd bolt upright, flip on lights, check every door and window locked tight. Mar would go berserk, scratching frantically at the floorboards. One sweltering night the whispering lasted minutes. Fragmented phrases. Ta Linda. Sazinha now. I watch, always here. Mixed with slow, deliberate breathing that synced with the vent's airflow. Mariana recorded it on her phone, played it back trembling. The voice was undeniably human. She stopped sleeping, installed indoor cameras covering every room, vents, hallways. Outdoor ones on all entrances, including the crawlspace hatch. The footage showed nothing, no movement, no shadows. But the whispers continued nightly, growing bolder, more conversational. Commenting on her day. Beautiful walk today. Red dress suits you. What she'd cooked. Smells good. Wish I could taste. Even lines of code she'd muttered aloud in frustration. The physical traces escalated. Food began disappearing from the fridge. Not whole items, but portions. Half a yogurt pod eaten, spoon rinsed and replaced. Slices missing from a loaf of bread, crusts left. Fruit with single bites taken. Always when she was briefly out walking Mar or swimming in the cove. The laundry room adjacent to the main crawlspace access panel inside the house started showing signs. Her damp beach towels refolded differently, sand brushed away as if someone had used them. One morning she found a single long black hair, not hers, which was chestnut curled on her bathroom sink. The cameras glitched during the intrusions. Static bursts exactly when she was away, clearing to show nothing changed, yet items were moved. A chair pulled out, her laptop screen woken from sleep. The bedroom vent grate slightly loosened. In September, as summer tourists thinned and Atlantic storms began rolling in with crashing thunder, the touching started. Mariana woke one dawn to find her bedsheets smoothed differently hospital corners she never used. The duvet tucked tighter around her body as if someone had stood there, adjusting it while she slept. Another night she felt it. A faint pressure on the mattress edge, as if weight settled briefly beside her. Mar snarled at the darkness. The whispers that night were closest, yet coming from directly under the bed. Don't be afraid. I keep you safe. Always listening. She fled to a hotel in Lagos for 3 days, hired a local security firm to inspect. They checked locks, crawl space, ducts, found nothing. Could be squatters accessing vents from outside, they suggested, reinforcing the hatch and adding alarms. Mariana returned warily, sleeping with lights on, Mar chained to her bed frame, a knife under her pillow. But the stalker had been inside the whole time. One stormy October night, thunder shaking the villa and rain lashing the windows, the whispers turned frantic. Don't leave me. Need you, see you now. Mariana, terrified, called police. Officers arrived with thermal cameras and dogs. They focused on the crawlspace, prying open interior access panels she'd never noticed behind laundry machines. They found the nightmare. The crawlspace wasn't empty. A section had been partitioned off with scavenged plywood and insulation. A hidden den no larger than a small room, accessible through loosened ductwork. Inside, a filthy mattress dragged from somewhere, empty food containers matching her brands, water bottles filled from her tap, a battery fan, LED lantern. Stacks of handwritten notes pages detailing her routines, screenshots printed from her laptop webcam, hacked remotely, photos taken through tiny drilled holes in floor vents, her sleeping from below, showering, working naked at her desk on hot days. A portable speaker used to project whispers. Clothing stolen from her laundry underwear folded reverently. The man was a 45-year-old local fisherman who lost his home to debt and had been living rough. He discovered the crawlspace years earlier while doing repairs for previous owners, keeping it secret. When the villa sat empty, he moved in fully. When Mariana arrived, he stayed hidden, watching, listening, emerging only when safe to take food, touch belongings, whisper affection through vents he'd modified. Police caught him 2 days later hiding in nearby caves, still clutching a notebook with new entries about her hotel stay followed from afar. Mariana abandoned the villa immediately, leaving everything behind. She moved north to Porto, into a high-floor apartment with no crawlspace, no vents near the floor. She quit remote work for an office job, adopted security protocols, keeps Mar always close. But every night, when air flows through vents or she hears faint scratching, her name echoes in her mind, whispered from somewhere just out of sight. This real-life hidden intruder horror from Portugal proves that true isolation can hide the closest watchers, and some voices travel through the smallest cracks. If this true scary story has you checking vents and crawl spaces tonight, hit that like button, subscribe for more real horror every week, and comment below. What country are you watching from? Have you ever heard unexplained whispers in your home? Stay safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one. True scary story. The wall void lurker, who breathed against my neck while I slept and left handprints inside my closet. Terrifying real-life hidden intruder horror from Finland. This true scary story is set deep in the frozen forests of central Finland, in a remote lakeside cabin near the small town of Jyväskylä, where endless pine and birch woods stretch under heavy snow for months, where the northern lights sometimes ripple across the winter sky, and where the silence in winter is so absolute it presses against your eardrums like water. Her name was Elina, a 28-year-old Finnish-American translator who, in the autumn of 2024, decided to return to her roots after years of city life in Helsinki drained her completely. The constant noise, the endless social obligations, and a painful divorce had left her craving true solitude, the kind her grandparents always described from their rural childhoods. She found a listing on a Finnish rental site, a traditional 2-story log cabin built in the 1970s, renovated but preserving its rustic soul-thick timber walls that smelled of pine tar. A massive stone fireplace that took entire logs, wide plank floors that creaked underfoot, a modernized kitchen with granite counters, 2 upstairs bedrooms, and a small insulated void between the interior and exterior walls that the landlord described as dead space for extra. Insulation completely sealed, no access. The cabin sat alone on the shore of a small, unnamed lake, surrounded by dense forest with no visible neighbors. The nearest house was 3 kilometers away down an unplowed forest road. The landlord, an older couple who had used it as a summer home but now lived in Tampere, said it had been mostly empty for 2 years. Perfect for someone who wants to disappear for a while, they wrote. You'll have the lake and the forest all to yourself. Elina arrived in late September, just as the first yellow leaves began falling and the air turned crisp with the promise of winter. She drove her old Saab loaded with boxes of books, her laptop and translation work, warm wool clothes, a stack of notebooks for journaling, and her rescued La Fond named Lumi, a fluffy alert dog with thick white fur who seemed born for the wilderness. The cabin felt like coming home the moment she stepped inside. Warm wood tones everywhere, large windows framing the serene lake where mist rose each morning, a wood-fired sauna in a separate outbuilding that she immediately fell in love with. She spent the first weeks settling in, arranging her workspace in the upstairs master bedroom, with its sloped ceiling and view over the treetops, stocking the pantry with rye bread, salmon, mustaka piraka ingredients, and endless coffee, chopping firewood with an axe until her hands blistered, and taking long forest walks with Lumi as the days shortened dramatically. Life quickly became a peaceful rhythm she dreamed of. Mornings started with strong coffee brewed on the stove, eaten with fresh pulla while watching moose graze at the lake's edge through binoculars. She'd translate literary novels from Finnish to English for hours, headphones on with lo-fi beats, pausing only to stoke the fireplace or step onto the wide deck to breathe the clean, resin-scented air. Afternoons meant hikes through the forest trails where blueberries still lingered under leaves, gathering mushrooms she'd learned to identify as a child, or kayaking the glassy lake as loons called hauntingly. Evenings were for sauna sessions, heating the stones until the air shimmered, pouring water for lily steam that filled the small room with intense heat, then rolling naked in the snow for the shock, followed by simple dinners of grilled reindeer or lohikaido soup, eaten by firelight while reading classic Finnish literature. Nights were profoundly dark and cold, the auroras occasionally dancing green and purple overhead, the cabin's thick logs holding warmth like a cocoon. Elina locked the heavy front door each night, checked the sauna outbuilding, left the wall voids unquestioned, and slept deeply under piled blankets. Lumi curled tightly against her legs. For the first time in years, she felt completely safe, completely alone. The disturbances began so gradually they felt like natural adjustments to the quiet. In early October, as temperatures dropped below freezing and the lake began icing at the edges, Alina started noticing faint temperature shifts in the master bedroom pockets of warmer air near the interior walls, as if heat leaked from somewhere unexpected. The bedroom's large walk-in closet, built into the thickest wall, sometimes felt noticeably stuffier, carrying a faint human scent she couldn't place sweat mixed with unwashed wool and cigarette smoke, though she didn't smoke and no one had been inside for years. Then the breathing started. Alina would wake in the deepest part of night to the sensation of slow, steady breathing near her, coming from the wall behind her headboard. Not through windows or drafts, but directly through the logs, muffled but unmistakable. Deep, rhythmic inhales and exhales that seemed to match her own for minutes before fading. She'd sit up, heart racing, turn on the lamp, nothing. Lumi would lift her head, ears pricked toward the wall, a low whine escaping before she settled again. Old cabins have drafts. Alina told herself, air moving through insulation voids. She stuffed extra towels along the baseboards, burned sage she'd bought in town, and tried to ignore it. Lumi's behavior changed next. The Lafond, normally fearless barking at lynx tracks in the snow and chasing squirrels up trees, began avoiding the master bedroom closet entirely. She'd stand in the doorway, hackles raised, staring into the dark space with unblinking intensity, refusing to enter, even for treats. At night she'd position herself between Alina's bed and the closet wall, growling softly at nothing visible. By November, when the first heavy snow blanketed everything and polar darkness shortened days to a few hours of twilight, the physical traces appeared. Alina's clothes in the closet began rearranging themselves. She was meticulously organized, sweaters folded by color, jeans stacked by fit. One morning after a late-night translation session, she opened the closet to find everything refolded with unnatural precision. Shirts aligned perfectly, socks paired and rolled, underwear stacked in symmetrical piles she never used. A faint handprint large, smudged with dirt, marred the inside of the closet door, at a height taller than her own. Food started vanishing in small, deliberate portions. Half a loaf of roosleep eaten, crusts left neatly. Slices of smoked salmon missing from the package, wrapper refolded. Berries from the freezer thawed and partially consumed. Always when she was briefly outside chopping wood or walking Lumi, the fireplace ashes were sometimes disturbed, poked and smooth as if someone had warmed themselves there while she was away. The breathing grew bolder. Some nights it moved, starting behind the headboard, then shifting to the closet wall, then directly beside the bed as if someone pressed against the other side of the thin interior paneling. One sub-zero night in December, Alina woke paralyzed to feel warm breath on the back of her neck, close, moist, deliberate, while the room temperature plummeted around her. Lumi erupted in furious barking, lunging at the closet door. Alina screamed, fled downstairs with her dog, and spent the rest of the night by the fire with every light blazing. She installed cameras, indoor ones covering bedroom, closet, hallway, outdoor on all entrances, and the sauna. Footage showed nothing but occasional shadow shifts near walls. But the handprints multiplied, foggy outlines on mirrors after her showers as if someone watched from inches away. Greasy prints on the inside of kitchen cabinets. A full palm print on her bedroom ceiling directly above the bed, too high for her to reach. The whispers began in January when Kamos, the polar night, made days almost non-existent and isolation felt absolute. Soft Finnish words filtering through the walls at night. Connies, don't be cold, closer, always here. The voice was low, male, raspy from disuse. Alina recorded hours of audio, played it back shaking. The words were clear, intimate, commenting on her routines. Good sauna tonight? Skin so soft, I smell you? She contacted police in Jyväskylä. Officers snowmobiled out, searched thoroughly attic, sauna, under the cabin, every wall tapped for hollow spots. Nothing. Probably wind through old logs, they said. Or carbon monoxide. Get a detector. Tests were normal. But the lurker was inside the walls. One February night, during a fierce blizzard that buried the cabin to the windows, the breathing returned now, accompanied by soft knocking from inside the closet wall. Alina, armed with an axe, ripped down paneling with Lumi snarling beside her. Behind the false backing added during the 1970s renovation was a narrow vertical void, running the height of the house, insulated but widened secretly into a livable shaft no wider than a coffin. Inside, a rope ladder for access from a concealed exterior hatch under snowdrifts, a sleeping bag wedged horizontally, empty food wrappers from her pantry, cigarette butts, a battery heater, photos hundreds pinned up, Elena sleeping, taken through tiny drilled peepholes in walls and ceiling. Sauna sessions captured through a knothole. Daily life from every room. Journals filled with obsessive entries in broken Finnish about watching her arrive, falling in love, planning to share the warmth forever. The man was a 52-year-old local recluse who'd worked on the original renovation decades earlier, building the hidden void as his secret refuge during long winters. He'd lived there intermittently for years, fully when the cabin was empty, staying when Elena moved in, breathing through modified vents, emerging at night to touch, rearrange, watch. Police tracked him through snowshoe prints to an ice fishing hut on the frozen lake, still carrying fresh hand-drawn maps of the cabin's wall voids. Elena abandoned the cabin that week, burning most belongings in the fireplace. She moved to Turku, into a modern concrete apartment with no wood walls, no voids. She no longer takes saunas alone, keeps every light burning through the long nights, and flinches at any unexpected warmth or breath sound, even her own. True scary story, the chimney void dweller, who dropped ashes on my floor and touched my hair while I slept. Gut-wrenching real-life hidden intruder horror from Iceland. This true scary story takes place on the remote Snæfellsnes Peninsula in western Iceland, where black volcanic beaches meet jagged lava fields, where ancient glaciers loom under perpetual gray skies, and where isolated farmhouses stand alone against relentless North Atlantic winds that howl like something alive through the long, dark winters. Her name was Katrin, a 33-year-old Icelandic photographer who, in the fall of 2025, decided to leave the bustling energy of Reykjavik behind after a decade of chasing urban shoots and gallery openings left her utterly burned out. The constant tourist crowds, the pressure of social media deadlines, and the lingering grief from losing her mother the previous year had eroded her spirit. She craved the raw, unforgiving solitude of the countryside, the kind her grandmother's stories always painted as both beautiful and brutal. Searching late into the nights, she found the perfect property. A traditional turf-roofed farmhouse built in the early 1900s. Partially modernized but retaining its historic, soul-thick stone and sod walls grassed over on the roof. A central chimney stack made of volcanic rock running through the heart of the house. Wide plank floors darkened by age. A cozy kitchen with a cast-iron range. 2 small upstairs bedrooms under sloping ceilings. And a vast, unused chimney void that the landlord described as sealed since the old wood stove days, full of soot and insulation. No access points left. The farmhouse sat alone on a windswept coastal plain, backed by moss-covered lava fields, and fronted by a black sand beach where waves crashed with ferocious power. No neighbors for kilometers, the nearest settlement, a 40-minute drive along a gravel road often buried in snow or ash from distant eruptions. The landlord, an elderly fisherman now living in Grundarfjörður, said it had stood mostly empty for 3 years after his family stopped using it as a summer retreat. Perfect for an artist who wants no interruptions, he told her. Just you, the sea, and the mountain spirits. Katrin arrived in early October, just as the first hard frosts silvered the grass roofs and the days began shortening toward the endless winter night. She drove her rugged Land Rover packed with camera gear, lenses, tripods, drones, boxes of film and digital backups, thick wool sweaters and thermal layers, art books for inspiration, and her rescued Icelandic sheepdog named Stormer, a sturdy, intelligent dog with a thick cream and black coat who seemed instinctively at home in the harsh landscape. The farmhouse enveloped her like a warm, earthy embrace from the moment she crossed the threshold, the low ceilings forcing intimacy, the stone walls radiating stored summer heat, large windows framing dramatic views of Kirkjufell Mountain piercing the clouds, the constant roar of ocean waves muffled to a soothing rumble. She spent the first fortnight settling in, deeply setting up her darkroom in the smaller, downstairs room with red safe lights and chemical trays, arranging her editing desk upstairs in the master bedroom, where skylights offered glimpses of auroras, stocking the pantry with harfisker dried fish, skyr yogurt, lamb stew ingredients, and endless strong coffee brewed in a French press. Exploring the surrounding lava fields with Stormer as puffins departed and ravens took over the skies. Her new life unfolded into a rhythm that felt like rebirth. Mornings began with the kettle, whistling on the range. Thick rye bread toasted over the open flame and slathered with butter while watching dramatic cloud formations race across the peninsula through the kitchen window. She'd spend hours editing photos or venturing out for shoots capturing the eerie beauty of abandoned fishing huts swallowed by moss. The black sand beaches littered with ice diamonds from J. Kulsarlund, calving far east but carried by currents, or the volcanic craters steaming under fresh snow. Afternoons meant long coastal walks with Stormer bounding through heather and lupine remnants. Boots crunching on basalt pebbles, drone flights over shipwrecks half buried in sand. Evenings were for developing film in the darkroom's hypnotic red glow, cooking hearty plockfisker fish stew that filled the house with comforting aromas, or curling by the modern electric heater, the old chimney long decommissioned, with a book of Icelandic sagas as wind battered the turf roof like distant thunder. Nights were impenetrably dark and stormy, the aurora borealis occasionally igniting the sky in green waves, the farmhouse's ancient walls holding steady against gales that could reach hurricane force. Katrin double-locked the heavy wooden door each night, secured every window latch against the wind, trusted the sealed chimney void completely, and slept soundly under layered wool blankets, Stormer's warm weight pressed against her side. For the first time since her mother's death, she felt profoundly safe, profoundly alone. The anomalies crept in so insidiously, they felt like mere quirks of an ancient building adapting to new life. In late October, as polar storms began dumping wet snow and the sun barely skinned the horizon, Katrin noticed faint ash-like dust appearing on the living room floor directly below the old chimney stack. Fine black soot scattered in small piles as if sifted from above. She swept it up, figured residual fallout from past eruptions settling through cracks, and scrubbed the hearth clean. The dust returned nightly, sometimes forming faint streaks as if dragged by fingers. Then the temperature fluctuations started. The master bedroom, built around the central chimney, would grow inexplicably warmer in patches, especially near the fireplace wall that hadn't been used in decades. Pockets of stale, smoky air would pool there, carrying a faint human odor, unwashed skin, old sweat, and something acrid like fear. Katrin aired the room, blamed trapped feet from the stone, and burned Icelandic birch incense to cleanse it. Stormer's unease was the first undeniable warning. The sheepdog, normally bold-chasing Arctic foxes from the property and standing firm against gusts that could knock a person over, began fixating on the upstairs fireplace. He'd sit rigidly in front of the bricked-up hearth, ears forward, a deep, rumbling growl vibrating in his chest as he stared upward into the sealed chimney. At night he refused to sleep in the bedroom, dragging his bed downstairs and positioning himself at the base of the stairs, eyes locked on the ceiling. By November, when Amakati, the dark season plunged the peninsula into near-constant twilight and blizzards, isolated the farmhouse for days, the physical intrusions escalated. Katrin's personal items began shifting. Her hairbrush left on the bedside table would appear on the mantelpiece above the cold fireplace. Her wool socks, folded in drawers, refolded into perfect pairs she never achieved. One morning after a brutal storm that knocked out power for hours, she found faint gray smudges on her pillowcase, ashy fingerprints at the edges where her hair would rest. Food portions vanished selectively. Half a wheel of smoked lamb eaten, slices cut cleanly. Yogurt containers licked clean inside. Bread loaves hollowed from the center. Always during brief absences, stepping out to photograph dramatic wave crashes or clear snow from the driveway. The old range's ash pan, long unused, began filling with fresh cinders, as if someone had burned paper inside the sealed flue. The touching began in December, when temperatures plummeted to -20 and the sea froze in jagged shards along the shore. Katrin woke multiple nights to the sensation of fingers lightly brushing her hair, gentle, deliberate strokes from root to tip while she lay paralyzed in half-sleep. Warm breath would ghost across her scalp, carrying that same stale odor. Stormer would explode in frantic barking, lunging at the fireplace wall until his paws bled. One aurora-filled night, she felt distinct pressure, a hand resting fully on her head for seconds, thumb tracing her hairline before withdrawing slowly upward. Ashfall increased now, landing on her bed during sleep, black flecks in her hair each morning. Handprints appeared, sooty outlines on the ceiling above her bed, too high to reach. Greasy palms on the inside of wardrobe doors. A full set of fingers pressed against the bedroom mirror from the inside, as if someone watched through the glass from the wall behind. The whispers started in January, when isolation peaked and volcanic tremors rumbled faintly from Simfeld's Coal Glacier. Low Icelandic words drifting down the chimney void at night. Falag, don't wake so soft, mine now. Raspy male, choked with soot. Comments on her day. Beautiful photos today. Red scarf looks warm. I taste your food. Katrin barricaded the fireplace with furniture. Recorded hours of audio, the voice clear, intimate, laughing softly when Stormer barked. Police helicopter braved a blizzard to investigate. They x-rayed walls, smoke-tested the chimney, declared it sealed solid. Wind echoes or hallucinations from isolation, they suggested, recommending a therapist in Borgarnes. But the dweller had carved his kingdom inside the void. One ferocious February night, wind screaming at 100 kilometers per hour and snow bearing the doors. The touching turned aggressive. Hair pulled sharply, breath hot and wet against her ear, whispering, "Stay with me forever." Katrin, axe in hand with Stormer snarling, smashed the bricked hearth. Behind crumbling mortar, a narrow vertical shaft widened secretly over decades, lined with makeshift ledges, rope for climbing from a concealed roof vent under turf. Inside, soot-blackened sleeping nest, stolen food caches, battery lamp coated in ash. Hundreds of photos dropped down like confetti. Katrin sleeping from above through drilled ceiling holes. Bathing in the clawfoot tub, crying alone. Journals scrawled in charcoal, obsessive logs of her arrival, grief, routines, plans to keep her warm when lights go out. The man was a 59-year-old hermit who tended the property decades earlier, discovering the void during chimney repairs and claiming it as shelter. He'd survived winters there unseen, fully inhabiting when the house emptied, staying when Katrin arrived, lowering himself at night via rope, touching, tasting, watching. Police tracked soot footprints across the turf roof to a sea cave hideout, finding him curled with fresh ash-dusted photos of Katrin's empty bed. Katrin fled the peninsula forever, torching irreplaceable gear rather than return. She moved to Akureyri's city lights, into a concrete high-rise with no chimneys, no voids. She abandoned night photography, keeps every window sealed, and wakes screaming at any ash-like dust or unexpected touch, even the wind. True scary story. The secret bunker lurker who left frozen footprints on my kitchen floor and stroked my face in the dark. Heart-stopping real-life hidden intruder horror from Switzerland. This true scary story is set high in the Swiss Alps near the picturesque village of Zermatt in Valais Canton, where towering snow-capped peaks like the Matterhorn dominate the horizon, where wooden chalets cling to steep mountainsides blanketed in eternal white, and where winter nights are so cold and silent that the stars seem close enough to touch while avalanches rumble distantly like thunder. Her name was Lara, a 30-year-old, Swiss-American ski instructor and part-time travel blogger who in the winter of 2024 decided to step away from the chaotic seasonal grind of guiding tourists on crowded slopes and the burnout of constant content creation in Interlaken. The endless stream of influencers, the pressure to post perfect powder shots, and a recent breakup with a fellow instructor had left her craving genuine solitude, the kind found only in the high mountains during the off-peak shoulder season. She discovered the rental on a Swiss Alpine property site, a traditional 3-story wooden chalet built in the 1930s, modernized inside, but preserving its rustic exterior, dark timber beams, a sloping shingled roof designed to shed heavy snowstone foundation walls thick enough to withstand avalanches, a cozy open-plan living area with a massive central fireplace, a fully equipped kitchen with granite counters and a pantry, 3 upstairs bedrooms under eaves, and a sealed, Cold War-era fallout bunker beneath the foundation that the landlord described as completely inaccessible, now concrete-filled entrance, used only for storage decades ago. No way in or out. The chalet stood isolated on a private plateau, reachable only by a winding, private funicular railway or snowcat in deep winter, surrounded by pristine pine forests and ski trails that emptied after the holiday rush. No close neighbors, the nearest chalet a 20-minute ski down a mountain. The landlord, a retired mountain guide now living in Geneva, said it had been vacant most of the year since the last long-term renter left abruptly. Ideal for someone who wants total peace, he assured her. You'll have the entire mountain to yourself. Lara arrived in early November, just as the first major snowstorms blanketed the Alps and the tourist crowds thinned to nothing. She rode the creaky funicular up with her gear loaded in the cargo car, skis and poles, camera, drones, and GoPros, boxes of warm technical clothing and merino layers, blogging, laptop, and external drives, a library of mountaineering books, and her rescued Bernese mountain. Dog named Avalanche, a massive loyal tricolor beast with a thick coat built for blizzards, who deep in her shadow since adopting him from a rescue in Chamonix. The chalet welcomed her like a warm Alpine hug, the scent of aged pine and wax from the beams. Panoramic windows framing the jagged Matterhorn bathed in alpenglow, underfloor heating that melted snow off boots instantly. A fully stocked wine cellar with local fondant bottles. She spent the first weeks carving out her sanctuary, setting up her editing, stationed in the upstairs master bedroom with its sloped ceiling and balcony overlooking the glacier. Organizing the kitchen with fresh supplies airlifted by helicopter, raclette cheese, dried meats, rasty potatoes, endless fondue pots. Grooming the private ski trail from the door, and exploring the surrounding backcountry with Avalanche, as fresh powder fell in silence. Her days fell into a rhythm that healed her soul. Mornings began with the espresso machine hissing, thick slices of zop bread toasted over the fireplace, and slathered with butter and honey while watching dawn light paint the peaks pink through the massive windows. She'd ski tour for hours on untouched slope skin up steep couloirs with Avalanche bounding ahead, carving perfect turns down virgin powder that poofed like smoke, drone filming cinematic footage for her subdued blog posts about solitude in the Alps. Afternoons meant editing videos by the roaring fire, sipping glühwein spiced with cinnamon and cloves, or snowshoeing through silent forests where ibex tracks crisscrossed the snow and golden eagles soared overhead. Evenings were for luxurious raclette dinners, melting cheese over potatoes and cornichons, long sauna sessions in the chalet's private, cedar-lined room, pouring water over hot stones until steam filled the air and sweat poured. Then soaking in the outdoor hot tub under starfields so dense the Milky Way arched like a river. Nights were bitterly cold and utterly still. Temperatures dropping to -25°C, the chalet's thick walls and triple-glazed windows holding warmth like a fortress as blizzards raged outside. Lara triple-checked the heavy storm shutters each night, secured the funicular controls, trusted the sealed bunker completely, and slept deeply under goose down duvets piled high. Avalanche's massive warmth sprawled across the bed. For the first time in years, she felt untouchable, completely alone on her mountain. The disturbances started so subtly they blended into the natural symphony of an Alpine winter home. In late November, during a week-long whiteout that dumped meters of snow and cut visibility to zero, Lara noticed faint cold spots in the kitchen, directly above the sealed bunker area in the foundation. Drafts that chilled her ankles despite underfloor heating, carrying a faint musty odor like damp concrete and human sweat. She adjusted thermostats, blamed settling snow load compressing old seals, and sealed baseboards with extra tape. Then the footprints appeared. One morning after a fresh dump, Lara came downstairs to find wet, melting footprints on the kitchen tiles, bare human feet, large, leading from the pantry corner to the fridge and back. Snowmelt pooled where toes had pressed, but no tracks outside the locked doors or windows. Avalanche sniffed them obsessively, hackles rising with a low, confused growl before losing the scent at the wall. Avalanche's vigilance intensified. The Bernies, normally stoic, standing unmoved in howling gales and guiding her safely through whiteouts, began fixating on the pantry floor. He'd lie there for hours, massive head on paws, staring at the seamless tiles with unblinking intensity, occasional deep woofs rumbling as if answering something below. At night he refused the upstairs bedroom, planting himself at the pantry door like a sentinel. By December, when the sun barely rose above the peaks for a few hours and the mountain felt truly abandoned, the physical signs escalated. Food disappeared in precise amounts. Half a wheel of raclette cheese shaved cleanly, fondue bread cubes missing from the bag, bottles of fondant wine recorked with levels dropped. Always when she was briefly out skiing or soaking in the hot tub. The outdoor hot tub water would be warmer than she'd left it, bubbles disturbed as if recently used. Frozen footprints began appearing indoors overnight, across the living room rug toward the fireplace, up the stairs to pause outside her bedroom door, melting slowly by morning. The stroking started in January, when temperatures plunged to record lows and the chalet creaked constantly under snow weight. Lara woke multiple nights to the feeling of cold fingers tracing her face lightly across her cheek, down her jaw, tucking hair behind her ear with deliberate tenderness. Icy breath would puff against her skin, carrying that same concrete sweat smell. Avalanche would erupt in thunderous barking, lunging at the bedroom floor until claws scratched wood. One blizzard night she felt full weight, a hand cupping her face for long seconds, thumb brushing her lips, before withdrawing downward through the mattress as if sinking. Frozen traces multiplied. Icy handprints on fogged windows from the inside, as if someone pressed against glass from below. Frost patterns on the pantry ceiling spelling crude letters her initials. Bare footprints in fresh indoor snow blown through cracks she couldn't find. The whispers began in February, when polar cold locked the mountain in ice and rescue helicopters grounded for weeks. Low Swiss German words rising through the floorboards at night. Schön. So warm. Touch you, mine here. Gravelly male, chilled by concrete. Comments on her routines. Beautiful turns today. Hot tub steams nice, I drink your wine. Laura barricaded the pantry, installed floor sensors and cameras footage glitching with static when footprints appeared. Police snowmobiled up in a brief clear window, drilled test holes in foundation-declared bunker sealed solid with concrete. Avalanche echoes or cabin fever, they said, advising evacuation when weather allowed. But the lurker had hollowed his lair. One apocalyptic March night, winds screaming at 150 kilometers per hour and snow burying the chalet to the eaves. The stroking turned possessive, fingers gripping her hair, cold lips brushing her forehead, whispering, "Never leave, stay warm together." Lara, ice axe in hand with avalanche roaring, jackhammered the pantry floor tiles. Behind poured concrete a false section pried loose over years, revealing a steep shaft into the sealed bunker, widened into a livable chamber with scavenged heaters, stolen food stores, insulation nests. Photos scattered like snow. Lara skiing from hidden vantage points, hot tub sessions through drilled peepholes, sleeping close-ups from under floorboards. Carvings and beams her name, repeated hundreds of times. The man was a 61-year-old former mountain hermit who'd maintained the chalet decades earlier, discovering the bunker during Cold War upgrades and claiming it secretly. He'd survived isolated winters there, fully inhabiting when empty, staying when Lara arrived, emerging through loosened floor access, touching, tasting, watching from his frozen kingdom. Rescue teams airlifted her out days later, finding him frozen in a nearby crevasse, clutching carved wooden figurines of her face. Lara never returned to the Alps, selling all mountain gear, moving to Zurich's urban anonymity. She abandoned skiing, avoids basements and cold spots, keeps every room overheated, and wakes gasping at any unexpected chill or touch, even avalanches knows. True scary story. The false ceiling watcher who left nail clippings in my shoes and caressed my throat in my sleep. Pulse-pounding real-life hidden intruder horror from Austria. This true scary story unfolds deep in the Austrian Tyrol in a secluded Alpine valley near the village of Skulden in the Etzdal Alps, where sheer granite peaks rise like cathedral spires, where meadows bloom with edelweiss in summer and turn into endless white expanses under winter snowpack, and where centuries-old farmhouses huddle against the mountains as if seeking protection from the ferocious FN winds that scream down the glaciers. Her name was Johanna, a 32-year-old Viennese architect who in the autumn of 2024 made the radical decision to abandon her high-pressure firm in the city after years of sleepless nights over impossible deadlines, toxic office politics, and the slow erosion of her mental health following her father's sudden death. The urban grind, endless construction sites, client demands, the suffocating concrete jungle had left her hollow. She yearned for the raw, healing silence of the mountains her family had always escaped to during holidays. Searching obsessively online, she found a listing on an Austrian Alpine real estate portal. A restored 19th century three-story farmhouse built in traditional Tyrolean-style massive hand-hewn larch beams, whitewashed stone walls over a meter thick, a steeply pitched roof with hand-split shingles. A wraparound wooden balcony on the upper floor, a large central fireplace fed by a stone hearth that heated the entire house, a modern kitchen, with copper pots hanging from hooks, 3 upstairs bedrooms, under the eaves and a vast false-ceiling loft space above the top floor that the landlord described as completely sealed for insulation, no access hatch anymore. Just dead air and old hay bales from the farming days. The farmhouse stood alone at the end of a high alpine meadow reachable only by a narrow switchback road that closed in heavy snow, surrounded by larch forests and grazing pastures with no visible neighbors. The closest farm was a 25-minute hike across a ridge. The landlord, an elderly couple who had inherited it but now lived permanently in Innsbruck, said it had sat mostly unoccupied for 4 years after their last tenant, a reclusive artist, left without explanation. Perfect for someone seeking true mountain solitude, they wrote. You'll hear nothing but the cow's bells in summer and the wind in winter. Johanna arrived in mid-October, just as the larch trees turned fiery gold and the first snow dustings capped the peaks. She drove her all-wheel drive, Audi up the treacherous road trunk and roof rack loaded with drafting tables and architectural models, boxes of design books and sketching supplies, warm loading coats and hiking boots, a collection of classical records for the old turntable she'd shipped ahead, and her rescued Austrian pinscher named Gretel, a wiry, alert black and tan dog with boundless energy, who'd been her constant companion since finding her abandoned on a Vienna street. The farmhouse embraced her instantly, the rich scent of aged wood and beeswax, Polish sunlight streaming through small paned windows onto hand-woven rugs, the massive fireplace already laid with birch logs, ready for lighting, panoramic views of the Rettenbach Glacier gleaming in the distance. She spent the first month transforming it into her refuge, setting up her architectural studio in the largest upstairs bedroom with its sloped ceiling and balcony overlooking the valley, filling the kitchen with fresh supplies from the weekly market in Skalden, Kaiserschmarrn ingredients, speck bacon, pumpkin seed oil, endless apfelstrudel fixings, restoring the overgrown herb garden with rosemary and thyme, and exploring the high Alpine trails with Gretel as chamois leaped across rocky outcrops and golden eagles circled overhead. Her new existence became a deliberate, restorative rhythm. Mornings started with the copper kettle whistling on the cast iron stove, thick slices of old cornbread toasted over the open hearth and topped with butter and mountain honey while watching mist rise from the valley through the kitchen's arched window. She'd work for hours on personal projects, redesigning sustainable Alpine homes, sketching the farmhouse as original blueprints Dee found in a drawer surrounded by the scent of fresh coffee and pine smoke from the fire. Afternoons meant strenuous hikes up to Alpine huts, boots crunching on frost-hardened grass, Gretel scouting ahead for marmots, photographing dramatic cloud shadows, racing across the peaks for her private portfolio, or collecting Edelweiss pressed between sketchbook pages. Evenings were for elaborate Austrian meals, Tiroler Gürstel with fried potatoes and speck, sizzling in the pan Nadel dumplings, swimming in rich broth Kaiserschmarrn, torn into fluffy pieces, and dusted with powdered sugar, eaten at the heavy oak table by candlelight as the sun bled orange behind the mountains. Nights were crisp and star-drenched, temperatures plunging as the house settled with soft wooden groans, the thick walls holding warmth like a living thing. Johanna locked the carved front door each night, latched every balcony shutter against wind, trusted the sealed loft space completely, and slept deeply under embroidered linen duvets, Gretel's sharp ears twitching at the foot of the bed. For the first time since her father's passing, she felt rooted, completely alone in her mountain haven. The intrusions began so delicately they masqueraded as the house simply breathing with her. In early November, as the first heavy snowfalls muffled the valley and the days grew dramatically shorter, Johanna noticed faint scratching sounds overhead directly above her bedroom ceiling in the sealed loft space. Soft rhythmic scraping, like fingernails testing wood, always at dusk or deepest night. She'd pause her sketching, listen until it stopped, then dismiss it as contracting beams in the cold or pine martens on the roof. Gretel would lift her head, ears pricked toward the ceiling, a puzzled whine escaping before she resettled. Then the personal items started moving with purpose. Johanna was fastidiously neat pencils aligned by hardness on her desk, shoes paired precisely in the wardrobe. One evening after a long hike, she returned to find her hiking boots rearranged, laces retied in perfect bows she never used, insoles dusted clean. Her hairbrush left bristles up on the dresser, combed through and placed bristles down. A scarf she draped carelessly over a chair folded into a neat square on her pillow. Gretel's protectiveness sharpened. The pinscher, usually playful, chasing snowballs and alerting to distant avalanches, began patrolling the upstairs hallway obsessively, staring fixedly at the blank ceiling panels with tense silence, occasional sharp barks aimed upward as if challenging something unseen. At night she abandoned the bedroom, positioning herself on the landing directly under the master bedroom, growling low whenever Johanna moved overhead. By December, when Advent markets glowed far below in the valley but her plateau remained cut off by snowdrifts, the physical evidence grew undeniable. Nail clippings, human, yellowed, neatly trimmed, appeared inside Johanna's slippers one morning, scattered like confetti. A single long gray hair not hers, which was chestnut woven into her hairbrush bristles. Food portions vanished surgically, Half a block of Burkese cheese sliced away with knife precision. Apfel strudel filling scooped out, leaving crust intact. Coffee beans from the grinder reduced overnight. Always when she was briefly outside photographing alpenglow or clearing the balcony of snow. The caressing began in January, when temperatures locked the mountains in iron frost, and the northern lights occasionally shimmered faint green above the peaks. Johanna woke repeatedly to the feeling of fingers tracing her throatlight. Exploratory strokes along her pulse, cool breath puffing against her skin carrying stale attic air and unwashed human scent. Gretel would explode in frantic barking, scratching wildly at the ceiling corner until paws bled. One moonlit night, she felt deliberate pressure, a hand encircling her neck gently, thumb resting on her windpipe for long seconds, as if measuring breath before releasing slowly upward. Traces multiplied, faint scratch marks on the ceiling paint in claw patterns. Dust sifted through invisible cracks, landing on her bed like gray snow, greasy fingerprints on the inside of wardrobe mirrors, as if someone watched from behind the glass. The whispers started in February, when lawwind and avalanche warnings kept her housebound for weeks and isolation pressed like the snowpack. Raspy Austrian-German words filtering down through the ceiling at night. Schön, soft, touch more, stay warm. Mail dry with dust. Comments on her life, beautiful sketches today. Red wine smells sweet, I'd taste your cheese. Johanna sealed ceiling seams with tape, installed loft sensors and cameras footage, showing only dust swirls and static bursts when traces appeared. Bergretting Mountain Rescue checked during a brief helicopter window, scanned walls with thermal declared loft sealed solid. Wind in the eaves or isolation stress, they advised, airlifting extra supplies. But the watcher had burrowed his domain. One ferocious March night, effin' winds howling at 120 kilometers per hour and snow avalanching down nearby slopes, the caressing turned intimate, fingers combing through her hair slowly, lips brushing her forehead, whispering, "Never alone, Nell, mine forever." Johanna, alpenstock in hand with Gretel snarling, pried down ceiling panels with a crowbar. Behind plasterboard, a false section loosened over years, revealing a narrow horizontal loft widened into a livable crawl. Hay-insulated nest, stolen food caches, battery lantern dim with dust. Photos rained down, Johanna sleeping from drilled ceiling peepholes, sketching, crying alone. Carved wooden hearts with her initials. The man was a 67-year-old former farmhand who'd maintained the house decades earlier, discovering the loft during insulation work and claiming it secretly. He'd endured harsh winters hidden, fully inhabiting when empty, staying when Johanna arrived, descending at night via knotted rope, touching, tasting, watching from his dusty realm. Rescue teams extracted her days later, finding him buried in a distant avalanche chute, clutching braided locks of her hair. Johanna never returned to the mountains, donating all Alpine gear, relocating to Graz's city safety. She abandoned architecture for urban planning, avoids attics and high ceilings, sleeps with ceiling lights blazing, and wakes choking at any unexpected caress, even the breeze. True scary story. The root cellar resident who left bite marks on my apples and pressed a knife to my back while I slept. Chilling real-life hidden intruder horror from Denmark. This true scary story is set on the windswept island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea, a remote Danish outpost where rocky cliffs drop sharply into gray waves, where ancient round churches stand like sentinels against Viking ghosts, and where traditional half-timbered farmhouses with thatched roofs dot the landscape amid fields of rye and poppy flowers that sway under endless summer light or vanish under deep winter snow. Her name was Freya, a 29-year-old Copenhagen-based children's book illustrator who in the spring of 2025 reached a breaking point after years of relentless freelance pressure, noisy city neighbors, and the lingering trauma of a stalking ex-boyfriend that had left her paranoid in urban crowds. The constant deadlines for whimsical picture books, drawing cheerful rabbits and enchanted forests, while her own life felt anything but magical, had drained her creativity and peace. She desperately needed isolation to rediscover her spark, the kind of quiet her grandmother always described from childhood summers on Bornholm. Scrolling late into the nights, she found a listing on a Danish island property site. A restored 18th century farmhouse on the island's northern coast, red-painted timber framing with white plaster infill, a sweeping thatched roof, thick as a blanket cobblestone courtyard. A large central kitchen with an original brick oven, 3 upstairs bedrooms under low-beamed ceilings. and a vast forgotten root cellar beneath the kitchen floor that the landlord described as long sealed with concrete after modernization. No access anymore, just cool storage space filled with earth and old stones, completely inaccessible. The farmhouse stood alone, at the edge of a coastal meadow, backed by granite quarries and fronted by a pebbled beach where the Baltic roared incessantly. No close neighbors, the nearest house a 15-minute bike ride along a rutted dirt track through hammer-shaped round church ruins. The landlord, an older islander now living in Run, said it had been mostly empty for 5 years after the previous tenant, a secretive writer, vanished without paying final rent. Perfect for an artist who wants no distractions, he assured her. You'll have the sea, the rocks, and the silence all to yourself. Freya arrived in early May, when the island bloomed with wild orchids and the midnight sun lingered on the horizon. She ferried her small car over from Wisted, loaded with art supplies, watercolors, inks, sketch pads, a large drawing table boxes of children's literature for inspiration, cozy hide blankets and candles, jars of homemade ragrat for comfort, and her rescued Danish-Swedish farm dog named Baltic, a scrappy, intelligent tricolor terrier with boundless curiosity who'd been her fierce protector since the stalking incident. The farmhouse enveloped her like a storybook come alive. The scent of thatch and smoked wood sunlight filtering through diamond-paned windows onto wide pine floors. The massive brick oven already cleaned and ready for baking, panoramic views of the Baltic's restless gray waves crashing against granite boulders. She spent the first weeks immersing herself setting up her illustration studio in the sunniest upstairs bedroom with its low eaves and sea view dormer, filling the kitchen with fresh island produce from the local market. Rye bread, smoked herring, new potatoes, endless strawberries, tending the wildflower garden overrun with poppies and lupins, and exploring the rugged coastline with Baltic, as puffins nested on cliffs and seals basked on rocks below. Her days unfolded into a gentle, restorative rhythm that reignited her soul. Mornings began with the kettle singing on the modern induction stove, the old brick oven saved for special bakes. Thick slices of rugbrod toasted and topped with butter and elderflower jam while watching fishing boats bob on the horizon through the kitchen arched window. She'd illustrate for hours, bringing whimsical Danish folklore creatures to life in soft watercolors, surrounded by the soothing crash of waves and the scent of fresh coffee brewed strong in a Bodum press. Afternoons meant long coastal rambles with Baltic scrambling over boulders, collecting sea glass and driftwood for crafts sketching the dramatic. Hammeren Lighthouse or the medieval ruins of Hamish's castle perched on cliffs, photographing the endless twilight skies for mood boards. Evenings were for traditional Danish meals, frikadeller, meatballs frying in butter with creamy potatoes, stecked flisk with parsley, sauce crackling in the pan, blickage layered dessert with whipped cream and apple compote eaten at the heavy farmhouse. Table by lantern light as gulls cried outside. Nights were cool and luminous with the spring midnight sun, the house's thick walls muffling the sea to a lullaby roar. Freya locked the carved oak door each night, secured every window against salt wind, trusted the sealed root cellar completely, and slept deeply under patchwork quilts, Baltic's vigilant ears twitching at her feet. For the first time since the stalking, she felt truly safe, truly alone on her island sanctuary. The anomalies seeped in so gradually they felt like echoes of the house's long history. In late May, during the endless light of Nordic summer when darkness never fully fell, Freya noticed faint cold drafts rising from the kitchen floor, directly above the sealed root cellar area. Chills that prickled her bare feet despite warm tiles, carrying a damp, earthy odor like turned soil and human staleness. She adjusted rugs, blamed underground springs common on the rocky island, and placed extra wool socks by the door. Then the bite marks appeared. Freya kept a bowl of fresh apples on the kitchen counter, crisp Bornholm varieties picked from wild trees. One morning after a late-night illustrating session, she found several with single human bite marks, teeth impressions deep into the flesh, juice dried around the edges, cores left neatly in the bowl but partially eaten. Baltic sniffed them warily, hackles slightly raised before losing interest. Baltic's guardiness escalated. The farm dog, usually adventurous, digging for voles in the meadow and barking at harbor seals, began fixating on the kitchen floor. He'd scratch persistently at the seamless tiles near the pantry corner, whining deep in his throat as if scenting something below. At night he refused the upstairs bedroom, curling instead on the kitchen rug directly over the cold spot, ears alert and occasional low growls aimed downward. By June, when tourists briefly flocked to the island's beaches, but her northern coast remained deserted, the intrusions grew bolder. Food altered precisely. Strawberries from the garden bowl half-eaten, berries mashed as if tasted. Smoked herring fillets nibbled along edges, bones picked clean. Rye bread slices with bite-shaped chunks missing, crumbs swept neatly aside. Always when she was briefly out sketching cliffs or swimming in hidden coves. The kitchen floor began showing faint damp footprints bare human, melting slowly as if risen from cold depths. The pressing started in July when the midnight sun peaked and the island felt suspended in eternal day. Freya woke several nights to the sensation of weight behind her, a body pressing against her back in bed, cold arms encircling her waist briefly, breath on her neck carrying root cellar earthiness. Baltic would erupt in ferocious barking, snapping at empty air beside the bed. One endless twilight night, she felt it clearly. A sharp point knife edge traced lightly down her spine over the quilt. Pressure just enough to threaten without cutting, as if testing fear. Traces proliferated. Earthy handprints on the underside of the kitchen table, visible only when wiped. Bite marks on her drawing pencils left on the counter. Damp soil sifted through invisible cracks onto floorboards like grave dirt. The whispers began in August, when summer storms lashed the coast and ferry service halted for days. Muffled Danish words rising through the floorboards at night. Smak. Tastes sweet. Closer now. Mine always. Hoarse, male, choked with dirt. Comments on her routines. Beautiful drawings today. Strawberries juicy. I watch you swim. Freya covered floor seams with rugs. Installed underfloor sensors and cameras footage glitching with static when bites or prints appeared. Local police boated over in calm weather. Probed foundation declared cellar sealed solid with concrete. Island drafts or stress, they suggested, leaving emergency flares. But the resident had tunneled his home. One violent September night, Baltic storms raging and waves pounding cliffs like artillery, the pressing turned violent. Cold body spooning fully behind her, knife pressed firmly between shoulder blades, whispering, never leave. Taste you forever. Freya, fishing knife in hand with Baltic snarling, hammered up kitchen tiles with a sledge. Behind concrete a false pour cracked over years, revealing a steep earthen shaft into the sealed root cellar, widened into a cavernous lair with scavenged shelves, stolen food hoards, lantern flickering in damp. Photos cascaded down. Freya illustrating from floor peepholes, swimming nude in coves, sleeping vulnerable. Carved apple cores arranged in hearts. The man was a 63-year-old island recluse who'd farmed the land decades earlier, discovering the cellar during foundation work and claiming it secretly. He'd endured isolated seasons hidden, fully inhabiting when empty, staying when Freya arrived, emerging through loosened floor access, tasting, pressing, watching from his buried domain. Coast Guard extracted her days later, finding him drowned in a riptide cove, pockets stuffed with bitten apples carved with her name. Freya abandoned Bornholm forever, destroying all island sketches, relocating to Aarhus mainland safety. She quit children's books for abstract art, avoids root vegetables and cold floors, sleeps with kitchen lights blazing, and wakes screaming at any unexpected press or bite mark-even mosquito welts. True scary story. The sealed kelder inhabitant, who left canal mud handprints on my mirrors and wrapped wet fingers around my ankles in bed. Terrifying real life. Hidden intruder horror from the Netherlands. This true scary story takes place in the flat, reclaimed polders of South Holland in the Netherlands, near the UNESCO-listed windmills of Kinderdijk, where endless green fields stretch under vast skies, where dikes and canals crisscross the land like veins holding back the North Sea, and where traditional brick farmhouses with steep gabled roofs and white shutters stand sturdy against constant damp winds and seasonal floods. Her name was Lot, a 31-year-old Amsterdam-based graphic designer who, in the summer of 2025, hit absolute creative and emotional rock bottom after years of burnout from agency life, endless client revisions that stripped joy from her work, and a messy breakup with a colleague that left her distrustful of shared spaces. The relentless city-paced trams clanging at all hours, tourists clogging canals, the pressure to network at trendy cafes had suffocated her inspiration. She needed total escape, the kind of serene, water-bound quiet her Dutch grandparents always romanticized from their polder childhoods. Browsing late-night listings, she found the perfect property, a classic 19th-century stolp borderage, pyramid-roofed farmhouse. On a quiet polder plot just outside a small village, red brick walls with green shutters, a thatched pyramidal roof rising high like a hat, a spacious open-plan living area with exposed beams, a modernized kitchen with Delft blue tiles, 3 upstairs bedrooms under the steep eaves, and a deep, old kelder, basement cellar, beneath the entire house that the landlord described as permanently sealed after flood-proofing renovations. No access hatch left. Just reinforced concrete and dry storage void, completely inaccessible and forgotten. The farmhouse stood alone on raised land surrounded by drainage canals and grazing cows, reachable by a narrow dike road often misty with sea fog. No close neighbors, the nearest farm a 20-minute bike ride along the canal path. The landlord, a retired engineer now living in Rotterdam, said it had been mostly vacant for 6 years after the previous tenant. An eccentric historian stopped responding to emails. Perfect for someone who wants to recharge in true Dutch calm, he promised. You'll have the windmills, the water, and the wide sky all to yourself. Lot arrived in late June, when tulip season had passed, but the fields still glowed green and the days stretched long with golden northern light. She biked from the train station with a trailer full of belongings. MacBook and Wacom tablet for design workboxes of art prints and sketchbooks, cozy fleece blankets and stroopwafel stashes, a collection of vintage Dutch posters for walls, and her rescued Dutch shepherd named Dika, sleek brindle-coated protector with sharp intelligence who, deep in her loyal shadow since adopting him from a shelter during the breakup. The farmhouse felt like stepping into a peaceful painting. The cool scent of brick and canal water, sunlight glinting off the pyramidal roof, large windows framing endless flat horizons where iconic Kinderdijk windmills turn slowly in the distance, the constant soft gurgle of surrounding ditches. She spent the first weeks claiming her space, setting up her design studio in the brightest upstairs bedroom with its dormer window overlooking a canal, tiling the kitchen backsplash with extra blue and white souvenirs, stocking the pantry with fresh Gouda wheels, Rookwurst sausages, hagelslag sprinkles, and endless drop licorice, restoring the overgrown ditch-side garden with lavender and reeds, and exploring the polder paths by bike with Deke trotting alongside as herons fished in the canals and cows lowed softly. Her routine became a soothing, productive flow that restored her creativity. Mornings started with the electric kettle bubbling. Fresh stroopwafels warmed over coffee and topped with butter while watching mist burn off the polders through the kitchen's wide window. She'd designed for hours crafting branding for eco-clients, illustrating whimsical Dutch folklore apps surrounded by the peaceful hum of wind through reeds and the occasional clatter of a distant tractor. Afternoons meant long bike rides along dike tops, Dake running free through grass, photographing dramatic cloud formations over the windmills or sketching canal reflections for personal projects, stopping at roadside farms for raw milk cheese or fresh eggs. Evenings were for classic Dutch comfort food, soap, thick pea soup simmering with smoked sausage, stampot mashed, potatoes with kale and Rookwurst pannekoeken, giant pancakes, drizzled with stroop syrup, eaten at the oak table by candlelight, as sunsets painted the sky orange over the flatland. Nights were mild and misty, the house's thick brick holding coolness against summer humidity. Lot locked the green shutters each night, checked the canal side doors against flood risk, trusted the sealed kelder completely, and slept deeply under lightweight linens, Deke's alert presence at the bedroom door. For the first time in years, she felt unburdened, completely alone in her watery haven. The signs emerged so insidiously, they seemed like quirks of living below sea level. In early July, during a week of typical Dutch rain that turned canals high and fields glossy, Lot noticed faint damp spots on the kitchen floor, directly above the sealed kelder area. Cold, muddy patches that smelled of canal silt and stagnation, appearing overnight despite dry weather indoors. She mopped them up, blamed condensation from the water table, and placed extra mats. Then the handprints started. One morning after a late design session, Lot found murky handprints on the bathroom mirror palm and fingers splayed wide, streaked with brown canal mud, as if pressed from the inside of the glass. Smaller prints appeared on the fridge door, on cabinet interiors, always wet and fresh. Dick's instincts sharpened. The shepherd, usually relaxed, splashing in shallow ditches and herding imaginary sheep, began pacing the kitchen obsessively, nose to the floor tiles near the pantry, a deep, troubled growl vibrating as if scenting threat below. At night he abandoned his usual spot, lying instead across the kitchen threshold, ears swiveled toward the floor with occasional sharp barks aimed downward. By August, when holiday tourists crowded Amsterdam, but her polder remained tranquil, the intrusions intensified. Food tampered with precision, Gouda wheels with slices missing, bite marks along edges. Herring fillets from the jar half-eaten, bones arranged neatly. Apples from the counter with muddy fingerprints embedded in skin. Always when she was briefly out biking or photographing windmills at sunset. The stairs began showing wet footprints bare human, trailing canal mud upward from the kitchen to pause outside her bedroom. The wrapping began in September, when autumn fog rolled thick and canal waters rose with tides. Lot woke multiple nights to cold fingers encircling her ankles wet, strong grip pulling gently downward, as if testing restraint, accompanied by dripping sounds from below the bed. Dick would frenzy in protective rage, biting at empty air under the frame. One foggy night she felt it escalate, fingers sliding up her calves. Knees pressed apart briefly, cold breath on her inner thigh before retreating slowly downward. Traces escalated. Canal mud smeared on bed sheets in hand shapes. Wet footprints circling the bed overnight. Muddy streaks on walls at ankle height as if someone crawled. The whispers started in October, when storms whipped the polders and dike patrols increased. Muffled Dutch words rising through floorboards at night. Mooi. Wet for you. Hold tight. Always below. Gravelly mail, gurgling with water. Comments on her day. Nice bike ride today. Cheese tastes good. I see you swim. Lot sealed floor cracks with silicone. Installed vibration sensors and cameras footage, showing ripples in standing water puddles indoors when no leak existed. Local polity boated over during high water. Scan Foundation declared kelder sealed solid. Polder dampness or stress, they said, advising pumps. But the inhabitant had breached his prison. One ferocious November night, North Sea storms surged, flooding dikes and waves crashing over barriers. The wrapping turned restraining, wet arms locking around her legs fully, pulling her toward the bed edge, whispering, "Stay down with me. Wet together forever." Lot, boat knife in hand with Dick snarling, pried up kitchen tiles with a crowbar. Behind concrete, a false section eroded by years of groundwater, revealing a submerged shaft into the sealed kelder, widened into a flooded lair with floating debris, stolen food sealed in bags, submerged lantern glowing green. Photos floated up. Lot designing from floor peepholes, biking in rain, sleeping exposed. Carved wooden clogs filled with canal mud. The man was a 58-year-old former dike worker who'd maintained the farm decades earlier, discovering the kelder during flood repairs and claiming it secretly. He'd survived high waters hidden, fully inhabiting when empty, staying when Lot arrived, swimming through loosened access, wrapping, marking, watching from his submerged world. Rescue teams pumped the kelder days later, finding him drowned in rising surge, fingers still muddy with her bedsheet scraps. Lot evacuated the polders forever, deleting all Dutch-inspired designs, relocating to Utrecht high ground. She switched to abstract digital art, avoids water views and low floors, sleeps elevated with motion lights, and wakes gasping at any wet touch or grip, even rain on windows. True scary story. The forgotten Apotheke dweller, who left pomegranate seeds on my tongue while I slept and trailed olive branches across my skin. Bone-chilling real-life hidden intruder horror from Greece. This true scary story is set on the sun-scorched island of Crete in southern Greece. In a remote mountain village high above the Libyan Sea, where terraced olive groves cling to steep hillsides, where whitewashed stone houses with flat roofs and blue domes cluster around ancient Byzantine churches, and where the air is thick with the scent of wild thyme resin from pine trees and the distant salt of waves crashing against sheer cliffs. Her name was Eleni, a 30-year-old Athens-based travel photographer who, in the autumn of 2025, reached a profound breaking point after years of chasing assignments across crowded tourist hotspots, the relentless pressure of social media metrics draining her passion, and the slow unraveling of a long-term relationship that had left her wary of closeness. The urban chaos horns blaring in Syntagma Square, endless cafe obligations, the superficiality of influencer collaborations had extinguished her love for her craft. She craved the raw, timeless solitude of rural Crete, the island her grandparents had fled during the war but always spoke of with reverence. Searching desperately online, She found the listing on a Greek island rental site. A traditional 200-year-old stone village house in the remote Lefka Ori foothills, thick cyclopean walls built from local limestone. A flat roof accessible by exterior stone stairs, vaulted ceilings with exposed chestnut beams, a large central kitchen with a wood-fired oven, 3 small upstairs bedrooms under low arches, and a forgotten apothecary, underground storage vault, beneath the main floor that the landlord described as permanently sealed decades ago. After earthquake reinforcements, no entrance left, just a dry stone chamber filled with old amphory and earth completely inaccessible and unused. The house stood alone at the village's edge, backed by rugged gorges, and fronted by ancient olive terraces with no visible neighbors. The closest home a 30-minute mule path down the hillside. The landlord, an elderly Cretan now living in Chechnya, said it had been mostly empty for 8 years after the previous occupant, a reclusive icon painter, stopped answering calls. Perfect for someone who wants to reconnect with the land, he told her. You'll have the mountains, the sea views, and the old ways all to yourself. Eleni arrived in late September, when the grape harvest filled the air with fermenting sweetness, and the days still burned hot, but nights cooled sharply. She rented a jeep in Heraklion and drove the winding mountain roads, vehicle loaded with camera bodies and lenses, tripods and drones, boxes of film and memory cards, linen coats and hiking sandals, a collection of Cretan cookbooks for inspiration, and her rescued Cretan hound named Kritos Aline, tawny tracking dog with boundless stamina who had been her faithful companion since rescuing him from a Chechnya shelter during a solo trip years earlier. The house welcomed her like an ancestral embrace. The cool shade of thick stone walls, sunlight filtering through wooden shutters onto terracotta. Floors, the massive bread oven already swept, clean panoramic views from the roof terrace of the White Mountains glowing, pink at sunset and the distant Libyan Sea shimmering below. She spent the first month rooting deeply, setting up her editing studio in the largest upstairs bedroom with its arched window overlooking olive groves lining the kitchen shelves with local treasures from the village market. Kalitsunia cheese pies, Zinahondros rusks, wild honey endless raki bottles, reviving the overgrown courtyard with pots of basil and oregano, and exploring the rugged Samaria Gorge trails with Kritos as Kri-Kri ibex watched from cliffs and golden eagles soared overhead. Her days settled into a meditative, rejuvenating rhythm that reignited her artistic fire. Mornings began with the traditional clay briki bubbling on the gas stove. Thick Greek coffee poured into tiny cups with Lakumate's honey fritters while watching shepherds drive goats through the terraces from the roof terrace. She'd de-edit photos or shoot for hours capturing the timeless beauty of abandoned Venetian windmills swallowed by vines dramatic. Light shafts in deep gorges or intimate portraits of village elders for a personal series surrounded by the cicadas, relentless song, and the scent of wild sage carried on mountain breezes. Afternoons meant strenuous hikes down to hidden beaches, boots crunching on shale paths, Kritos tracking scents through time carpets, drone flights over Byzantine chapels or sketching olive trees, twisted by centuries of wind for future exhibits. Evenings were for authentic Cretan feasts, Dakos salads with barley rusks, drenched in olive oil and topped with Mizithra cheese, Stefato rabbit stew slow-cooked with onions and cinnamon, Kalitsunia fried pies filled with greens and fennel eaten on the roof terrace by lantern light as stars emerged in the vast Mediterranean sky. Nights were cool and profoundly quiet, the house's ancient stone holding daytime heat like a promise. Eleni locked the heavy cypress door each night, secured every shutter against mountain winds, trusted the sealed apothecary completely, and slept deeply under woven blankets, Kritos' protective presence at the bedroom threshold. For the first time in years, she felt whole, completely alone in her mountain refuge. The disturbances seeped in so gradually they felt like whispers from the house's long memory. In early October, during the olive harvest when villagers beat trees with sticks and nets filled with fruit, Eleni noticed faint oily drips on the kitchen floor directly above the sealed apothecary area. Dark green extra virgin olive oil, pooling in small spots that smelled fresh pressed, despite no spills from her bottles. She wiped them up, blamed leaking amphories stored below shifting in minor tremors common to Crete, and placed extra rugs. Then the seeds appeared. One morning after a late editing session, Eleni woke to find pomegranate seeds bright red arrows, juicy and fresh scattered on her pillow, and a few stuck to her lips as if placed gently in her sleep. Kritos sniffed them warily, ears back with a confused whine. Kritos' vigilance intensified. The hound, usually tireless tracking wild goats for miles and alerting to distant shepherds, began fixating on the kitchen floor. He'd dig persistently at the terracotta tiles near the oven corner, nose pressed hard as if scenting prey below, deep chest rumbles echoing when no animal was visible. At night he refused the upstairs, curling instead on the kitchen threshold over the oily spots, eyes locked downward with occasional sharp warning barks. By November, when tourist season ended completely and mountain villages emptied for winter, the intrusions deepened. Food altered intimately. Fresh figs from the courtyard tree sliced open with seeds removed and replaced in patterns. Dacos rusks with oil dripped in deliberate circles. Honey jars with finger scoops taken, sticky trails left. Always when she was briefly out photographing gorge sunrises or gathering wild greens. The roof terrace began showing olive branch trails, fresh-cut twigs arranged in lines leading to her bedroom balcony door. The trailing began in December, when mountain snows dusted high peaks and nights lengthened dramatically. Eleni woke repeatedly to the sensation of rough fingers trailing down her spine slow. Deliberate strokes over skin or nightgown, accompanied by the scent of crushed olive leaves and incense smoke drifting upward. Kritos would frenzy in protective fury, snapping at shadows under the bed. One starlit night she felt it escalate. Branches dragged lightly across her bare arms and legs. Leaves rustling as if someone circled the bed slowly. Traces proliferated. Pomegranate juice stains on bedsheets in lip print shapes. Olive pits arranged in circles on her nightstand. Incense ash sifted through ceiling cracks like gray snow onto her hair. The whispers started in January, when winter rains turned paths to mud and isolation felt absolute. Low Cretan Greek words rising through floorboards at night. G mu omicron rho phi eta, sweet seeds, touch deeper, always under. Raspy male scented with recce. Comments on her life. Beautiful photos today. Figs ripe for you. I smell your skin. Eleni sealed floor gaps with wax. Installed seismic sensors and cameras footage, showing leaf rustles indoors when no wind entered. Local police jeeped up in dry weather, probed foundation declared apotheke sealed solid. Mountain echoes or loneliness, they said, leaving emergency flares. But the dweller had claimed his vault. One wild February night, Sirocco winds howling from Africa and rains flooding gorges. The trailing turned possessive, olive branches whipping lightly across her body, fingers pressing seeds to her lips, whispering, "Eat with me. Stay rooted forever." Eleni, shepherd's knife in hand with Kratos snarling, chiseled up kitchen tiles with a pickaxe. Behind stone, a false section eroded by centuries of moisture, revealing a steep shaft into the sealed apotheke, widened into a cavernous lair with stone shelves, stolen food amphorae, incense brazier smoldering. Photos cascaded down. Eleni photographing from floor peepholes, gathering herbs nude in rain, sleeping vulnerable. Carved fig wood figurines of her form. The man was a 65-year-old village hermit who tended the groves decades earlier, discovering the apotheke during earthquake repairs and claiming it secretly. He'd survived isolated seasons hidden, fully inhabiting when empty, staying when Eleni arrived, emerging through loosened access, seeding, trailing, watching from his earthy realm. Rescue teams extracted her days later, finding him buried in a gorge landslide, hands stained with pomegranate and olive oil. Eleni fled Crete forever, burning all island photos, relocating to Thessaloniki urban safety. She quit travel photography for studio portraits, avoids olives and pomegranates, sleeps with roof lights blazing, and wakes gagging at any seed or trailing touch even fig leaves in wind. True scary stories, the night shift call that never ended in rural Wisconsin. The call came in at 2:17 a.m., and from the moment I answered it, something felt wrong in a way I still can't explain. I was working the night shift as a 911 dispatcher in a small county in northern Wisconsin. The kind of place surrounded by endless pine forests, frozen lakes, and roads that disappear into darkness for miles. Night shifts were usually quiet. Drunk drivers, lost hikers. The occasional domestic argument that fizzled out before deputies even arrived. That night, the room felt heavier, the lights buzzed faintly overhead. Every sound echoed too loudly. When the phone rang, the screen didn't show a location. I answered anyway. There was breathing on the other end. Slow, careful, like someone was making sure I was listening. "Hello," I said. "This is emergency services. What's your location?" The breathing stopped. Then a man spoke, his voice low and controlled. like he was reading from memory. I think I've been driving in circles for hours. I asked him what road he was on. He paused. I could hear an engine idling, a turn signal clicking endlessly. That's the problem, he said. The signs keep changing. I pulled up the map system. No incoming GPS data. No cell tower ping. That almost never happens unless someone is deep in the forest or using an older device. Sir, I need you to describe what you see around you. Trees, he said immediately. Too many trees. They're too close to the road. I typed notes, trying to keep my voice calm. Are there any mile markers? Road names? No. Just the same sign over and over. What does the sign say? He swallowed. I heard it through the phone. Welcome back. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Welcome back to where, sir? He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice sounded smaller. I don't know. I don't remember ever being here before. I signaled to my supervisor, but she was on another call. I was alone with him. Sir, are you alone in the vehicle? Yes, I think so. Think so? There's someone in the back seat, he whispered. My heart rate spiked. I kept my tone even. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Do not turn around. Tell me what you mean. I can see their outline in the rearview mirror, he said. They don't move. But every time I blink, they're closer. I dispatched a patrol car to the last known cell tower in that region, even though I knew it was a long shot. Sir, lock your doors and keep driving straight. Do not stop. I can't, he said. The road won't let me. The line crackled. For a moment, I thought we'd lost the call. Then he screamed. Not loud. Not sudden. It was a long, breathless sound of pure disbelief. It's standing up now. Sir, I need you to listen to me. Help is on the way. No, he said, smiling. It knows you're listening. I felt cold all over. The breathing returned, but it wasn't just his anymore. Another voice came through the line. Deeper, closer to the receiver. You shouldn't have answered, it said. The call disconnected. I tried calling back. No ring. No voicemail. Just dead air. For the next hour, nothing happened. No follow-up calls. No updates from patrol. At 3:46 a.m., a deputy radioed in. They found a car. My stomach dropped. It was parked in the middle of a Forest Service road that didn't officially exist anymore. According to county records, it had been closed and reclaimed by the woods over a decade ago. The car was empty, no signs of a struggle. No footprints. The engine was still warm. The back seat was clean. The only thing inside was a phone, crushed like someone had squeezed it too hard. They brought it back as evidence. When I saw it, my blood ran cold. It was still on the call screen. Connected. To me. The phone record showed the call never ended. It was still live when they found it. After that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time my phone buzzed, my chest tightened. I quit the dispatch job 2 weeks later. I moved to a different state, a city, somewhere loud. I told myself it was over. Until last night. I was driving home late, stuck behind a slow-moving truck on a rural highway in Minnesota. The trees pressed in close, just like he described. Then I saw the sign. Welcome back. My phone lit up on the passenger seat. Unknown caller. I didn't answer. But the voicemail came through anyway. It was my own voice. Asking for my location. True scary stories. The missing floor beneath the hospital in northern France. The first time I noticed the missing floor, I assumed I was just tired. I had been working night shifts as a temporary maintenance assistant at a regional hospital in northern France. A concrete complex built in the late 1970s on the outskirts of a quiet industrial town. The hospital was massive, stretched wide rather than tall, with endless identical corridors that smelled of disinfectant, old paint, and something faintly metallic that never quite went away. I was assigned to nights because no one else wanted them. Less supervision. Less interruption. Just long hours walking empty hallways, responding to quiet alarms, checking locked doors, replacing flickering lights, and making sure nothing broke while the rest of the world slept. On my third week, around 1:40 a.m., I stepped into elevator C on the west side of the building. The panel listed floors from -2 to 8. I pressed 4. The doors closed with a tired groan, and the elevator began to descend. I frowned. 4 was above ground. The indicator light blinked. 3, 2, 1. Then it stopped. The doors opened onto a hallway I had never seen before. The walls were the same pale green as the rest of the hospital, but darker, like they had absorbed decades of shadow. The ceiling lights were on, but dim, buzzing softly. The floor tiles were older, cracked with stains that looked like they had been scrubbed again and again, without ever coming clean. At the end of the hallway was a sign. Ward 4B. I knew every department in that hospital. There was no Ward 4B. I stayed in the elevator, waiting for the doors to close again. They didn't. After a few seconds, I stepped out. The air felt heavier here, warmer. It smelled faintly of iron and old soap. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. Doors lined both sides, all closed. Each door had a small square window reinforced with wire glass. Behind the glass, it was dark. I told myself this must be an older section, sealed off, forgotten in the building's expansion. Hospitals were full of strange leftovers like that. I walked forward. As I passed the first door, something moved behind the glass. I stopped. I leaned closer. A face stared back at me, not pressed to the glass. Not moving. Just watching. The skin was pale and tight, the eyes too open, unblinking. The mouth hummed slightly open, as if caught mid-breath. I stepped back, heart pounding. The face didn't follow me. It stayed exactly where it was. I turned around and went back to the elevator. The doors were still open, waiting. When I stepped inside and pressed the button for ground floor, nothing happened. The panel was dark. The doors began to close on their own. I panicked and shoved my arm between them. They slid back open instantly. The hallway was different. The doors were open now. Beds lined the walls, old metal frames with cracked mattresses. Some were empty, some were not. Figures lay beneath thin sheets, completely still. The sheets rose and fell, but not like breathing. Like something underneath was shifting slowly, unevenly. A sound echoed from the far end of the corridor. Footsteps. Dragging footsteps. I backed into the elevator again, pressing every button. The doors slammed shut. The elevator lurched violently upward. When the doors opened again, I was back on the normal 4th floor. Bright lights. Clean walls. Nurse's station empty but familiar. I stood there shaking for a long time before I could move. The next morning, I asked my supervisor about Ward 4B. He stared at me for a long moment before laughing awkwardly. "There is no Ward 4B, he said. Never has been." I described the hallway. The beds. The elevator. His smile faded. "That elevator skips sometimes," he said. "Electrical issues, you must have imagined it." I wanted to believe him. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then the calls started. At night, when I was alone in the maintenance office, the internal phone would ring. No extension listed. When I answered, there was silence. Then breathing. Sometimes whispering, too quiet to understand. One night, the whisper became clear. "Help me." I traced the call. It came from elevator. See, I stood there staring at the screen, my reflection pale in the glass. Against every instinct I had, I went back. The elevator doors were already open when I arrived. This time, the panel showed an extra button. 4B. I didn't press it. The doors closed anyway. The elevator descended slowly, painfully, like it was sinking through thick liquid. When the doors opened, the hallway was darker. The beds were gone. The doors were wide open. The rooms were empty except for restraints bolted into the walls and floors. Scratches covered the paint. Words carved deep into the surface. "Let you asleep. We were never released. They sealed US and I heard voices now. Dozens of them. Murmuring from every direction. They sounded tired, angry, forgotten. At the end of the hall stood a nurse's station, dusty and abandoned. Old charts lay scattered across the desk. I picked one up. The date stopped me cold. The diagnosis column repeated the same phrases over and over. Unresponsive nonverbal. No family. No discharge plan. The footsteps returned behind me. I turned. The figures from the bed stood in the hallway now. They were thin, wrongly proportioned. Their eyes reflected the light like animals. They didn't rush me. They didn't need to. "You work here," one of them said, its voice layered like several people speaking at once. "You replaced us." The lights flickered violently. The elevator doors slammed open behind me. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in the main hospital, gasping, sobbing, barely able to stand. The next morning, I quit. I left town within a week. Months later, I searched old records. The hospital had once housed a long-term psychiatric ward in its basement. After a scandal involving patient neglect and unexplained deaths, the ward was closed. Officially, it was demolished. Unofficially, the blueprints showed something else. They sealed it. Last night, I woke up to my phone vibrating on my nightstand. No number, Just a notification. Internal call from elevator. See, I live in another country now. And I haven't worked in a hospital since. But sometimes when I close my eyes, I still hear the doors opening. And the voices asking why no one ever came back for them. True scary stories, the town that only appears when you are already lost. I didn't plan on passing through the town. No one ever does. I was driving through the Pacific Northwest, somewhere between eastern Oregon and the edge of Idaho, following a route my GPS suggested after an accident shut down the highway. It was late October. The sun had disappeared hours ago, and the rain fell in thin, icy sheets that reflected my headlights back at me like fogged glass. I had been driving for nearly 6 hours straight, stopping only once for gas at a station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1990s. That was the last place I saw another person. The road narrowed slowly, almost politely, until it became a single lane in each direction. Trees pressed in close on both sides, tall and black, their branches interlocking overhead. My GPS voice went silent mid-sentence. Recalculating, it said once, then nothing, no signal, no map. Just a frozen arrow pointing straight ahead. I should have turned around. Instead, I kept driving. The first sign appeared without warning. Welcome to Ridgemont, population unlisted. I laughed out loud, more from nerves than humor. Population unlisted felt like a joke someone had made decades ago and never bothered to fix. The road dipped sharply, then leveled out. Suddenly I was surrounded by buildings. Ridgemont looked like a town pulled out of another decade and dropped into the forest without permission. 2-story brick storefronts lined the main street. Most of the windows were dark. A few glowed faintly with warm yellow light. Cars were parked along the curb, all older models, none with visible license plates. I slowed, scanning for a gas station, a motel, anything familiar. There were no streetlights. Only the light spilling from windows and the pale glow of my headlights. At the center of town stood a clock tower. The clock face was illuminated, frozen at 11:11. I checked my dashboard. 12:43 a.m. As I drove past the tower, my radio crackled to life. Not music. Breathing. I reached to turn it off, but the dial spun uselessly under my fingers. Then a voice came through, distorted and thin. You're late. I slammed the brakes. The street behind me was empty. No cars. No movement. I drove on. The road curved through town, looping past the same storefronts again. I recognized a hardware store with a cracked red sign. A diner with a flickering open sign. A movie theater advertising a film I'd never heard of. The third time I passed the diner, I saw people inside. They sat perfectly still in the booths, facing forward, hands folded on the tables. Their faces were pale in the fluorescent light, their expressions blank. None of them blinked. I parked without fully realizing I'd decided to stop. The moment I stepped out of the car, the air felt wrong. Too still. Too quiet. Even the rain had stopped. The bell above the diner door jingled when I entered. Every head turned toward me at once. The waitress stood behind the counter, smiling. Her smile never reached her eyes. Coffee, she asked. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I took a seat near the window, keeping my keys clenched in my hand. The menu listed only 3 items. Coffee, pie stew, no prices. Around me, the other customers stared at their plates, untouched. I noticed something then that made my stomach churn. None of them cast reflections in the mirror behind the counter. The waitress set a mug in front of me. The coffee was already cold. You passing through, she said. I think so. She tilted her head slightly. Everyone is. I asked her how to get back to the highway. Her smile tightened. There's only one way out, she said. And it doesn't open often. A man in the booth behind me leaned forward. Some people wait a long time, he said softly. I turned. His eyes were glassy, unfocused. How long have you been here? I asked. He considered the question as if the answer had slipped away from him. Longer than I should have been, he said. The clock tower outside began to chime. Once. Twice. The sound echoed unnaturally, stretching between each ring. The waitress leaned closer to me. When the clock finishes, she whispered, you either leave or you stay. The lights flickered. Outside, the town shifted. Buildings blurred at the edges, like a bad video compression. The street stretched, then snapped back into place. I ran. The diner door slammed shut behind me, the bell ringing wildly. I sprinted to my car, heart pounding, hands shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice. The engine turned over. The clock chimed again. As I drove, the road ahead twisted, looping back into town no matter which direction I turned. Every street led past the clock tower. With each chime, the town changed. The buildings aged, paint peeled, windows boarded up. Then unboarded again, newer, cleaner. The people appeared in the streets now, standing on sidewalks, watching. Some waved, some smiled too widely. My phone vibrated, no signal. But a message appeared anyway. Ridgemont has chosen you. The clock struck 11 for the final time. The road ahead opened. A straight stretch of asphalt cutting cleanly through the trees, glowing faintly as if lit from below. I didn't hesitate. I drove faster than I ever had in my life. The town vanished behind me like a mirage burned away by speed. Suddenly, I was back on the highway. Traffic, lights, cell service flooding back onto my phone all at once. According to the clock, only 15 minutes had passed. I told myself it was exhaustion, stress, a hallucination. I drove home and didn't sleep for 2 days. A week later, curiosity got the better of me. I searched for Ridgemont. No records, no maps, no history. But buried deep in an online forum, I found a thread from years ago. People describing the same town. The same clock stuck at 11:11. The same diner. Some posts ended abruptly. Others had replies years later, written in a different tone. Short. Flat. Still here. Time works different. Hope you didn't forget us. Last night, my GPS rerouted me on my way home from work. I didn't recognize the road. The trees are getting closer. And up ahead, I can already see the clock tower glowing through the rain. True scary stories. The town that only appears when you are already lost, part 2. I slowed down before I reached the edge of town this time. The clock tower was clearer now, its pale light cutting through the rain like a warning flare meant only for me. The closer I got, the heavier my chest felt, as if the air itself resisted my presence. My GPS screen flickered, the map dissolving into a blank gray field except for one thin line leading straight ahead. No rerouting, no recalculating, just acceptance. I crossed the invisible boundary and the world shifted. The rain stopped instantly. Not gradually. One moment it was pounding against my windshield. The next the drops were frozen in place on the glass. Then gone entirely. The sound of my engine dulled, like it was being wrapped in thick fabric. Ridgemont looked newer than before. The storefronts were freshly painted. Windows glowed warmly. Music drifted faintly through the air, distorted but cheerful, like an old radio playing from inside a wall. The clock tower still read 11:11. I parked near the diner without fully deciding to. This time, when I stepped out, the street was busy. People walked along the sidewalks in slow, deliberate motions. Couples held hands. A man walked a dog that didn't blink. Children played hopscotch on a chalk grid drawn directly onto the asphalt. Their laughter hollow, looping unnaturally. Every single one of them watched me. I entered the diner again. The bell rang once. The same waitress stood behind the counter, unchanged. Same uniform, same smile, same eyes that never softened. "You came back," she said. I didn't answer. She poured coffee into a mug that was already on the counter, though I hadn't sat down yet. "Most people don't," she continued. "Not twice." I noticed something new. A board behind her, like a community notice board. It was covered in photographs. Driver's licenses. Passports. ID cards. All different faces. All dated. The most recent one made my breath catch. It was mine. "That's not possible," I said. She glanced at the board, then back at me. "Ridgemont prepares," she said. "Sometimes before you do." I backed toward the door. It didn't open. Behind me, the other customers had turned in their booths. They watched silently, expressions flat but expectant. "What do you want?" I asked. The waitress leaned forward. "For you to stay long enough to forget the way out." The lights flickered. Outside, the clock tower chimed once. The sound vibrated through my bones. I forced the door open and stumbled into the street. The town was changing again. The buildings aged rapidly, like time was being fast-forwarded. Paint peeled. Windows cracked. Signs rusted and fell. The music warped into static. The people didn't age. They just stood there as everything around them decayed. A man stepped into the street in front of my car. It was the man from the diner booth. His face was closer now, more detailed. I could see faint lines around his eyes, like someone who had cried too often. "Don't fight it," he said. "That's what traps you." I asked him how he got out. He smiled sadly. I didn't. He stepped aside. The road opened again, but it wasn't the same as before. It branched in multiple directions now. twisting and overlapping like a maze drawn by someone who didn't understand space. The clock tower chimed again. I drove. Each turn felt wrong. Each street bent back toward the center. The tower loomed closer no matter how far I went. My phone buzzed. A new message. You are remembering too much. The air grew thick. The headlights dimmed. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the road, reaching toward my car. Then I saw something I hadn't before. A school. Low brick building. Playground equipment rusted and half sunk into the ground. A sign above the entrance read Ridgemont Elementary. The doors were open. Something pulled at me, deep and instinctive. I went inside. The halls were lined with lockers, dented and scarred. Children's drawings were taped to the walls, yellowed with age. Every drawing showed the same thing. The clock tower. In every classroom, desks were filled. Children sat silently, facing the front. Their eyes followed me as I walked past. The teacher stood at the chalkboard. She turned slowly. Her face was wrong. Too smooth. Too empty. Lesson's almost over, she said. You're cutting it close. Close to what? I asked. Recess, she said. The bell rang. The sound was deafening. The children stood in unison. The room darkened. I ran. The school twisted around me, hallways stretching impossibly long. Doors slammed shut on their own. The drawings peeled off the walls and fluttered like dying birds. I burst back outside. The town was gone. Not faded, gone. I stood on a dirt road surrounded by forest. The clock tower rose alone in the distance, its light pulsing slowly, like a heartbeat. One final message appeared on my phone. Last chance. I closed my eyes and drove straight toward the tower. The moment my headlights hit it, everything shattered. Sound rushed back. Wind, rain, traffic. I was on the highway, again. This time my dashboard clock read 4:58 a.m. 3 hours had passed. I don't talk about Ridgemont anymore. I avoid back roads. I keep my GPS updated. I never drive tired. But sometimes when I'm stuck in traffic or stopped at a red light, I see something in the corner of my eye. A clock reflected in a storefront window. Frozen at 11:11, and I know Ridgemont is still there, waiting for me to forget which way I escaped. True Scary Stories, the town that only appears when you are already lost, Part 3. I thought escaping twice meant something. I thought it meant Ridgemont had rules. I was wrong. It started subtly, small things that were easy to dismiss. My phone would lag whenever I opened a map app, not freeze. Just hesitate, like it was thinking too hard. Street names would blur for a second before snapping back into focus. Once my navigation voice said recalculating in a tone that didn't sound synthetic at all. It sounded tired. I stopped driving at night whenever I could. When I couldn't, I made sure to stay on major roads. Highways, interstates, places with lights, cameras, and traffic. Ridgemont didn't care. The first real sign was the clock. I noticed it in my apartment one evening while cooking dinner. The microwave clock blinked 11:11, even though I was sure I had just set it. My oven clock read the same time. My phone said 8:34 p.m. I unplugged the microwave. It kept blinking. That night, I dreamed of streets folding in on themselves, of storefronts breathing softly, of a diner bell ringing endlessly in the dark. When I woke up, my car keys were on the nightstand. I never leave them there. The next day at work, my coworker asked me if I had grown up in Ridgemont. I laughed too fast. What did you say? I asked. She frowned. You told me last week you were from there. Small town, forest nearby, clock tower. I had never told her that. That night, I checked my phone history. Search results I didn't remember making filled the screen. Ridgemont population, Ridgemont history, how to get back to Ridgemont. My sent messages made my stomach twist. I miss it. It felt familiar. I think I belong there. I turned the phone off. At 11:11 p.m., it turned itself back on. The message was already there. We are losing you slowly. This is kindness. The following weekend, I drove during the day, telling myself sunlight meant safety. It didn't. I was less than 10 minutes from home when traffic slowed to a crawl. Construction cones funneled cars into a single lane. No workers. No signs explaining the delay. Just a long, quiet line of vehicles inching forward. Then I saw it. The clock tower. Reflected faintly in the glass of a passing bus stop, I whipped my head around. There was nothing there, but the reflection stayed. The bus stop glass showed Ridgemont perfectly. The diner. The storefronts. People standing still and watching. One of them raised a hand and waved. I abandoned my car. I don't remember opening the door. I don't remember stepping out. I only remember the sound of horns behind me and the feeling of my feet hitting pavement as I ran. I didn't know where I was going. That didn't matter. The street changed around me. The air thickened, sounds dulled, colors faded. By the time I stopped running, I was standing in front of the diner. Again, this version of Ridgemont was quieter than ever. The buildings were intact but abandoned. Doors hung open. Windows were dark. The clock tower loomed overhead. 11:11. The diner door opened before I touched it. Inside, the lights were on. The waitress stood behind the counter, hands folded. "You're remembering too much again," she said. I asked her why me. She tilted her head, considering. "Because you noticed us," she said. "Most people pass through and forget. You looked back." I demanded to know what Ridgemont really was. Her smile faded for the first time. "Ridgemont is where unfinished people go," she said. "The lost, the tired, the ones who almost disappear." The customers appeared in the booths, fading into existence like photographs developing. The man from before sat closest to me. "You don't belong here yet," he said. "That's the problem." "Yet?" I asked. The ground trembled slightly. From outside, a deep sound echoed. Not a chime, a crack. The clock tower shuddered. The waitress stiffened. "Something is wrong," she whispered. The lights flickered violently. The walls rippled like fabric in wind. The people began to murmur, fear creeping into their flat voices. "They're waking up," someone said. The doors at the back of the diner burst open. I saw what Ridgemont had been hiding. Beneath the town was another version of it. Darker. Collapsed. Twisted. Streets layered on top of streets, filled with shadows that moved independently of bodies. Figures climbed upward through the floor, their forms incomplete, faces half remembered. The waitress screamed. "They're not supposed to remember themselves." The clock tower cracked open down the middle. Time broke. I felt memories tearing loose from my mind. Childhood moments. Faces. Names. Roads I had driven 1,000 times. Ridgemont was taking them. I ran. The town collapsed inward as I moved. Streets folded. Buildings fell into themselves. The diner stretched impossibly long, then shattered. I burst through the front door into blinding light. I was lying on asphalt. Real asphalt. People stood over me, shouting, asking if I was okay. An ambulance. Sirens. They said I collapsed at a crosswalk. They said I'd been standing there, staring at nothing, whispering numbers. 11:11. That was months ago. I don't drive anymore. I don't use GPS. I don't look at clocks. Because last night as I lay in bed, half asleep, I heard something faint. A bell. A diner bell, and a voice that sounded relieved. "We finally found you again." And this time, the sound didn't fade. True Scary Stories, the last voice recorded on Channel 7. The recording begins with static, not the normal kind. It pulses like breathing. When the audio finally clears, the first thing you hear is a man whispering his own name, over and over, as if he's afraid he'll forget it. "My name is Daniel Moore," he says. "If anyone finds this, please listen to the entire thing. Don't skip ahead, don't turn it off." I was a broadcast technician for a regional news station in upstate New York. Local news. Weather alerts. Community stories no one outside the county would ever see. Channel 7 wasn't important enough for anyone to notice what happened to it. That's why this worked. The night shift was always quiet. After midnight, the building emptied out except for me and whoever was monitoring emergency feeds. Most nights, nothing came through except automated weather data and old signal tests looping endlessly. At 1:12 a.m., an incoming feed appeared on my monitor. No source ID. No satellite tag. Just a black screen labeled inbound live. I assumed it was a glitch. Then audio came through. A low hum, electrical. Wrong. I leaned closer to the screen. The image snapped on. It showed a room that looked like a basement. Concrete walls. A single hanging light bulb swaying slightly. The camera angle was low tilted, like it had been dropped on the floor. Someone was breathing nearby. I checked the signal path. It wasn't coming from any registered camera. It wasn't coming from anywhere that existed in our system. Then the person stepped into view. It was me. Same face. Same work jacket. Same tired eyes. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall behind me. On the screen, the other me stared directly into the camera. Into me. "You're watching this because I failed," he said calmly. "Or because you're about to, I killed the feed." The screen went black. Every other monitor in the room flickered. Then they all turned on at once. Every screen showed the same basement. Multiple angles now. Corners. Ceiling. Close-ups. All of them pointed at the other me. My phone rang. Internal line. I didn't answer. The other me smiled. That's okay, he said from the speakers. You never answer the first time either. I backed away from the console. What is this? I said out loud. Practice, he replied. This station runs on delay. On loops, on repetition. It makes it easier to slip things in. The basement door behind him creaked open. Darkness spilled in, thick and unnatural, like smoke that refused to rise. Something moved inside it. I reached for the emergency shutdown. The controls didn't respond. Every button I pressed triggered more feeds. More rooms. Some were basements. Some were attics. Some were cars parked on empty roads at night. Some were bedrooms with people sleeping, unaware they were being filmed. All of them had one thing in common. A version of me stood somewhere in the frame, watching. You've always been good at staying late, the other me said. At being alone. That's why you were chosen. Chosen for what? I whispered. To keep the channel alive. The darkness behind him surged forward. Hands emerged. Too many. Reaching. The other me didn't move. This is where I stopped running, he said. Where I understood what Channel 7 really broadcasts. I tried to cut power to the building. The lights stayed on. The screens grew brighter. Images began to overlay each other, blending into a single impossible picture. Faces layered over faces. Rooms folding into one another. The audio became unbearable. Whispering. Crying. Static shaped like words. Then the feed switched. The main broadcast signal activated. We were live. Every television tuned to Channel 7 displayed the basement. Displayed me. No delay. I saw myself on the screen in real time, standing in the control room, staring in horror. The other me spoke again. This is the part you don't remember, he said gently. The part where you agreed. The darkness surged through the basement camera and out of the screen. The lights in the control room shattered. The last thing I remember clearly is being pulled forward, toward the monitors, my reflection multiplying endlessly. The recording cuts. It resumes hours later. The voice is calmer now. Hello. I'm still here, Daniel says. Or what's left of me. I'm inside the feed. Inside the signal. I exist in the spaces between frames. Channel 7 never went off the air that night. No one noticed anything wrong. Ratings actually went up. People reported strange interruptions. Faces flickering. Voices speaking directly to them between programs. A sense of being watched long after the TV was turned off. They blamed interference. I'm running out of time. Something is learning how to speak through me. If you're hearing this, it means you're close enough to the signal for it to notice you too. The static grows louder. I can see you now, Daniel whispers. Not me, you. The recording ends. Channel 7 still broadcasts. If you ever wake up at night and find your television on by itself, showing nothing but static that seems to move when you breathe, don't adjust it. Don't mute it. And whatever you do, don't stay up late watching. Because the channel is always looking for someone new to replace the voice that's starting to remember what it used to be. True Scary Stories, the last voice recorded on Channel 7 Part 2. The first thing I learned after the recording leaked was that Channel 7 had never officially archived it. There was no log, no timestamp, no engineer credited. According to station records, Daniel Moore had never existed. That should have been the end of it, but the signal didn't stop. I discovered this because I worked nights too. Different station. Different state. Same kind of building that feels hollow after midnight, when the lights hum and every sound echoes like it doesn't belong to you. I was monitoring emergency broadcast backups when Channel 7's frequency appeared on my spectrum analyzer. That was impossible. Our station didn't carry their signal. We weren't even in the same region, yet there it was. A thin, unstable band pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat struggling to stay alive. Curiosity overpowered common sense. I tuned in. Static filled the speakers, thick and layered, not random. It rose and fell rhythmically. Underneath it, something else moved. A voice. Not speaking yet, listening. The video feed resolved slowly. This time it wasn't a basement, it was a control room. Not mine, older, smaller. Walls lined with analog monitors stacked floor to ceiling. Every screen showed a different angle of the same man. Daniel. He sat in a chair at the center of the room, hands folded in his lap. Posture too still. His eyes were open. He looked straight at the camera. You came back early, he said. My hands went cold. I didn't respond. Good, he continued. Talking makes it harder for you later. One of the monitors flickered. It showed my control room, me, from behind. I turned around. Nothing was there. When I looked back at the screen, Daniel smiled. The channel doesn't travel through cables, he said. It travels through attention, through people who notice patterns. People who stay awake. I reached for the power switch. The switch snapped off in my hand. Every monitor around me turned on at once. Every single one showed a different place. Bedrooms, offices, cars idling at intersections, hospital corridors at night, gas stations glowing alone on empty highways. And in every frame, somewhere near the edge, something watched. Not Daniel, something worse. You're seeing the overflow now, Daniel said. The ones who didn't anchor properly. The camera zoomed on one feed. A woman sitting on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Her TV behind her showed static. The static shifted. A face pressed against the inside of the screen. She froze. So did I. The face smiled. The feed cut. Daniel sighed. She'd last a few days, he said. Maybe weeks. Depends how much she resists remembering. Remembering what? I asked before I could stop myself. Every monitor went dark except one. Daniel leaned forward. That you already work for us. The room shook. A low vibration rolled through the walls like a distant engine. The signal strengthened. Text scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Emergency broadcast system test. Please stand by. This wasn't a test. The screen split. On one side, Daniel. On the other, a live feed of my station. Of me, standing, watching. This is the handoff point, Daniel said softly. Where the channel decides if you're ready. I felt pressure behind my eyes, memories surfacing that weren't mine. Or maybe they were. Late nights, empty rooms, static-filled silence. The comfort of being the only one awake. The thing behind the feeds moved closer. It didn't have a single shape. It looked like overlapping reflections that couldn't agree on where to exist. Faces emerged and sank back into it. Some were screaming, some were calm, some were smiling. This is what happens when a station never signs off, Daniel said. When a signal keeps running after everyone forgets why it was built. The creature leaned into the frame. The monitors around me cracked. I felt something pull at my thoughts, sorting them, thinning them, deciding which parts were useful. I screamed. The feed cut instantly. The lights went out. When they came back on, I was alone. No static, no signal, no Channel 7. My watch said only 3 minutes had passed. I quit that job the next morning. I smashed the TV in my apartment. I stopped answering unknown numbers. For a while it worked. Then last night, during a storm, my phone lit up without any notification. Just video, a live feed. It showed a control room I didn't recognize. A chair at the center, empty. Text appeared over the image. Position available, Channel 7, resuming. Then the camera shifted, and I saw myself. Sitting down, smiling. And behind me, on every screen, something leaned forward, waiting for me to remember why I agreed. True Scary Stories, the last voice recorded on Channel 7 Part 3. I woke up with my hands gripping the arms of a chair. Not my chair. Not my apartment. The room was dim, lit only by the soft glow of dozens of monitors stacked from floor to ceiling. The air smelled like dust, warm plastic, and old electricity. Somewhere nearby, a fan clicked rhythmically, struggling to keep something cool that should have overheated years ago. For a moment, I couldn't move. My body felt heavy, like it didn't fully belong to me yet. Every screen was on. Every screen showed me. Different angles, different distances, some from above, some from behind. One uncomfortably close, focused on my eyes. I wasn't blinking. I forced myself to inhale. The screens blinked with me. That's when I realized the truth. I wasn't being filmed. I was being synchronized. A familiar voice came through the speakers, distorted but unmistakable. You're awake faster this time. Daniel. His image appeared on the largest central monitor. He looked worse than before. Thinner, less defined. Like his edges were dissolving into the static around him. You shouldn't be conscious yet, he said. That usually comes later. I tried to stand. The chair wouldn't let me. Metal restraints slid into place around my wrists and ankles with a soft, practiced click. What is this place? I demanded. Daniel's expression softened. This is what's left of Channel 7, he said. Not the building, not the tower. The space it carved out when it refused to end. I remembered things then. Not memories. Schedules. Dead air windows. Emergency override codes. The way static sounded different at certain frequencies. How staying late felt easier than going home. I shook my head. No, I said. You said I chose this. Daniel nodded slowly. You did. Just not all at once. The screens changed. They showed moments from my life I had never questioned. Me volunteering for extra shifts. Me ignoring calls from friends. Me sitting alone in dark rooms, bathed in screen glow. Every time I chose silence, every time I stayed. The channel doesn't take people, Daniel said. It waits for them to thin themselves out. The fan stopped. The room grew quieter than silence. From the far corner, something moved, not on the screens. In the room, the static thickened in the air, bending the light. A shape began to form, tall and wrong, made of overlapping reflections that couldn't align. Faces surfaced across it, pressing outward like they were trying to remember how mouths worked. I recognized some of them. The woman from the bedroom feed. A man from a car on an empty road. A nurse standing alone at the end of a hospital hallway. They weren't screaming. They were broadcasting. This is the signal's body, Daniel said quietly. It's made of everyone who stayed too long. The thing leaned closer. I felt it searching me, sorting through thoughts, testing which ones echoed properly. You're a good fit, Daniel said. You're still afraid. Fear keeps the signal sharp. I asked him if there was any way out. Daniel looked at me for a long time. There is, he said. But someone has to stay awake to hold the channel open while the other leaves. My stomach dropped. That's what you did, I said. He nodded, and now I'm fading. The signal needs a voice that can still remember being human. The restraints loosened. The chair released me. The monitors began to flicker wildly. This is the moment, Daniel said. If you run now, the channel collapses for a while. Maybe years, maybe decades. And you, I asked. Daniel smiled sadly. I finally get to sleep. The room shook. Alarms blared without sound. The static creature recoiled, its faces distorting as the feeds destabilized. I ran. Not toward the door. Toward the main console. I didn't know how I knew what to do. My hands moved on their own, entering codes I'd never learned but somehow remembered. The screens began to shut off one by one. The creature screamed without sound. Daniel watched, his image flickering. Don't hesitate, he warned. It will try to keep you. The last monitor showed a live broadcast. A test pattern. I slammed the final switch. The room collapsed into darkness. I woke up on my apartment floor, gasping, my phone vibrating beside me. Morning light streamed through the windows. Every screen in the room was dark. Channel 7 was gone. I thought it was over. For a while it was. Then yesterday, during a storm, my television turned on by itself. Static filled the screen. A message appeared briefly, barely visible. Signal restoring, searching for operator, and beneath it, a familiar line of text. Please stand by. Somewhere deep in the static, a voice almost sounded like mine, asking if anyone was still awake. True Scary Stories, the last voice recorded on Channel 7 Part 4. I stopped sleeping after the signal came back. Not because I was afraid of nightmares, because I was afraid I wouldn't wake up. Every night, sometime after 2 a.m., the apartment changed. Not physically. Not in ways you could photograph. The air thickened, sound dulled. The silence took on weight, like something leaning in to listen. I unplugged every screen, television, laptop, monitor, even the microwave. It didn't matter. The signal no longer needed hardware. It had learned how to use me. The first symptom was the echoes. I would think about something random, a memory, a phrase, a song I hadn't heard in years, and seconds later I'd hear it whispered from somewhere behind me, not aloud, not in my ears, inside the room, inside the space where sound should not exist. Then came the flickers, reflections lagging behind my movements, shadows bending the wrong way. My phone camera showing an extra half-second of footage after I stopped recording. Once, in the dark, I saw the glow of monitors reflected in my window. I don't own any. At 3:11 a.m. on the fifth night, the message finally arrived. Not on a screen, on the wall. The paint above my couch darkened, pixels bleeding through like bruises forming under skin. Channel 7 online operator required my chest tightened. I whispered no. The wall responded. Operator confirmed the room shifted. Not vanished. Realigned. The apartment stretched longer than it should have been. Corners pulled away from each other. The hallway bent slightly to the left, even though it had always been straight. The control room bled through reality like a double exposure. Monitors phased into existence one by one, embedded in walls, hovering where doors used to be. Cables crawled across the floor like veins seeking a heart. At the center of it all, the chair appeared. My chair. The one from the station. I backed away. The static rose. Not loud. Intimate. I felt memories loosening. Names. Dates. The weight of my own face. Then Daniel appeared. Not on a screen. Standing in the room with me. He looked clearer than he ever had. Solid. Almost alive. You shut it down longer than anyone else ever has, he said. I asked him why it was coming back. Because it always does, he replied. Signals don't die. They wait. He looked at the chair. It doesn't need a building anymore. Or a tower. It just needs someone who knows how to stay awake. I told him I wouldn't do it. He nodded. I said the same thing. The static thickened, coiling around us. Faces surfaced within it, clearer now. I recognized them. People I had passed on the street. A woman who worked nights at a hospital. A man who drove freight across empty states. A teenager streaming alone at 3 a.m., all of them tired. All of them looking for something to fill the silence. The channel feeds on that, Daniel said. On the ones no one notices when they disappear. The chair slid closer. I felt it pulling at me, not physically, but narratively, like the story itself was trying to put me where I belonged. I realized then what Channel 7 really was. Not a station. Not a signal. A loop. A place where attention goes when it has nowhere else to land. I asked Daniel what happened if no one took the seat. For the first time, he looked afraid. Then the signal screams until it tears a hole big enough to crawl through. The walls vibrated. The monitors flashed white. Emergency tones played without sound. I understood my choice. Not stay. Not leave. Change the broadcast. I ran to the console that had formed out of my kitchen counter. My hands moved without instruction. The screens reacted instantly, bending to my intent. I didn't shut the channel down. I redirected it. I flooded the signal with everything it couldn't use. Noise, sunlight, crowded rooms, laughing voices. Daytime television, static recoiled, collapsing inward. The faces screamed silently as the feed destabilized. Daniel watched, eyes wide. You're burning it, he said. No, I said, I'm drowning it. The monitors overloaded. Images blurred into brightness. The chair cracked down the middle. The signal shrieked one final time, a sound like 1,000 channels changing at once. Then silence. Real silence. I woke up on my couch as morning light filled the room. No monitors. No chair, no static. Channel 7 vanished from every frequency. No trace, no ghost signal, nothing. Weeks passed, then months. The echoes stopped. My reflection behaved. I slept. Last night, I turned on the TV for the first time since it happened. Just background noise. Just light. The screen flickered briefly before settling on a normal channel. For half a second, barely visible, text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Broadcast terminated. Thank you for watching, and beneath it, in smaller letters. Stay awake, stay seen. I turned the TV off, because some signals don't want control. They just want witnesses. And I've learned what happens when you're the only one left watching. True scary stories, the emergency alert that played only inside my house. The alert didn't come from my phone. It didn't come from the television either. I was standing in my kitchen at 1:58 a.m., half awake, pouring a glass of water, when a sharp electronic tone cut through the silence. It was the unmistakable sound of an emergency alert system warning, the kind that makes your stomach drop before you even hear the message, but it came from the walls, not the speakers. Not a device. The walls themselves vibrated, low and metallic, as if the house had lungs and had decided to speak. This is an emergency alert, a calm male voice said, perfectly clear, perfectly wrong. Please remain indoors. Do not open doors or windows until the alert has ended. Every light in the house flickered once, then stayed on. I stood frozen, glass shaking in my hand, listening for the familiar follow-up. A weather warning? A missing child alert? Anything. Instead, the voice continued. This alert applies only to the current residents. My phone buzzed. No notification banner. No sound. Just the screen lighting up on its own. Emergency alerts, no active alerts. I walked slowly into the living room. The television was off. The speakers were unplugged. The radio on the bookshelf hadn't had batteries in years. The voice spoke again. You may notice unusual sounds. This is normal. Do not investigate. The front door handle rattled. Not violently. Gently. Like someone testing it, careful not to make noise. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. Hello, I said, my voice barely working. There was a pause. Then the alert tone sounded again. Please remain calm, the voice said. This is not a drill. The rattling stopped. Something moved outside the window. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Michigan. The houses are close together. You can usually hear cars passing, dogs barking, someone coughing down the street. There was nothing. No wind, no insects, no distant highway hum. Just silence so thick it pressed against my ears. I crept toward the window and peeked through the blinds. The streetlight outside was on, but its glow didn't spread correctly. The light pooled directly beneath it, leaving the rest of the street swallowed in shadow. Every other house was dark. All of them. I noticed something else then. The shadows were wrong. They stretched inward, toward my house, converging like fingers pointing at a target. The alert tone sounded again, louder this time. "You are not the intended recipient," the voice said. "However, you have been selected due to proximity." Proximity to what? I whispered. The answer came from the hallway. Footsteps. Bare feet on hardwood. Slow. Careful. They were inside my house. I turned toward the sound. The hallway light flickered, then stabilized. At the far end, near the bedrooms, stood a figure. It was tall. Too tall. Its outline bent slightly at the ceiling, like it didn't fully understand the shape of the space it occupied. Its surface wasn't solid. It shimmered faintly, like heat distortion, except darker. I couldn't see a face, just an impression of where one should be. The voice returned, closer now, layered with a faint static beneath it. "Please do not acknowledge the presence." I clamped a hand over my mouth. The figure took a step forward. The floor didn't creak. It didn't make a sound at all. The alert tone blared again. Time remaining. 5 minutes. 5 minutes until what? The figure tilted its head. When it did, the hallway behind it seemed to stretch, elongating unnaturally, like a camera lens pulling focus too far. I stumbled backward into the living room. My phone buzzed again. A new alert appeared, but it wasn't formatted like anything I'd ever seen. Residential alert status. Active safe actions. Stay unseen, the lights dimmed. The figure moved again, closer now, its outline sharpening as it approached the doorway. The air grew cold, my breath fogging in front of my face. From somewhere behind me, the walls whispered. Not words. Instructions. Hide. I dropped to the floor and crawled behind the couch, pressing myself flat against the carpet. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned, heavy and expectant. I could feel it searching, not with eyes, with attention. The voice came again, softer now. 3 minutes remaining. Something brushed the edge of the couch. The fabric dented inward slightly, like a hand resting there without weight. I squeezed my eyes shut. The house groaned. The walls flexed, just slightly, as if resisting pressure from the inside. The figure made a sound then. Not a growl. Not a breath. It sounded like a radio scanning channels too slowly, fragments of voices bleeding into each other. The voice in the walls overrode it. 2 minutes remaining. The pressure lifted. The couch cushion rose back into place. I heard the footsteps retreat, moving back down the hallway, but they didn't stop. They kept going. Past the bedrooms. Past the back wall of the house. As if the house extended farther than it should have. The lights flickered violently. The alert tone sounded one final time. Time remaining, 30 seconds. The temperature snapped back to normal. Sound rushed in all at once. The distant highway, a dog barking. Wind through trees. My phone buzzed. Residential alert status. Ended. I stayed where I was for a long time. When I finally stood, the house looked normal. Too normal. No damage. No sign anything had happened. Except for one thing. On the inside of the front door, etched faintly into the wood, were words I hadn't noticed before. Do not answer next time. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I checked the news. Nothing. No alerts. No reports. No outages. I called my neighbors. They hadn't heard anything. Didn't see anything. Didn't feel anything. That was 3 weeks ago. Last night, at 1:50 a.m., my phone lit up again. No sound. No vibration. Just text on a black screen. Residential alert status. Pending, and beneath it, a new line. Proximity increasing. I'm writing this now because I don't to know how many alerts you get before you no longer considered a bystander. The walls are quiet tonight, but they feel tense, like they're waiting to speak again. True Scary Stories, the emergency alert that played only inside my house, part 2. I didn't leave the house the next day. I told myself it was exhaustion, that what I experienced was some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Lack of sleep, anxiety, a misfiring brain filling silence with meaning. But the house felt different in ways that had nothing to do with fear. It felt alert, like it was listening for something I couldn't hear yet. I spent the morning walking room to room, checking for anything out of place. No damaged walls, no broken locks, no footprints. The etched warning on the inside of the front door was gone, the wood smooth and unmarked, as if it had never been touched. That scared me more than if it had stayed. At 1:30 p.m., my phone vibrated for the first time since the alert. Not an alert. A settings notification. Emergency alerts, residential alerts. Enabled. I had never seen that category before. I tried to turn it off. The toggle slid back to on by itself. I unplugged my router, then my modem. I turned my phone completely off and placed it in a drawer. The house didn't care. That afternoon, I noticed the windows. They weren't reflecting the outside correctly. The angle was off, like the glass was subtly curved inward. When I moved, my reflection lagged behind by a fraction of a second. I stopped checking. Night came too fast. At 1:57 a.m., every clock in the house stopped. Microwave, oven, bedroom alarm. Even the cheap digital clock in the bathroom that always ran 5 minutes fast. All of them froze at 1:57. I held my breath. At exactly 1:58, the tone sounded again. Not loud. Patient. "This is a residential proximity alert," the voice said. "Please remain within designated safe zones." My phone turned on inside the drawer. The light bled through the crack. New message. Safe zones updated, a map loaded. Not of my neighborhood, of my house. Rooms were outlined in dull gray. One room pulsed faintly green. The laundry room. I felt the house shift its attention toward me. "Do not relocate furniture," the voice continued. "Do not use mirrors. Do not attempt to exit." Something scratched lightly at the back door. Not a knock. Not an animal. 3 slow drags, like fingernails being tested for strength. I moved toward the laundry room, every step heavy, like walking through water. The hallway seemed longer than before. The ceiling lower. As I entered the laundry room, the green outline on the map brightened. Safe zone confirmed. The door behind me shut on its own. The light flickered but stayed on. From the other side of the door, the scratching stopped. Silence followed. Then a voice. Not the alert voice. A woman's voice. Soft. Familiar. My mother's. I hadn't spoken to her in days. "Honey," she said, "why aren't you answering the door?" My throat closed. The voice was perfect. Every inflection right. Even the faint catch in her breath she gets when she's tired. The alert voice overrode it instantly. "Do not respond." Mimicry detected. The doorknob turned slowly. The door bowed inward slightly, as if something heavy leaned against it. I backed into the corner, staring at the washer and dryer, humming faintly even though they weren't running. The woman's voice changed. It slipped. Words overlapped. Tones stacked wrong. "We're just trying to make sure you're home," it said. The door stopped moving. The house creaked, a deep structural sound like bones adjusting. 1 minute remaining, the alert voice said calmly. The temperature dropped sharply. My breath fogged the air. Frost crept across the metal surface of the washer. The voice outside the door grew irritated. "You were closer last time," it said. "Closer to what?" I whispered. The alert tone screamed. Proximity breach contained. The pressure vanished. The doorknob snapped back to neutral. Footsteps retreated, not toward the exit, but sideways, through walls, through spaces the house shouldn't have. The door unlocked. The map on my phone disappeared. All the clocks jumped forward at once. 3:02 a.m. I didn't leave the laundry room until the sun was up. That morning I found something new in the house. A second thermostat, mounted in the hallway. It wasn't connected to anything. Its screen glowed faintly, displaying a single word. Monitoring. I know now the alerts aren't warnings. They're negotiations. Something moves through neighborhoods, through streets, through rows of houses like mine, testing boundaries, pressing close enough to be noticed. Most houses don't respond. Mine did, and now it knows someone inside is listening. Because tonight, at 1:58 a.m., the alert schedule changed. My phone just updated again. Multiple safe zones removed, response window shortened, and the house feels tighter, like it's bracing for impact. True scary stories. The neighbor whose lights turned on after he died. The house across the street had been empty for months. Everyone knew it. Everyone agreed on it. The man who lived there, Robert Hensley, had died alone one winter night when the temperature dropped below zero. Heart failure, they said. Natural causes. His body wasn't found for 3 days, and by the time the coroner's van came, the snow around his driveway was untouched. No footprints going in. No footprints coming out. After that, the house went dark. No porch light. No living room lamp. No television glow through the curtains. The mailbox filled up until the mailman stopped delivering altogether. A for sale sign went up, then quietly disappeared after a few weeks. No one moved in. I noticed the light on a Tuesday night. It was just after midnight. I was standing at my bedroom window, half asleep, scrolling through my phone, when the soft yellow glow appeared in the upstairs window of Robert's house. At first, I thought it was a car passing by, headlights catching the glass at the right angle. Then the light stayed on. I stared at it, my brain trying to catch up. The upstairs bedroom light. That room had been sealed. The police had locked the house. The realtor had never come back. No one had keys except the county. I watched for a long time. Nothing moved behind the curtain. Just light. The next morning, the house was dark again. I told myself it was nothing. An electrical surge. A timer malfunctioning. Old wiring acting up in a house that had been left alone too long. That explanation lasted until the second night. The porch light came on at exactly 12:07 a.m., not flickering, not weak. Fully on. I stood at my window again, heart beating faster than it should have. The front door didn't open. No shadows crossed the windows. But the porch light stayed on all night. At dawn, it shut off. I asked my neighbors if they'd noticed anything. Most of them hadn't. One of them laughed and said old houses do weird things. But the woman 2 houses down went quiet when I mentioned it. She told me she'd seen the kitchen light turn on around 3 a.m. a few nights earlier. She says she thought it was just her imagination. That night, every light in Robert's house turned on at once. Living room, kitchen, upstairs, basement, every window glowed. I could see the shape of furniture again. The outline of the staircase. The shadow of the grandfather clock in the hallway that had stopped the day he died. The clock was ticking again. I could hear it faintly through the open window. Tick, tick. I didn't sleep. At 4:12 a.m., I saw movement. A shadow passed behind the upstairs curtain. Slow. Deliberate. Human-shaped. I called the non-emergency police line. They said they'd send someone to check. The patrol car arrived 20 minutes later. The officer walked up to the front door, knocked, waited. No answer. He tried the handle. Locked. He circled the house, flashlight cutting through the glowing windows. I watched from across the street, every nerve screaming. He came back, spoke into his radio, then knocked again. Harder this time. That's when the lights went out, all at once. The house fell into darkness so complete it looked like a hole had opened in the street. The officer stood still for a moment, then walked back to his car. He didn't look up at the windows again. The next day, I found out why. The officer had written in his report that the house was empty. No power. No signs of entry. No lights on when he arrived. I showed him a photo I'd taken from my window. It showed the house fully lit, every room glowing. The timestamp was clear. He stared at it for a long time. Then he told me something I still can't forget. The power to that house had been shut off the day Robert died. That night, the lights came back. But they didn't follow a pattern anymore. Sometimes it was one room. Sometimes it was all of them. Sometimes the lights turned on during the day, visible even in sunlight. I started noticing details. The lights never turned on in rooms Robert never used. Never the guest bedroom. Never the dining room. Only the rooms he had lived in. The living room. The kitchen. The bedroom upstairs. The basement workshop. One night I saw him. I didn't want to believe it. But I saw him standing in the living room, visible through the front window. Same posture. Same slouched shoulders. Same flannel shirt he always wore. He wasn't moving, just standing there facing the television. The TV was on, static filled the screen. He didn't have a face. Not missing. Blank, like someone had wiped it clean. The next morning, something new appeared in my mailbox. An envelope. No stamp. No return address. Inside was a single sheet of yellowed paper. Written in shaky handwriting were 4 words. Did I leave the lights on? I stopped looking at the house after that. I closed my curtains at night. I avoided the street entirely. Then last night, at exactly 12:07 a.m., my porch light turned on by itself. I checked the switch. It was already off. Across the street, Robert's house was dark. Completely dark. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Thank you for watching the house. I'm home now. The porch light across the street turned on again. Only this time it wasn't his. It was mine. True scary stories, the highway camera that started following my car. The first time I noticed the camera, it was already recording me. I was driving north through rural Illinois just after midnight, the kind of drive that feels longer than it is because nothing changes for miles. Flat fields, occasional barns, long stretches of road with no exits and no lights except your own headlights stretching into darkness. I had taken this route dozens of times before, always at night, always uneventful. That night felt different from the moment I passed mile marker 214. The radio cut to static for a few seconds, then returned like nothing happened. My phone lost signal, then regained it. Small things, easy to ignore. That's when I saw the camera. Mounted high on a metal pole just off the shoulder of the road, angled downward. A highway traffic camera. Normal enough. Except this road wasn't monitored. I knew that for a fact. No cameras. No sensors. No smart highway systems out here. As I passed beneath it, the red indicator light turned on. I checked my rearview mirror. The light stayed on long after I passed, glowing steadily in the distance. I told myself it was motion activated. 10 minutes later, I saw another one. Same pole, same height, same angle. Same red light switching on the moment my car entered its field of view. My chest tightened. I slowed down. The camera stayed dark until I rolled forward again. Then it activated. Recording. I tried to rationalize it. New installations. Temporary equipment, agricultural monitoring, anything but what my gut was screaming. Then the cameras started appearing closer together, every few miles, then every mile, then every few hundred yards. Each one silent, each one waiting, each one activating only when I approached. The road itself began to feel wrong. The darkness ahead seemed thicker, swallowing my headlights faster than before. My GPS froze again, the arrow jittering in place like it couldn't decide which direction I was facing. I reached an intersection that shouldn't have been there. No stop sign. No markings. Just a crossroad cutting through the fields. A camera stood at each corner. 4 red lights turned on at once. My phone buzzed. No service. But a notification appeared anyway. Live feed active. I didn't open it. I drove straight through the intersection. The cameras followed me. Not physically, but their lenses turned. I saw it clearly in my side mirror. Each camera rotated slightly as I passed, tracking my movement until I was out of sight. I started sweating. The next mile marker read 214 again. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded slightly before stopping. I looked around. Same fields. Same road. Same stretch of asphalt. I had looped back without turning. The cameras were closer now. Not mounted farther apart like normal infrastructure. They were lining the road deliberately. Like an audience. My phone buzzed again. Live feed viewers. When I whispered no, the radio clicked on by itself. Not static, breathing. Slow. Measured. Then a voice. Don't stop moving, it said. That makes the picture blur. I floored the gas. The speedometer climbed. 60. 70. 80. The road stretched unnaturally, like it was being pulled forward just out of reach. No matter how fast I went, the darkness ahead never got closer. The cameras began appearing on both sides of the road now, closer to the pavement, mounted lower, like they wanted a better angle. My phone screen lit up. The notification expanded. A live video thumbnail. It showed my car. From above, perfectly centered. The angle adjusted smoothly as I drove. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat. The voice returned through the radio. You look clearer tonight. Less interference. Who is this? I shouted. A pause, then... We don't use names anymore. The cameras changed. Their red lights flickered, then turned solid white. Brighter. Sharper. I felt exposed, like the inside of my car no longer mattered. The fields on either side of the road were gone. Replaced by darkness so deep it looked solid. The road floated through it like a strip of tape suspended in space. Mile marker 214 passed again. This time it was bent slightly toward the road, like it was leaning in. My phone vibrated violently. Live feed viewers. 3. I felt pressure behind my eyes, a strange awareness that wasn't mine. Like something was paying attention to details I never noticed before. The way my hands shook on the steering wheel, the rhythm of my breathing, the exact angle of my face in the rearview mirror. The voice sounded pleased. You're learning to stay framed. I saw something ahead. Not a camera. A booth. Like an old toll booth, sitting alone in the middle of the road. The lights were on inside. The road narrowed, funneling me toward it. I tried to turn around. The steering wheel locked. The booth window slid open. Inside sat a man wearing a reflective vest. His face was partially obscured by shadow. "You missed your exit," he said calmly. "But that's okay. We adjusted." "Adjusted what?" I asked. "The route," he replied. "The audience." Behind him, monitors lined the booth walls. Every screen showed me. Different angles, different delays. Some feeds lagged behind a few seconds. Some were ahead. I saw myself slam the brakes before I actually did. "Don't do that," the man said gently. "They don't like sudden cuts." I realized then what the cameras were. Not traffic monitoring. Not surveillance. Broadcast. A live show built around people who wandered far enough off the map to be isolated. The viewers weren't watching the road. They were watching me. "How do I get out?" I asked. The man smiled. "You don't," he said. "You stay interesting." The booth vanished as I passed it. The cameras closed in. Mounted on shorter poles now. Some attached directly to the ground. Some hovering slightly above it. My phone buzzed one last time. Live feed viewers. 12 engagement rising. I did the only thing I could think of. I turned off my headlights. The world vanished. The camera's lights flared wildly, struggling to adjust. The road disappeared. So did the sense of direction. I felt the car slow, like something had released its grip. Sound rushed back. Wind, tires, distant traffic. When I turned the headlights back on, I was on a normal highway. Exit signs, reflective paint, other cars passing. No cameras. My phone showed full signal. No notifications. According to the clock, only 4 minutes had passed. I don't drive that road anymore. Actually, I don't drive at night if I can avoid it. Because sometimes when I'm stopped at a red light, my phone screen lights up without warning. No alert sound, just a message. Reconnecting to live feed, please remain visible, and in the reflection of my windshield, I swear I can see a small red light turning on behind me, waiting for me to move again. True scary stories, the motel room that charged me for someone else's night. I checked into the motel at 11:43 p.m. because the interstate had turned into a parking lot after an accident, and I was too exhausted to keep driving. The place sat just off a rural exit in Pennsylvania, the kind of roadside motel that looks temporary, even though it's been there for decades. 1 floor. Long exterior hallway. Doors that opened directly to the parking lot. A flickering sign that promised vacancy, like it was trying to convince itself. The clerk didn't look up when I approached the desk. He slid the key across the counter without asking for my ID. "Room 17, he said. "Checkout is at 10. I told him I'd only be staying one night. He paused, then nodded slowly. Everyone does. The room smelled faintly of old carpet and disinfectant. Nothing unusual. 2 beds. A small bathroom. A television bolted to the dresser. The air conditioner rattled when I turned it on, then settled into a steady hum. I locked the door. I always do. I showered, changed, and lay down fully clothed, intending to sleep immediately. My phone showed no signal, but that wasn't uncommon out there. I set an alarm anyway and closed my eyes. That's when I heard the key in the door. Not the handle, the key. Metal scraping metal. I sat up fast, the lock didn't turn. Whoever it was tried again, slower this time. Then stopped. I held my breath. Footsteps moved away along the walkway. I told myself it was a mistake. Wrong room. Late night confusion. I lay back down. The television turned on by itself. Static filled the screen. Then text appeared at the bottom. White letters against the gray noise. "Welcome back." I reached for the remote. It wasn't there. The text changed. Room 17 occupancy confirmed. The air conditioner shut off. The room went silent enough that I could hear my own heartbeat. I stood up and approached the TV. The static sharpened, resolving into an image. A motel room. This room. From the corner near the ceiling. I was standing in the frame, staring at myself on the screen. The timestamp in the corner read 2:11 a.m. My phone buzzed. No signal, but a notification appeared anyway. Charge applied duration. 3 hours. I backed away from the screen. The bathroom light clicked on. I hadn't touched it. A shadow moved behind the shower curtain. I grabbed the door handle and yanked. Locked. The deadbolt hadn't moved. The handle rattled uselessly in my hand. The television volume rose slightly. The image on the screen changed. The bed was empty. Someone was lying there. Not me. The shape under the blankets was wrong. Too long, shoulders too narrow, head tilted at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. The timestamp advanced. 2:14 a.m. I heard breathing. Not mine, from the bed behind me. I turned slowly. The blankets on the bed closest to the TV were dented inward, like someone had just lain down and hadn't bothered to pull them up. The mattress creaked softly. The TV text updated. Guest present, do not disturb. The bathroom door swung open. The shower curtain billowed outward, then settled. Nothing was there. My phone buzzed again. Charge updated, additional guest. I realized then what the motel was. Not haunted. Not abandoned. Occupied. Overlapping. Room 17 didn't reset when people checked out. It layered. Every night left something behind. Impressions. Habits. People who never fully left. I moved toward the window. The curtains wouldn't budge. They felt stiff, like cardboard. The glass behind them reflected the room incorrectly. I was alone in the reflection. The bed behind me was empty. The TV was off, but I could feel the weight on the mattress. The breathing was closer now. The voice came from the television, even though the screen was dark. Checkout is at 10, it said calmly. Please remain in the room until your stay is complete, I shouted. The lights flickered. The TV turned back on. The image now showed a different night, different person, a woman pacing. Her face streaked with tears. The timestamp read 3 years earlier. The text scrolled beneath her. Extended stay non-compliant. I understood the charges then. They weren't for time, they were for presence. For being noticed, for being added. I sat on the floor and didn't move. I didn't look at the bed. I didn't respond when the breathing stopped. I didn't react when the mattress slowly rose back into shape. The TV played through nights that weren't mine. Faces. Fear. People realizing too late that the room remembered them. At 9:58 a.m., the television shut off. The air conditioner clicked back on. The door unlocked. My phone buzzed one last time. Total charges settled. Thank you for your stay. I didn't go to the desk. I didn't look back. I drove until my phone had signal again and checked my bank account. One charge. Motel room 17, one night normal. Almost. Except beneath it, pending, grayed out but visible, was another line. Room 17 balance carryover. Last night, while I was asleep at home, my phone lit up at 2:11 a.m. No sound. Just a notification. Room 17 check-in confirmed. I've never been back to that motel. But I think part of me never checked out. True scary stories. The cabin in the woods that never existed. I was driving through northern Wisconsin in late October. The kind of cold that seeps through your jacket, no matter how thick it is. The sun had set hours ago, and the map on my phone directed me down a winding forest road that was barely more than a dirt path. GPS signal was spotty, but I was determined to reach the cabin I had rented. The listing promised isolation, deep woods, and a true escape from modern life. I needed quiet. No neighbors. No internet. Nothing. The first few miles were normal. The trees rose on either side like dark towers, and the occasional owl called somewhere overhead. The road narrowed further until it became almost impossible to tell where the asphalt ended and dirt began. Then I saw the first sign. Cabin, 1 mile gives. I slowed. The sign was weathered, letters scratched, paint peeling. The arrow pointed straight into a thicket of trees. I expected the path to open into a clearing. I expected a small cabin tucked neatly, maybe smoke from a chimney. Instead, the road curved sharply and led into a dense wall of evergreens. I could barely see the sky. The headlights reflected off mist that hadn't been there a moment before, a low fog hugging the ground. Then the second sign appeared, swinging from a low branch. Cabin ahead gives. I followed it. The air grew heavier, my breath fogged inside the car. I could hear something moving in the woods, far off at first, then closer. Not an animal, not birds, something walking. Heavy steps that matched mine, but I was alone. Finally, the trees opened into a small clearing. And there it was, the cabin. Small, one-story, perfectly centered in the clearing, windows dark, porch light flickering on and off. Smoke rose from the chimney in spirals, thin and gray. I could see the door, slightly ajar. I parked and stepped out. The cold wrapped around me immediately, sharper than before. I pulled my coat tight and approached the cabin. The front steps creaked under my weight. The door pushed open easily, like it had been waiting. Inside smelled of wood smoke and damp earth. Nothing else. No furniture except a rough table and 2 chairs. No personal belongings. No kitchen. The walls were bare except for a single picture on the far wall. A family, smiling, standing in front of a cabin that looked identical to this one, except the faces were blurred. I checked my phone. No signal. GPS showed I was still on the main forest road. I laughed nervously and shook my head. Probably an old map glitch, I thought. I tried the bedroom. Empty. 2 beds, sheets folded perfectly. The floorboards groaned as I moved. I sat on one bed, exhausted, and tried to relax. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through the trees, and something brushed against the window. Not leaves. Something heavier. I stood and peered outside. The fog had thickened. Shapes moved just beyond the tree line. Shapes that were tall, thin, human-like. But their movements were wrong jerky, too precise, like puppets with broken strings. The front door slammed shut behind me. I spun around. No one. The air felt charged, static biting at my skin. The picture on the wall. The faces were no longer blurred. I could see eyes. Watching me. I ran to the door. Locked. The handle wouldn't turn. The porch light outside flickered faster now. Shadows stretched across the clearing, moving as though reaching for me. I pounded on the door. Then a voice whispered from the walls, "You weren't supposed to arrive tonight." I froze. The air inside grew cold enough to see my breath. The shadows outside condensed into forms. Tall, faceless, staring at me. I backed away from the door and the voice continued, "But now that you are here." Stay. I ran to the window, tried to break it, but it wouldn't budge. The glass rippled under my hands, like water. The picture on the wall. The family was no longer in front of a cabin. They were standing inside this room, smiling at me. The fog outside thickened further, and I realized I could no longer see the forest beyond the clearing. The cabin, the clearing. It felt infinite, expanding outward in every direction. The shadows pressed closer to the windows, forming a circle around the cabin. I ran to the other door, locked as well. The whispering grew louder, overlapping. Names, dates, pleas, laughter, screams. Then, silence. I waited, trembling. The fog lifted slightly. I looked out the window. The clearing was gone. Trees. Endless trees. The forest. No cabin in sight. My car was gone. My path back was gone. And then I understood. The cabin had never existed. It was never on any map. It had never been built. But it had waited for me. I never slept that night. I sat in the corner, staring at the picture. Occasionally, the faces would blink. Occasionally, I thought I saw the shadows moving closer through the walls, closer to where I sat. I left before dawn, running through the trees until I stumbled back onto the highway. GPS signal returned. The forest behind me looked normal, no clearing, no cabin, no flickering light. Weeks later, I searched online. No listings. No reviews. Nothing. I even called the number from the original booking email. Disconnected. But sometimes at night, I see a message on my phone, not a call. Not a text. Just an image. The same picture from the cabin. The family smiling. Standing in the forest. Waiting. And I know if I ever take that forest road again, it will find me. True Scary Stories, The Cabin in the Woods That Never Existed, Part 2. I thought leaving the forest meant I was safe. For the first few days, nothing happened. I went back to my routine. Work. Grocery store. Sleep. I convinced myself the cabin was a stress-induced hallucination. A trick of isolation and exhaustion. Northern woods have a way of playing with your senses, I told myself. People get lost. People panic. But the forest didn't let me forget. It started with the smell. Wood smoke. I noticed it late one night while washing dishes. At first, I thought a neighbor was using a fireplace. But the smell was wrong. Too damp, too old. It clung to the air, thick and earthy, exactly like the cabin. I opened a window. The smell didn't fade. I closed it. Still there. That night, I dreamed of trees growing inside my apartment. Roots splitting the floor. Branches pressing against the ceiling. And in the center of it all, the cabin, door open, light flickering, waiting. I woke up to scratching, not at the door, at the walls. Slow, deliberate dragging sounds, like fingernails testing drywall. I turned on every light. The sound stopped instantly. The next morning I found dirt on the floor by the front door. Dark, damp soil. I live on the 3rd floor. I tried to throw it away, but the moment I touched it, a wave of dizziness hit me. Images flooded my mind. The clearing. The fog. The faceless figures standing just beyond the trees. Watching. I washed my hands until they were raw. That's when the messages started. Not texts. Not emails. Just notifications with no app attached. Nitrogen monoxide signal required location confirmed. I turned my phone off. It turned itself back on. The picture appeared again that night, the same family. But now there was an extra person standing at the edge of the frame. Me, my face blurred like theirs had been before. I screamed and threw the phone across the room. The screen didn't crack. It didn't even turn off. It lay there glowing softly, like a window into something deeper. I stopped sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the forest. Wind through branches. The crunch of footsteps on leaves. Always approaching. Never arriving. On the fourth night, I heard the porch steps creak. I don't have a porch. I stood frozen in my living room as the sound repeated. Slow. Heavy. One step at a time. Then the unmistakable sound of a door opening. Not my front door. A door that didn't exist. Cold air rushed through the apartment, carrying the smell of damp earth and rot. I turned slowly. The hallway was longer than it should have been. At the far end stood the cabin door. Open. Warm light spilling out. Behind me, the walls whispered. Stay. I backed away. The floor beneath my feet felt soft, like soil packed just tightly enough to walk on. The hallway walls were no longer drywall. They were bark, rough and splintered. I ran. The hallway stretched, each step taking more effort, like wading through deep snow. The cabin door remained the same distance away. Inside it, I could hear voices. Laughing, talking, living. I tripped and fell hard. When I looked up, the family from the picture stood around me, smiling too wide, eyes too still. You found it, one of them said. No, I whispered. You found me. They tilted their heads in unison. The cabin doesn't move, another said. People do. I felt hands on my arms, gentle but firm, guiding me toward the door. The light grew brighter, warmer, inviting. For a moment I wanted it. The quiet. The stillness. The end of running. Then I saw the clearing beyond the door. It was full. Cabins everywhere. Hundreds of them. Each one identical. Each one lit. Each one occupied. Faces pressed against windows. People standing on porches. Watching me, waiting. I screamed and thrashed. The scene shattered. I was back in my apartment, lying on the floor, gasping for air. Morning light streamed through the windows. My phone lay beside me, dark and silent. For weeks after, nothing happened. No smells, no whispers, no notifications. I started to believe I had escaped. Then a letter arrived. No return address. Inside was a single page, a photograph, a forest road, a familiar dirt path, and a sign nailed to a tree. Cabin now open. On the back, written in shaky handwriting, were 3 words. You were missed. I haven't slept since. Because I know now the cabin doesn't disappear. It just waits until you're tired enough to stop running. And one night, when the world feels too loud and the quiet sounds tempting, you'll open the door yourself. True Scary Stories, The Cabin in the Woods That Never Existed, Part 3. It's been months since that letter arrived, but the forest hasn't left me alone. I thought staying home, avoiding highways and rural roads, would be enough. I thought ignoring the notifications, the smells, the faint creak of imaginary porch steps would keep it from reaching me. I was wrong. It started subtly. First I noticed the fog. It wasn't outside my window, it was inside. A thin, gray mist curling along the baseboards of my apartment, just enough to make the floor damp. At first, I rubbed my eyes, convinced exhaustion was creating illusions, but the smell came with it. Wet soil, decayed leaves, and wood smoke. Then came the footprints. Small, human-shaped, impossible to erase. They led from my bedroom to the living room, stopping abruptly in front of the wall where the cabin-esque picture had appeared in my phone notifications months ago. I didn't touch them. I couldn't. Every time I tried, I felt a pressure in my chest, like the air itself was pressing me down, whispering, "Stay." I began seeing glimpses of it in reflections. Mirrors, windows, polished surfaces. A cabin, always at a distance, lit from inside, shadows moving behind the curtains. But when I turned my head, nothing was there. One night, around 2:11 a.m., the time that haunted the original cabin experience, my phone lit up on the table. I hadn't touched it. On the screen was a video feed. Not live, or at least it didn't behave like live video should. It was my apartment, but not mine. The furniture was arranged slightly differently. The walls looked taller. The corners of the ceiling darker, stretching farther than possible. And in the center of the room stood the cabin door. It opened slowly, the light spilling out like liquid. Shadows spilled after it, faceless figures in perfectly still postures. They didn't move toward me. They didn't move at all. They simply waited. I wanted to leave the room, but my legs refused. I felt rooted, every muscle locked. The phone vibrated violently, buzzing with an incoming message that had no sender. Welcome back. Then a second message. Stay with US. The whispers started again. Soft and overlapping, like multiple voices talking just behind my ears. I understood them this time. You were expected. You are ours now. I tried to shut the phone down. The screen shattered under my fingers but continued to glow. On it, the cabin door moved closer to the camera. Then my reflection appeared on the floor in front of it. I was lying there, motionless, staring up at the ceiling. Behind me, the shadows advanced through the door. I woke up or thought I did on the floor of my apartment. The sun was peeking through the window. Nothing seemed wrong. But when I checked my phone, the picture from the cabin appeared again. Only this time, it was different. The family from the photograph stood outside the cabin door, looking directly at me. I tried to call someone. Anyone. My phone rang. No answer. Then the line clicked, and a whisper came through the speaker. You can't leave. Not yet. Not until the cabin has you. I threw the phone across the room. It landed on its screen, unbroken. The light from the screen bent and stretched, forming a tiny version of the cabin, just big enough to crawl out of the phone. Shadows poured from it like smoke. They reached toward me, touching the floor, walls, even my skin. I screamed. I don't remember falling asleep. I only remember waking in the car. My apartment was gone. My street. My city. The fog was everywhere, curling like fingers around me. In the distance, I could see the clearing. Hundreds of cabins. Windows glowing. Doors slightly open. And in every window, the same faceless families stared at me, moving only when I blinked. I drove. I had no idea where the road led. My car's headlights didn't reach past 50 feet. Trees pressed in from all sides. The mist swallowed the sound of the engine. And somewhere behind me I could hear the soft creak of porch steps, moving at the same rhythm as my heart. Then the messages appeared on the dashboard screen. You cannot leave. You are home now. I've been driving for hours. Days, maybe. Time has no meaning here. Every mile I travel, the cabins appear closer, the fog grows thicker, and the faceless figures never blink. They're always waiting, always watching. Sometimes I catch glimpses in the rearview mirror of other cars behind me, but when I look, there's nothing. No headlights, no road. Just more fog. And sometimes a shadow that stretches unnaturally long, following me, always at the corner of my vision. I don't know how much longer I can keep moving. The messages never stop. The footsteps never stop. The cabin is always there, somewhere in the fog, growing larger with every blink. And I know the truth now. I will never escape. Because the cabin doesn't just exist in the woods. It exists wherever I go. It follows me, watches me, waits for me to tire, to blink, to stop. And the moment I do, the door will open, the lights will flicker, and I will finally check in for good. Even now, typing this, I can feel the mist curling around my fingers, whispering, "We see you. We know you. Come back. I will never stop running." But the cabin is patient, and it always finds a way. True scary stories, the abandoned hospital that never let go. I had always been drawn to abandoned places, the ones people whispered about but never visited. As a freelance photographer in upstate New York, I chased the decay of old buildings for my portfolio. The thrill of capturing places where life had once thrived but had been left to rot. That's how I found St. Dimphna's Hospital. It was on a forgotten road outside Rochester, hidden behind overgrown weeds and a chain-link fence with private property keep out, signs swinging in the wind. Locals never went near it, claiming it was cursed. The hospital had closed in the early 1980s after a string of unexplained patient disappearances. The news articles were vague, mentioning staff negligence and unidentified deaths. But whispers in the town told of something darker, something the police never admitted to. I parked my car on the side of the cracked asphalt, grabbed my camera bag, and slipped through a gap in the fence. The air was thick with the smell of mold, rust, and decay. Broken windows reflected the moonlight like empty eyes staring down at me. Every step I took across the littered courtyard echoed unnaturally, like the building itself was listening. The main entrance doors were chained, but I found a side door hanging open. The inside was dark, the floors littered with debris. I turned on my flashlight and immediately regretted it. The light bounced off the peeling paint and shattered glass, revealing the outlines of abandoned wheelchairs, gurneys, and crumbling beds. I started photographing the halls, the decaying murals, the hospital signs faded beyond recognition. The silence was absolute oppressive. But after about 20 minutes, I began to hear something faint, a low hum, almost like a chant, echoing through the halls. I froze, listening. The sound was coming from the upper floors. My rational mind told me it was the wind, pipes settling, or maybe my imagination. But my gut screamed otherwise. Curiosity pushed me up the stairwell. Each step groaned under my weight. The air grew colder as I ascended, and the chanting grew louder, but still unintelligible. I reached the 3rd floor. The hallway stretched farther than the building's exterior suggested, twisting into angles I didn't expect. That's when I saw the first shadow. It was just at the end of the hall, tall, thin, and strangely distorted, like the light bent around it. I called out, "Hello?" No response. My voice sounded swallowed by the walls. I raised my camera, but the shadow vanished as soon as the flash went off. Then the whispers started. Soft, urgent, almost pleading. "Don't leave, don't leave." I froze. My flashlight flickered. The shadows multiplied, moving along the walls in ways no human could. They slithered, elongated, curling around corners, always just out of reach. I turned to leave, and the stairwell had changed. Where I had come up was now a solid wall. The hallway behind me stretched endlessly, every doorway leading to more darkness. I realized then, the hospital wasn't abandoned in the conventional sense. It wasn't a building, it was a trap. A living entity, feeding on fear, twisting reality. I tried to retrace my steps. The doors I remembered weren't there. The ceilings lowered, then rose again, floors tilting slightly beneath me, throwing off my balance. The chanting became clearer. Words I couldn't understand, but the intent was undeniable: anger, hunger, ownership. I hid in a storage closet, trying to calm my racing heart. My flashlight dimmed. I saw faint handprints appearing on the walls around me, long, spindly fingers, pressed into the paint as if trying to reach through. One by one, the handprints began moving, stretching toward me. I ran, taking the first hallway I could find. Rooms on either side had hospital beds with shadows under the sheets. Each shadow lifted its head when I passed, eyes glowing faintly, staring through me. I ran past a room filled with wheelchairs, each occupied by a dark shape that leaned forward slowly, creaking as if ready to follow. Then I heard a door slam shut behind me. I turned and saw a figure blocking the hallway. It was human-shaped, but impossibly tall. Its limbs too long, fingers dragging on the floor. Its head tilted unnaturally, jerking from side to side, and the whispering became a deafening roar. "You belong here." I ran blindly, not knowing if I was going forward or in circles. Doors led to more doors, hallways looped endlessly, ceilings stretching impossibly high. My flashlight flickered and died. I was in total darkness with the shadows moving closer, feeling like cold wind brushing against my neck. I tripped and fell into a room that I didn't remember seeing before. The walls were lined with patient files, each folder labeled with a name and a date. I flipped through one at random: my name, today's date. I vomited on the floor. My camera, still around my neck, flashed once. In the photo, I wasn't alone. Behind me, a shadow leaned over my shoulder, smiling with no face. I screamed. The door behind me slammed shut. I could feel the building shifting, walls breathing, floors bending. The whispering returned, soft again. "Stay." I ran down the hallway that suddenly appeared, out of breath, panic threatening to overtake me. A window at the end of the hall glimmered with moonlight. Freedom. I ran for it. My hand slammed against the glass. It was locked. I pressed harder. The reflection in the glass showed the cabin-like hospital behind me, stretching endlessly, infinite rooms filled with shadows. And then I realized the reflection wasn't mine. It was another version of me, pale, terrified, reaching out from the other side. Eyes pleading, mouth screaming silently. The shadows closed in behind me. My heart raced. My lungs burned. I smashed the window with my camera bag. Glass sprayed everywhere. I climbed out, falling into the overgrown weeds. I scrambled to my car, parked haphazardly, tires crunching over rocks. I drove away, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. The road seemed to stretch farther than it should have. Trees leaned toward me, branches scratching the car as if trying to slow me down. When I reached the highway, lights and civilization, I thought I had escaped, but my camera told a different story. Every photo I took inside that hospital had something in it that I never saw at the time. Shadows creeping along ceilings. Faces pressed to walls. A tall figure standing silently at the far end of hallways. In every single image, it was there, watching, waiting. Weeks later, when I dared to revisit the area, the hospital had vanished completely. The clearing was empty. Just trees, weeds, and broken asphalt. No building, no windows, no sign of entrance. I know what I saw. I know it followed me. And sometimes, when I turn off the lights at night, I can still hear the faint hum of a hospital. Doors creaking, whispers calling my name. It's still waiting. It never lets go. I've stopped photographing abandoned buildings. I've stopped exploring. Because some places aren't abandoned. Some places are alive, and they remember. And St. Dimphnis is patient, and it knows exactly where I am. Even now, typing this, I can feel the shadows pressing just outside the edges of my vision, and I know if I ever close my eyes completely, it will be there. Watching, waiting, ready to pull me back in. The hospital never lets go, and I don't think it ever will. True Scary Stories, The Abandoned Hospital That Never Let Go Part 2. I thought surviving the hospital meant the story was over. I was wrong. The first sign was the silence. My apartment used to hum with normal life sounds, the refrigerator cycling, pipes ticking, distant traffic drifting in through the windows. After the hospital, those sounds faded one by one like someone slowly muting the world. At night, the quiet pressed against my ears so hard it felt physical. Then the smells returned. Antiseptic. Rust. Old blood masked by disinfectant. I would wake up at 3:17 a.m. every night to the same scent, thick and unmistakable, as if a hospital corridor had opened somewhere in my apartment while I slept. I searched every room. Nothing. The smell never came from a source. It just existed. I tried deleting the photos from my camera. Every time I erased them, they reappeared, not in the memory card, not in cloud storage. They appeared in my phone gallery instead, sorted by date, labeled with timestamps that didn't exist when I took them. New photos began appearing too. Photos I never took. Images of long hospital hallways, cleaner than St. Dimphnis had ever been. Fluorescent lights humming overhead. Doors closed tight on both sides. And always the same figure at the end of the hall, waiting. I stopped sleeping with the lights off. That didn't help. In the dark, I started hearing hospital sounds call buttons chiming softly. Distant carts rolling, muffled announcements echoing through vents that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom door, stopping just close enough that I could feel the vibration through the floor. One night, the footsteps didn't stop. They lingered. I stared at the door frozen as the handle slowly turned. The door didn't open. Instead, it stretched. The wood elongated, the frame warping inward, as if the hallway outside was being pulled toward my bedroom. The paint cracked, peeling away to reveal pale green beneath, hospital green. A voice whispered through the crack. You left early. The door snapped back to normal. I collapsed onto the bed, gasping. The next morning, I found a hospital wristband on my nightstand. My name printed clearly. Admitted. Pending discharge. Denied. I called a therapist. I didn't tell them everything. Just enough to sound tired, stressed, unraveling. They suggested grounding techniques. Medication, rest. None of that stops a place that has already decided you belong to it. On my way home from work one evening, the elevator doors opened onto the wrong floor. I live on the 6th floor. The elevator opened to a hospital corridor, same pale green walls, same flickering lights, same smell. The door stayed open, waiting. I refused to step out. The lights flickered violently, and for a moment, I saw gurneys lined against the walls, sheets pulled over motionless shapes. One of the shapes sat up. The elevator doors slammed shut. When they opened again, I was on my floor. No one believed me. That night, my bathroom mirror fogged on its own. Words appeared slowly, traced by an invisible finger. Returned for observation, I smashed the mirror. Behind the glass wasn't drywall. It was tile, white hospital tile, stained and cracked. I moved out the next day. New city, new apartment, new start. The hospital followed. It started appearing in reflection store windows, car mirrors, dark phone screens. Just a corner of a hallway. Just a door. Just a flicker of fluorescent light. Then the dreams changed. I wasn't running anymore. I was working there. Wearing scrubs. Walking the halls. Checking rooms. Every room contained a version of me at a different age, lying in a hospital bed, eyes open, tracking my movements. In the final room, the bed was empty. A chart hung at the foot. My name. Room assignment. Permanent. I woke up screaming. There were footsteps in my apartment. Heavy. Measured. Clinical. A gurney rolled past my bedroom door. Metal wheels squealing softly. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. A shadow passed under the door. Tall. Too thin. The shadow paused. Then a voice spoke, calm and professional. Patient is awake. Something pressed against the door, flattening the wood inward like soft clay. Fingers formed impressions. Long. Wrong. We just need you to cooperate. The pressure released. The footsteps retreated. I didn't sleep again. The next day, my camera turned on by itself. The screen displayed a live feed, not of my apartment, of St. Dimphna's Hospital. Clean now, operational. Staff moving through the halls. Patients sitting quietly in wheelchairs, heads tilted in unison toward the camera. Toward me. Text scrolled across the screen. Readmission approved. I smashed the camera. The screen stayed on. The final image froze. A hospital room. A bed. Someone sitting on it. Me. Looking directly into the lens. Smiling. I understand now what St. Dimphna's really is. It doesn't trap bodies. It catalogs people. Studies them. Keeps copies. And once it decides you're interesting enough, once it records you deeply enough, you never really leave. You're just on temporary release. And somewhere, behind flickering lights and locked doors, a chart with your name on it is waiting to be updated. Because the hospital never let me go. It's just waiting for me to stop resisting. And I'm starting to feel very tired. True scary stories, the night shift call that never ended. I took the night shift at the 911 dispatch center in Northern Ohio because it paid better and because I thought it would be quiet. Fewer calls. Less chaos. Long stretches of silence broken only by the glow of monitors and the hum of servers behind the walls. I was wrong about every part of that. The building itself always felt off at night. During the day, it was just another government office. Fluorescent lights. Beige walls. Coffee stains on desks. But after midnight, the place felt hollow, like the air had been scooped out and replaced with something colder. Sound traveled strangely. Footsteps echoed too long. Voices carried from rooms that were supposed to be empty. My shift started at 11 p.m. At exactly 12:14 a.m. The first call came in. No caller ID, no location ping. Just a blank line on my screen. I answered anyway. 911, what's your emergency? There was breathing on the other end. Slow, shallow. Like someone trying not to be heard. Hello, I said again. A whisper came through the headset. I think someone is in my house. I asked for the address. The line crackled. I don't know, the caller said. I can't remember it. That wasn't unusual. Panic does that to people. I asked for landmarks, cross streets, anything. Silence. Then the caller whispered, they're standing in the hallway. I asked if they could see the intruder. No, they said. But I can hear them breathing. I pulled up the trace again. Still nothing. No number. No coordinates. Like the call wasn't coming from anywhere. I dispatched a patrol unit anyway, marking the location as unknown and adding notes as fast as I could. The caller stayed on the line. They told me the house was dark, that the lights wouldn't turn on, that the hallway felt longer than it should. I asked them to stay quiet and hide if possible. I'm in the bedroom, they whispered, under the bed. Then the breathing changed. Not the caller's. Something deeper, slower. Right next to the phone. The caller stopped whispering. They spoke normally now, flat and calm. It knows I'm here. My skin crawled. I asked if they could see it. No, they said. But it can see me. The line went dead. I waited for the disconnect tone. It never came. The call timer kept running. Open line. I tried speaking. Hello? Are you still there? Static answered. Then a sound like fabric dragging across carpet, and footsteps. Heavy. Measured. Coming closer. I muted my mic and flagged a supervisor. He checked the line, frowned, and said the system showed no active call. But I could still hear it. At 12:27 a.m., the whisper returned. It's standing over me now. I slammed my mic back on. Sir or ma'am, are you in danger right now? Yes. What does it look like? A pause. Then it looks like you. My stomach dropped. I told my supervisor again. He unplugged my headset. The sound continued through the speakers on my desk. At 12:31 a.m., another call came in. Different line. Different screen. Same voice. I think someone is in my house. I froze. The supervisor answered this one. I watched his face drain of color as the call progressed. He hung up and stared at me. It's asking for you, he said. The lights flickered. The room temperature dropped sharply. Every monitor in the dispatch center blinked at once. At 12:36 a.m., calls started coming in from every line. Same voice, same whisper, different sentences. It's in the kitchen now. It's standing behind the door. It's breathing right next to me. All of them asking for me. We shut down the system. Killed the power. The calls kept coming. The phones rang with no electricity. The supervisor ordered an evacuation. As we rushed toward the exit, I heard my name over the PA system. Soft, patient. Wrong, I didn't turn around. At home that morning, I tried to sleep. At 12:14 p.m., my phone rang. No number, I answered. I think someone is in my house. I didn't hang up. I listened. Because I recognized the breathing. It was mine. I quit the job that day. Moved apartments. Changed my number. It didn't matter. Every night at exactly 12:14, the call comes back. Sometimes it's on my phone. Sometimes it's on the TV. Sometimes it comes from the other side of the bedroom door. It always says the same thing. I think someone is in my house. And every night, the breathing gets closer because I finally understand. The call was never coming from inside a house. It was coming from inside me. And one night soon, I know the line is going to open completely, and there will be no one left to answer. True Scary Stories, the night shift call that never ended part 2, I stopped answering the calls. That didn't stop them from ringing. At exactly 12:14 a.m. every night, something reached out. Sometimes it was my phone vibrating on the nightstand. Sometimes it was the television turning itself on to a black screen with a faint hiss. Once it came from my laptop, closed and unplugged. The call sound echoing from inside the metal shell, like it had lungs. I learned quickly that ignoring it made things worse. The breathing would start anyway. At first, it sounded distant, like someone standing in another room. Then it moved closer, syncing with my own breath until I couldn't tell which one belonged to me. I started sleeping with headphones on, blasting noise. But the sound didn't travel through my ears. It vibrated through my chest, through my bones. On the 4th night after I quit the dispatch center, I woke up to the sound of footsteps pacing my hallway. Slow, measured. The same cadence I used to hear through the headset during open line calls. I lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling, counting the steps. 1, 2, 3. They stopped outside my bedroom door. The handle didn't turn. Instead, I heard someone lean in close enough that I could hear the faint wet click of a mouth opening. Then a whisper, soft and professional, like a dispatcher trained to stay calm. "You're not answering." I squeezed my eyes shut. The footsteps retreated. My phone lit up immediately. Missed call duration, 0 hours 47 minutes and 12 seconds. I didn't check the number. I already knew it wouldn't exist. The next day, I tried to prove to myself that this was psychological. Trauma from the job. Burnout. Hallucinations triggered by stress and routine. I scheduled a sleep study. I booked a therapy appointment. I even went back to the dispatch center during daylight hours to ask for my records. They told me I'd never worked there. My name wasn't in the system. My badge number belonged to someone who retired 10 years earlier. Security footage from the nights I worked showed an empty desk where I remembered sitting. Headset hanging neatly. Chair pushed in. But the call logs were still there. Hundreds of entries. All marked open line. All rooted to a single operator ID. Mine. That night, the calls changed. At 12:14 a.m., my phone didn't ring. Instead, my bedroom light turned on. The air grew cold, sharp enough to sting my lungs. Then the voice came from behind me. "You always ask the wrong questions." I rolled over slowly. Someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. It looked like me. Not a reflection. Not a shadow. A perfect copy, down to the tired eyes and slightly slouched shoulders. Except its mouth didn't move when it spoke. "You asked where the caller was." It continued. "You should have asked when." I tried to scream. No sound came out. The thing stood and walked toward the door, its footsteps perfectly synchronized with the ones I'd heard for weeks. It paused with its hand on the handle. "Every open line is a doorway," it said. "Someone has to stay on the other side." The bedroom door opened. Beyond it wasn't my hallway. It was the dispatch center. Lights dimmed. Phones ringing endlessly. Desks filled with operators who weren't quite human anymore. Faces blurred. Movements repetitive. Answering calls that never ended. At the far end of the room sat my desk. Empty. Waiting. I felt myself being pulled forward, not physically, but like gravity had changed direction. Like the world had decided where I belonged, and was done asking my opinion. I grabbed the bed frame, fingers digging in. The copy turned back toward me. "You don't get to hang up," it said gently. "Not anymore." The phone screamed, every ring overlapping. Every call starting with the same sentence. "I think someone is in my house." I don't remember how I escaped. I don't remember the room closing or the thing leaving. I woke up on the floor at 12:13 a.m., my phone clutched in my hand, screen glowing, incoming call. "No number," I answered. For the first time there was no breathing, just silence. Then my own voice came through the speaker, calm and distant. 911, what's your emergency? And before I could stop myself, before I could fight it, my mouth moved. I whispered into the phone. "I think someone is in my house." The line stayed open. The call timer started counting up. And somewhere, very close now, something began to breathe. True scary stories. The elevator that only stopped on the 13th floor. The building I moved into in downtown Chicago was old enough to have stories baked into the walls. 12 floors, according to the listing. No 13th floor, of course. The landlord laughed when I asked. Said the building skipped it like most places did. Superstition. Tradition. Nothing unusual. I believed him. For the first few weeks, everything felt normal. The elevator was slow but reliable. The hallways smelled faintly of dust and old carpet. Neighbors nodded politely but never lingered. I worked late hours, so most nights I came home after midnight, when the building felt half asleep. That's when the elevator started acting strange. The first time I barely noticed it. I'd pressed the button for my floor, 7, and leaned against the wall, scrolling on my phone. The elevator hummed softly as it rose. Then it stopped. The display above the door flickered. The doors didn't open. I frowned, assuming it was a glitch. The display blinked again and changed to 7. The elevator continued up like nothing had happened. When I stepped out on my floor, I laughed it off. Old building, old wiring. The second time I wasn't laughing. It was 1:38 a.m. I was alone in the elevator holding a bag of takeout. As the doors slid shut, the lights inside dimmed slightly. The elevator moved slower than usual, each floor passing with a heavy mechanical groan. The display skipped from 11 to 13. The elevator stopped hard. The lights flickered. The doors creaked open. What I saw wasn't my building. The hallway beyond was longer than any floor I'd seen before. The carpet was darker, stained in places that looked too deliberate. The walls were the same beige color, but cracked and warped, as if they'd been damp for years. The ceiling lights buzzed unevenly, some flickering, some dead. At the far end of the hallway stood an elevator door, identical to the one I was standing in. No numbers on the walls, no exit signs, just doors. I didn't step out. The doors closed on their own. The elevator shuddered and continued upward. When I reached my floor, my hands were shaking. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I asked the concierge about it. He stared at me blankly when I mentioned the 13th floor. "There is no 13th floor," he said slowly. "The display doesn't even have that number." I told him what I saw. He smiled tightly and changed the subject. That night, the elevator waited. I pressed the call button. It took longer than usual to arrive. When the doors opened, the car was empty, lights dimmer than before. I hesitated. Then I stepped in. The doors closed. Before I could press any button, the elevator started moving. Down. The display ticked past numbers too fast to follow. Then stopped on 13. The doors opened immediately. This time I smelled it before I saw anything. Stale air. Old sweat. Something faintly metallic. The hallway was closer now, like it had leaned toward the elevator. The lights buzzed louder. I could hear something else, too soft, rhythmic sounds like footsteps far away or breathing. I tried to press the door close button. Nothing happened. A voice spoke from the hallway. "You missed your floor." It sounded like a man, calm, polite. The way someone sounds when they're trying not to scare you. I didn't answer. The footsteps grew louder. Slow. Even. The voice came again. Everyone does, eventually. A shape moved at the far end of the hall. Tall. Thin. Wrong. I slammed my fist against the emergency button. The elevator lights went out completely. For a moment, I thought I was trapped in the dark. Then the lights came back on. The doors were closed. The display read 7. When they opened, I ran. I didn't take the elevator for a week after that. I used the stairs, even though my apartment was 7 floors up. I told myself I was overreacting. Then the note appeared. It was taped neatly to my apartment door when I came home one night. White paper, black text. "You can't avoid your floor forever." I ripped it down and threw it away. That night, I dreamed of elevators. Rows and rows of them stretching into darkness, each one opening onto the same hallway. People stepped out one by one. Some screamed. Some walked calmly like they knew where they were going. None of them came back. The next evening, the stairwell door was locked. Fire code violation, I thought, heart racing. I went to the elevator instead. The moment I stepped inside, the doors closed. The display flickered. The doors opened wider than before, revealing more of the hallway. I could see doors lining the walls now, apartment doors, each one slightly ajar. I saw movement behind some of them, hands gripping door frames, eyes watching from the dark. The voice spoke again, closer now. This is your stop. I shook my head. No, I said. No, it's not. The voice sighed. You stay too long upstairs. Something brushed my arm. I screamed and stumbled forward, nearly falling out of the elevator. The hallway floor felt soft under my feet, like thick carpet over something uneven. The elevator doors closed behind me. I turned. The doors were gone. Only a wall. The lights flickered violently. The apartment doors along the hall began to open. People stepped out. Or what used to be people. Their faces were slack eyes hollow, mouths slightly open as if mid-sentence. They wore clothes from different decades. Some looked old. Some looked young. All of them looked tired. One of them reached for me. You get used to it, she said softly. After a while, you forget what floor you came from. I ran. The hallway stretched endlessly, bending slightly no matter which direction I turned. Every door I passed had a number scratched into it. 13A, 13B, 13C, my chest burned, my legs ached. Finally, I saw it, an elevator. I threw myself inside and slammed the buttons, pressing every number I could. The doors closed. The elevator shook violently, lights flashing. The display cycled through numbers, then stopped. The doors opened. I collapsed onto the familiar carpet of my floor, gasping for air. I moved out the next day. Different city, different building, different life. I never told anyone why. Sometimes late at night I still hear it. The soft ding of an elevator arriving. When I close my eyes, I can see the display flicker. And every time I ride an elevator now, no matter where I am, I watch the numbers carefully. Because sometimes, for just a second, between floors, I see it, waiting for me to remember where I belong. True scary stories. The elevator that only stopped on the 13th floor, part 2, I thought leaving Chicago would end it. I was wrong. The new building in Milwaukee was modern. Glass, steel, security cameras on every floor. Only 8 stories. No superstition. No missing numbers. The leasing agent proudly told me the elevators were brand new, fully digital, inspected monthly. For the first month, everything behaved exactly as it should, until the night the elevator hesitated. I was coming home late again, rain soaking my jacket, shoes squeaking on polished concrete. I stepped into the elevator alone and pressed 5. The doors closed smoothly. The car began to rise. Then it slowed. Not stopped, just hesitated, like it was thinking. The display flickered. For less than a second, the number glitched. Then it corrected itself to 2 and continued upward. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might pass out. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and sat on the floor until sunrise. The next morning, I checked the elevator's inspection certificate. No record of faults. No record of glitches. No record of the number 13 existing anywhere in the system. That night, I took the stairs. On the 3rd floor, I heard it. A ding. Above me. I froze on the stairwell landing, staring up. The sound came again. An elevator arriving. But the stairwell didn't connect to the elevator shaft on that side of the building. I knew the layout. I had memorized it, obsessively. Something moved behind the stairwell door on the 4th floor. A shadow passed under the crack. Tall. Thin. Waiting. I ran back down and slept in my car. The dreams came back immediately. The hallway. Longer now. Wider. More doors. People standing in clusters, whispering softly, like commuters waiting for a train that never arrives. Their faces were clearer this time. I recognized some of them. Neighbors from my old building in Chicago, the concierge. A woman who used to walk her dog every morning. They all looked at me with the same expression. Relief. You came back, someone said. I woke up to my phone buzzing. 12:59 a.m., a notification from an app I didn't have. Elevator access granted, I deleted it. It reappeared. The next evening, I heard knocking, not on my apartment door. From inside the walls. 3 slow knocks. Pause. 3 more. Moving, like someone walking the hallway from inside the concrete. I pressed my ear to the wall, breathing. The same soft, steady breathing I remembered from the 13th floor. I shouted for it to go away. The breathing stopped. Then the wall vibrated. A voice seeped through, muffled but clear. You skipped your stop. The power went out. Emergency lights flickered on, bathing my apartment in red. My phone lit up at the same time. Incoming call nitrogen monoxide number, I answered before I could stop myself. The line was silent. Then I heard the elevator music, tinny, distorted, playing from very far away. A ding sounded. The voice returned, closer now. Doors opening. I grabbed a flashlight and cracked my apartment door open. The hallway was wrong, longer, dimmer, the carpet darker. At the far end, an elevator door stood where there shouldn't have been one. Its display glowed faintly. The doors slid open. Warm light spilled out. I could see inside now. The elevator car was bigger than any I'd ever seen, walls lined with mirrors. Reflections stretched endlessly, repeating the same image over and over. Me, standing there. In every reflection, I was doing something different. One was screaming, one was crying, one was calm, smiling. A hand reached out from inside the elevator. It looked human, too human. Come on, the voice said gently. This time it sounded exactly like mine. Everyone ends up here. You're just early. I slammed my door shut and locked it. The hallway outside didn't change back. I could still hear movement. Doors opening, footsteps gathering, soft murmurs. I backed away slowly, heart racing. My phone buzzed again. Final notice floor confirmed. The knocking started on my door. Not frantic. Polite. Patient. I'm writing this from inside my apartment. Lights still red. Phone battery draining fast. The knocking hasn't stopped. It's been hours. Or minutes. Time feels wrong. I can hear the elevator music through the door now. Clearer. Louder. And underneath it, dozens of voices whispering the same thing. This is your stop. The handle is starting to turn, and I know deep down that when the door finally opens, the elevator will already be waiting. True scary stories, the door that appeared after midnight. The first time the door appeared, I thought I was tired. I live alone in a quiet town in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where nothing ever really happens. Tree-lined streets, identical houses, streetlights that hum softly at night. I work a late shift at a logistics warehouse, so I usually get home around 12:30 a.m. when the neighborhood is completely still. That night, I locked my front door, kicked off my shoes, and walked down the hallway toward my bedroom. That's when I saw it. At the end of the hall, where the wall should have been, there was a door. A plain wooden door, dark brown, old-fashioned brass handle. No frame damage. No cracks in the drywall around it. Just a door that had never been there before. I stood there for a full minute, staring at it, my brain refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. I knew my house. I'd lived there for 3 years. The hallway ended in a wall with a small framed photo hanging crookedly. The photo was gone. The door was real. I walked closer, heart pounding, half expecting it to vanish. It didn't. The wood was solid under my fingers. Cold. There was no sound behind it. No air movement. No smell. I told myself it had to be a stress hallucination, overtime shifts, lack of sleep, my mind filling in gaps. I went to bed without opening it. When I woke up the next morning, the door was gone. The wall was back. The photo was crooked again. I laughed out loud, relief washing over me. I didn't tell anyone. There was nothing to tell. That was my mistake. The door came back the next night. Same time, just after midnight. This time it was closer. Not at the end of the hall. Halfway down, like it had taken a step toward me. I didn't touch it. I didn't go near it. I slept on the couch with all the lights on. The third night, the door had a number carved into it. Not painted. Not written. Carved deep into the wood, like someone had pressed the numbers in with a blade over and over until the grooves were permanent. I started documenting everything. Photos, videos, timestamps, but every picture I took came out wrong. The hallway looked normal. No door. No number. The video showed me standing there, phone shaking slightly, breathing hard, staring at an empty wall. But I could see it. Clear as day. The fourth night, the door was right outside my bedroom. I could hear something then. A sound like distant movement, not footsteps exactly. More like shifting weight. Like someone standing on the other side, adjusting their stance. Waiting. I pressed my ear against the wood. I immediately pulled back. The door was warm. Too warm. as if something living was pressed against it from the other side. A whisper slipped through the crack. "You noticed." I stumbled backward and hit the wall. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I called in sick and searched my house from top to bottom. Attic, basement, behind every wall panel. There was no extra space, no hidden room, no structural explanation. That night, the power went out at exactly 12:01 a.m. The door appeared with a sound this time, a soft click. Like a lock opening, the handle turned slowly on its own. I screamed and ran for the front door. It wouldn't open. The knob spun freely in my hand, useless. Behind me, the hallway creaked. Footsteps, slow, bare, deliberate. I didn't turn around. A voice spoke from right behind my ear. "You've been inside before." I felt something brush my shoulder. Cold fingers. Images flooded my mind without warning. Hallways that weren't mine. Rooms stacked inside each other like boxes. Doors everywhere. Thousands of them. People standing in front of them, staring, listening, hoping theirs would never open. I dropped to my knees. The voice continued, calm and patient. "You forgot." Most people do. The door slammed shut behind me with a force that shook the house. The power came back on. The hallway was empty. No door, no footsteps, no voice. For a week, nothing happened. I convinced myself it was over. Then I found dirt on my bedroom floor. Dark soil, wet, leading from the hallway to my bed. That night, I dreamed of the door opening. I dreamed of stepping through. On the other side was a version of my house that went on forever. Same rooms, same furniture, but darker, older, rotting. And in every room there was a door, each one numbered, each one breathing softly. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails. The door came back bigger, wider. The number changed. Then 15. Each night, it moved closer to my bed. Each night, the whispers grew louder. "You don't leave. You just forget you're here." I tried to stay awake. I failed. The last thing I remember clearly is standing in front of the door, hand on the handle, tears running down my face. Knowing I didn't want to open it and knowing somehow that I already had. I'm writing this now because I found my phone on the floor of my hallway. The battery is almost dead. The house isn't mine anymore. The walls are wrong. The ceiling is too high. The doors are everywhere. I can hear people knocking from the other side of some of them, begging, crying, promising they won't open it. Mine is still here, right in front of me. Number 13. It's opening on its own now. And I finally remember. This isn't my house. It never was. It's where doors go after they appear. And once you notice one, you're already inside. True Scary Stories, The Door That Appeared After Midnight. Part 2. I don't know how long I've been inside this place. Time doesn't move correctly here. It stretches, folds, repeats. There are no windows, no clocks, no way to tell whether minutes or years are passing. The only thing that feels consistent is the doors. They are everywhere. Hallways branch into more hallways, each one lined with doors of different shapes and ages. Some are old wood like the first one I saw in my house. Others are metal, scratched and dented, with numbers stamped into them. Some look new, white and clean, like they were installed yesterday. All of them are numbered, not in order. 13 appears often, too often. I tried walking away from it. Every time I turned a corner, another door with the same number waited for me, like the place was gently guiding me back without forcing me. The air here smells faintly of dust and something organic like damp soil. Every sound echoes too long. My footsteps don't sound like they belong to me. Sometimes I hear other footsteps layered underneath, perfectly synced, as if someone is walking exactly where I walk, but a half second later, I'm not alone. I realized that when I heard whispering behind one of the doors. Not screaming, not banging. Just calm voices, talking the way people do when they think no one else is listening. I pressed my ear to the wood. A woman's voice said, "I swear this is my house." "I know it is." A man replied softly, "Then why does it keep changing?" I stumbled back, heart racing. They were real, not echoes. Not memories. People. Further down the hall, a door stood slightly open. No number. Light spilled out from the crack, warm and yellow, like a living room lamp at night. I approached slowly, every instinct screaming not to, but the silence behind me felt worse. Inside was a kitchen. Normal. Too normal. A man sat at the table, head in his hands. He looked up when he saw me. "Thank God," he said. "You're real, right?" I nodded, unable to speak. He laughed, a broken sound. "I've been here for, I don't know." I came through a door in my basement. Thought I was losing my mind. Behind him I saw it. A door at the back of the kitchen. Number 13. He followed my gaze and went pale. Don't open that one, he said quickly. It moves you. Every time you open it, it puts you somewhere worse. I asked him if he'd tried other doors. All of them lead here eventually, he said. This is the waiting area. The lights flickered. The kitchen faded at the edges, colors draining away like water down a sink. The man's face twisted in fear. It's resetting, he whispered. The room dissolved. I was back in the hallway, alone. The whispering grew louder after that. Dozens of voices now, overlapping, bleeding through the doors. Some begged, some argued. Some laughed hysterically. A few were silent, except for slow breathing right on the other side of the wood. I noticed something else then. Some doors were scratched from the inside. Deep gouges. Broken nails embedded in the wood. On one door, the number had been clawed out completely. I ran. The hallway bent unnaturally, curving back on itself. Doors slammed as I passed, not violently, but deliberately, like someone closing them to keep me from choosing. The lights dimmed. Then came the announcement. It wasn't a voice from one place. It came from everywhere at once, vibrating through the walls and floor. Occupancy imbalance detected. The doors began to unlock. All around me, handles turned. Locks clicked open. Doors creaked wide. People stepped out. Or what was left of them. Some looked mostly normal, just exhausted, eyes hollow, skin pale. Others were wrong in subtle ways. Movements too stiff. Smiles held a fraction too long. Heads tilting at angles that strained the neck. They all looked at me. A woman stepped forward. New arrival, she said softly. You still remember outside, don't you? I nodded. That won't last, she said. None of us meant to stay. I asked her how to leave. She gestured down the hall. You don't leave, she said. You get reassigned. The floor trembled. A door at the end of the hall began to glow faintly. It was larger than the others now. Taller. Wider. The number pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. The announcement returned. Designation complete. The crowd parted, forming a path toward the door. I shook my head and backed away. No, I said. I'm not going back in there. The woman smiled sadly. Everyone says that. Hands closed around my arms. Not rough, gentle, firm. This place doesn't take you by force. Someone whispered near my ear. It waits until you understand there's nowhere else. The door opened. Inside was my hallway, my real hallway. My photo crooked on the wall, my bedroom light on. I could smell my house. Clean laundry, coffee, familiar safety. I surged forward, hope exploding in my chest. As I crossed the threshold, I heard it. Behind me, a lock clicking shut. The hallway felt solid, real. I ran to the front door and flung it open. Darkness. Not night, nothing. I turned back. The hallway stretched longer than it ever had before. Doors lined the walls. Dozens of them. All numbered. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message appeared on the screen. Status updated, resident confirmed. The door behind me faded into the wall. Ahead, a new door appeared at the end of the hall. Number 13. I understand now. The place doesn't trap you somewhere unfamiliar. It gives you something close enough to comfort you. Then it adds doors. And one night, when you're tired, when the silence feels heavy, when you think maybe you'll just listen for a second, you open one. And someone else takes your place in the hallway, still wondering where the door came from. True scary stories. The locked ward beneath Blackmore Asylum. The first rule of urban exploration in northern England is simple. Never go alone. The second rule is even more important. If you find a locked door underground, you leave it alone. We broke both rules the night everything went wrong. Blackmore Asylum sits on the outskirts of Northumberland, England, surrounded by rolling hills and dead farmland that locals avoid after sunset. The building has been abandoned since the late 1980s, officially closed due to structural instability, though everyone in the nearby town knows that wasn't the real reason. Patients vanished. Staff quit without notice. Records disappeared. And for decades, the place became a magnet for urban explorers. Paranormal investigators and thrill seekers chasing real scary stories and unexplained encounters. I had explored abandoned places for years. Old factories, forgotten tunnels, derelict hospitals. I documented everything for a small but growing online audience obsessed with true horror stories, abandoned asylum exploration, and real urban exploration gone wrong. Blackmore was supposed to be another location. One more night of eerie footage, unsettling silence, and dust-covered hallways. It became something else entirely. I arrived just after midnight, parking my car half a mile away to avoid attention. Fog clung to the ground like a living thing, curling around my boots as I walked toward the massive stone structure. Blackamoor loomed ahead, its broken windows resembling hollow eyes staring into the darkness. The air felt heavier the closer I got, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Inside, the asylum was unnaturally quiet. No wind, no animals, not even the sound of insects. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling paint, rusted wheelchairs, and long corridors that seemed to stretch further than they should. Every footstep echoed too loudly, as if the building wanted me to know I was not welcome. I made my way down to the lower levels, past operating rooms and patient wards frozen in time. Names were still scratched into the walls. Dates, pleas, warnings. One message appeared over and over again in different handwriting styles. Do not open the lower ward. I found the staircase by accident. Behind a fallen filing cabinet, hidden beneath decades of debris, was a narrow concrete stairwell leading down. Colder air drifted up from below, carrying a metallic smell that made my stomach tighten. At the bottom of the stairs was a steel door, reinforced, with a small observation window covered from the inside. This was not on any floor plans. The door was locked. I should have left. Instead, I felt it. That familiar pull every explorer knows. The sense that something important was just beyond reach. That this was where the real story lived. The kind of true scary story people would never forget. The lock was old. One solid push was enough. The door opened with a sound like a scream cut short. The lower ward was different from the rest of the asylum. The walls were tiled, not painted. The air was freezing, far colder than the floors above. My breath fogged instantly. The hallway lights flickered weakly, still powered by something I couldn't explain, and the doors... Every patient room door was sealed from the outside. Scratches covered the metal, deep, desperate, human. As I walked deeper, I began to hear a low humming sound. At first, I thought it was electrical interference, but the rhythm was wrong, uneven, almost. Deliberate. Then it stopped. My flashlight flickered. Behind me, one of the doors creaked open, slowly. I stood frozen, heart hammering, as a shape emerged from the darkness. It was tall, unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like a torn hospital gown that clung to a body far too long to be human. Its head was tilted at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. It didn't walk, it slid. I ran. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, doors slamming open and shut as I passed. Whispers filled the air, overlapping voices muttering numbers, names, fragments of memories that weren't mine. The humming returned, louder now, vibrating through my bones. I reached the stairwell and slammed into the door. It wouldn't open. Behind me, the temperature dropped even further. Frost spread across the tiles. The humming stopped again. Something breathed close to my ear. You weren't discharged. The door flew open. I collapsed onto the stairs and scrambled upward, not daring to look back. The moment I reached the main floor, the asylum went silent again, as if nothing had happened. No lights, no sounds, no sign the lower ward even existed. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Days later, I reviewed the footage. Most of it was static, except for one frame. In the reflection of a tiled wall, something stood behind me the entire time I was in the lower ward. Not moving. Not blinking, watching. I deleted the footage. Or at least I tried to. The file keeps reappearing. And sometimes late at night, when my apartment is quiet, I hear a low humming sound coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. Doors creak softly. Floorboards shift. I live hundreds of miles away from Blackamoor Asylum now. But the locked ward followed me. And if you ever explore abandoned places, chasing real urban exploration horror or true scary stories from forgotten locations, remember this. Some doors are locked for a reason. And some places never let you leave. True scary stories. The locked ward beneath Blackamoor Asylum. Part 2, the humming didn't stop when I moved away from Blackamoor Asylum. It followed me home. At first, it only came at night. A low, uneven vibration that slipped through the walls of my apartment in Leeds, England. Just quiet enough to make me question whether it was real. I checked the plumbing, the wiring, the neighbors. Nothing explained it. Yet every night, at exactly 3:12 a.m., the sound returned. Pause. Always 3 beats. Always the same rhythm I had heard beneath the asylum. I tried to ignore it. I buried myself in work, avoided abandoned places entirely, and stopped uploading anything related to urban exploration horror or abandoned asylums. I told myself it was stress, trauma, my brain replaying fear like a broken recording. Then the dream started. I was back in the lower ward, standing barefoot on the freezing tiles. The sealed doors were open now, all of them, revealing empty rooms that stretched impossibly deep. Beds lined the halls like offerings. Shadows lay inside them, shaped like people who had forgotten how to leave. And at the end of the corridor, the steel door waited, unlocked. Every time I woke up just before reaching it, my ears ringing with that humming sound. One morning, I found something that shattered any remaining doubt. A hospital wristband lay on my kitchen counter, yellowed with age. My name printed on it. Patient ID 00017 ward. Lower, I hadn't brought it home. I hadn't even seen it before. I tried to throw it away. The moment it hit the bin, the humming grew louder, pulsing through the apartment like a warning. My lights flickered. The wristband was back on the counter when I turned around. That same day, an email arrived from an unknown sender. No subject. One sentence. You were never discharged. Attached was a scanned document. An intake form from Blackamore Asylum dated decades before my birth. My name filled every field. Same handwriting I'd seen scratched into the walls underground. I contacted a local historian who specialized in Blackamore's past, desperate for answers. He went quiet the moment I mentioned the lower ward. There was no lower ward, he said. Officially, then after a long pause, unofficially, it was where they sent patients who didn't respond. Or who responded too well. He explained that Blackamore had experimented with isolation treatments, sensory deprivation, and extended confinement. Patients kept underground for years. Some died, others changed. Records stopped suddenly after a fire that supposedly destroyed the ward. No bodies were ever recovered. That night, the humming turned into footsteps. Slow, measured. Stopping just outside my bedroom door. I didn't open it. The handle turned anyway. The air dropped to the same freezing cold I remembered from the tiles. A shadow slid beneath the door, stretching longer than the hallway should allow. I pressed myself against the bed, unable to scream. A voice spoke from everywhere at once. This room is temporary. The door creaked open. The hallway outside my bedroom wasn't my hallway anymore. White tiles, flickering lights, sealed doors lining the walls, each marked with numbers scratched deep into metal. My apartment had become the lower ward. I ran, barefoot on ice-cold floors, past doors that rattled as I passed. Hands pressed from the inside, deforming the metal outward, desperate to escape. The humming grew louder, almost joyful now. At the end of the corridor stood the steel door, open. Beyond it was Blackamore Asylum, whole and alive, as if it had never been abandoned. Nurses stood motionless along the walls, faces blank, eyes blacked out like burned photographs. They turned in unison as I stepped through. A tall figure waited in the center of the room, not a patient, not staff. Something that wore the idea of a human body but had never been one. You keep leaving, it said calmly. That's disruptive. I woke up screaming on my bedroom floor. The real one this time, my throat raw and my hands bleeding from clawing at the carpet. The humming stopped. For 3 days, everything was quiet. Then I received a package. No return address. Inside was a key. Cold. Heavy. Attached to a tag that read, Lower Ward Access. Since then, I've noticed things I can't explain. My reflection sometimes lags behind my movements. Doors in public buildings feel wrong, too heavy, too familiar. Hospitals make my chest tighten like I'm being pulled underground. And sometimes when I walk past old buildings late at night, I hear it again. Possum. If you search for true scary stories, abandoned asylum horror, or real urban exploration gone wrong, you'll find countless warnings about places that don't want to be found. But no one tells you what happens after. Because Blackamore Asylum doesn't trap everyone inside its walls. Some of us were released on purpose, and sooner or later, we all get called back. True Scary Stories. The Locked Ward Beneath Blackamore Asylum, Part 3. The key never left my pocket. I tried. I threw it into the river near my apartment, watched it sink beneath the black water, convinced that would be the end of it. That night, when I reached into my jacket out of habit, my fingers closed around cold metal. The key was back. Clean. Dry. Heavy as ever. From that moment on, time stopped behaving normally. Days slipped past without memory. I would wake up exhausted, my phone filled with unanswered calls I didn't remember receiving. My calendar showed appointments I never attended, and sometimes I found mud on my shoes that smelled like damp stone and old disinfectant. I stopped fighting the pull. It wasn't fear anymore, it was recognition. The first sign that the lower ward was leaking into the world came from the news. A hospital in Durham reported a patient wandering into a restricted basement level that officially didn't exist. Security footage showed the man calmly unlocking a sealed door with a key identical to mine. He was found hours later sitting on the floor, humming softly. When questioned, he said only one thing. They told me my room was ready. The second sign came when I noticed the numbers. 17. It followed me everywhere. Receipts, license plates, page numbers. Hospital rooms I passed while visiting a friend. Always 17. Always waiting. Patient ID 0017. Me. I finally returned to Blackamoor Asylum on a night without a moon. The building looked different. Less ruined. Windows intact. Lights glowing faintly inside like it was breathing again. I didn't feel afraid as I crossed the threshold. The air welcomed me, cold and familiar. The staircase to the lower levels was no longer hidden. It waited openly. The steel door recognized the key. It unlocked without resistance. The lower ward was alive now. Lights hummed steadily. The tiles were clean, shining like ice. Doors lined the corridor, all closed, each marked with a name instead of a number. Names I recognized from missing persons reports. Urban exploration forums. Comment sections beneath videos about abandoned asylums and real scary stories. People who went looking. People who listened too closely. My door stood at the end. Inside, the room was furnished like a small apartment. A bed, a desk, a mirror. Comforting in a way that felt wrong. On the wall hung photographs, my life, moments I never remembered anyone recording. The tall figure stood near the desk. You adapt well, it said. Some are just longer. I asked it what the lower ward really was. It smiled without changing its expression. A place for minds that hear us. The world above is loud, chaotic. Here, everything is ordered. I realized then the truth that had been circling me since the first night. Blackamoor was never abandoned. It evolved. The asylum didn't heal people. It collected them. Those sensitive to silence, to patterns, to the spaces between sounds. People drawn to true horror stories, unexplained places, urban legends, and the idea that something waits just out of sight. We don't take, the figure said. We invite. I thought of Sarah's tapping, Jenna's message, Tom's empty truck. Of every explorer, investigator, and storyteller who vanished chasing something real. Some were released, others were reassigned. The figure gestured to the hallway. Doors began to open. Faces stared out, calm, empty, humming in perfect rhythm. I felt the sound move through me, syncing my breath, my thoughts, my heartbeat. I understood what the key was for. Not an entrance, an authorization. I woke up the next morning in my apartment. Everything looked normal, but something was different. The humming was gone. In its place was silence so complete it felt holy. Since then I noticed things others don't. Hospitals that seem too large inside. Buildings with extra floors that don't appear on maps. Doors that only open when no one else is watching. Sometimes people look at me strangely, like they recognize me from somewhere they've never been. When they ask what I do, I tell them nothing special. But late at night, when the city quiets and the world feels thin, I unlock doors. I guide people who are ready. Because Blackamoor Asylum is no longer confined to one place. The lower ward exists wherever someone listens closely enough. And if you're hearing this story right now, feeling that subtle pull, that quiet hum beneath the words, your room may already be prepared. True scary stories. The last call on Highway 97. The call came in at 2:41 a.m., during the quietest part of the night shift. Highway 97 in Oregon is notorious among truck drivers and state troopers. Long stretches without service. Dense forests pressing close to the road. Fog that rolls in without warning. Accidents that leave no witnesses. I had worked as a 911 dispatcher for 5 years, and every veteran operator knew the rule about Highway 97. If someone calls from there after midnight, you listen very carefully. The screen lit up with an incoming call. No GPS data. No caller ID. Just a weak signal bouncing off a remote cell tower. I answered, 911, what's your emergency? At first, there was only static. Then breathing, slow, uneven, like the caller had been running but stopped suddenly. "I shouldn't have stopped," a man whispered. His voice sounded distant, distorted, as if he were speaking through a long tunnel. I asked for his location. "Mile marker?" "I don't know. The signs are gone." That made my stomach tighten. Highway signs don't just disappear. He said he was a long-haul truck driver, driving south, tired but alert, when he saw headlights pulled over on the shoulder, hazard lights flashing. A woman standing beside a sedan, waving him down. "I know better," he said. But she looked wrong. Like she was afraid of something behind her. Against every instinct, he stopped. I asked him what he saw now. He paused for a long time. "They're standing in the trees." My console showed a sudden spike in background noise. Wind, leaves, and underneath it, faint voices. Not one, many. I dispatched a state trooper immediately, though I had no location to give him beyond a vague stretch of highway. I stayed on the line asking the driver to stay calm, to stay inside his truck. "I can't," he said. "They're closer." I asked him to describe them. "They look like people until you look at their faces. They're smiling too wide. Like they learned it wrong." My skin prickled. Then he said something that made the room feel very small. "They know my name." The call dropped. We tried calling back. No connection. 20 minutes later, a trooper reported finding an abandoned semi pulled off Highway 97. Engine running. Driver's door open. No signs of struggle. No driver. Inside the cab, they found mud on the floor, pine needles, and deep handprints pressed into the glass from the outside. That wasn't the last call. Over the next few months, similar reports came in. Late-night calls from drivers, hikers, even families on road trips. Always the same area, always after midnight. Always describing people standing just beyond the tree line waiting. Some callers said the figures waved for help. Others said they just watched. A few mentioned a woman on the roadside, crying. None of the callers were ever found. One night, during another graveyard shift, I noticed something strange in the call logs. Several of the missing drivers' calls had come from the same phone number. That shouldn't be possible. One number. Multiple people. Different dates. I listened to the recordings. The voices were different, but the background noise was identical. Same wind, same faint chorus of whispers. And beneath it all, a low sound, barely audible, humming. At 2:41 a.m., my console rang again. Same number. My hands shook as I answered. "I told you not to stop," the voice said. It was the same driver from months ago. Same tone, same fear. "You found them, didn't you?" he asked. I asked him where he was. "Right behind you." The lights in the dispatch center flickered. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside the room. Slow, measured, more than one set. On my screen, the call location updated for the first time. Inside the building, the line filled with whispers. Dozens of voices overlapping, all repeating the same phrase. "Pull over. Help us. Don't leave." The call ended. Security footage later showed nothing unusual. No intruders, no callers, no explanation. But since that night, I don't work the graveyard shift anymore. And sometimes when I drive late on empty highways, I see them. Figures standing just beyond the headlights. Smiling too wide. Waiting for someone kind enough, or tired enough, to stop. And if your phone rings on Highway 97 after midnight, and the screen shows no number at all, don't answer. Because once you do, they know how to reach you. And they always call back. True scary stories. The last call on Highway 97, Part 2. I transferred to the day shift, but the night never let go of me. Even in daylight, Highway 97 stayed on my mind like an open wound. Every time a call came in with weak signal or missing location data, my pulse spiked. I started recognizing the pattern before the system flagged it. Calls that sounded hollow. Voices that echoed as if the caller wasn't fully in the world anymore. 3 weeks after the last incident, the calls started again. Not from the highway, from towns along it. Gas stations, motels. Diners that stayed open too late because truckers needed coffee and somewhere to sit with their exhaustion. People called 911 saying there were strangers outside, standing under broken lights, smiling without blinking. By the time officers arrived, the strangers were gone. What remained were footprints. Bare feet. Too many. One afternoon, a trooper I knew pulled me aside. He looked older than he had a month earlier. "We're finding cars," he said quietly. "Engines cold. Doors locked. Belongings still inside. People just gone." I asked him where. He didn't answer at first. Near Highway 97, he finally said. But not on it. Like whatever's out there learned how to wander, that night I broke protocol. I accessed the archived call database and pulled every Highway 97 call going back 10 years. The same number appeared again and again, always during overnight hours, always connected to disappearances. The timestamp was always the same. 2:41 a.m. I noticed something else. The voices were changing. Early calls were frantic, terrified, confused. Later ones sounded calmer, resigned. Some even sounded grateful, like they'd accepted something. At home, I started hearing things. A distant hum beneath the sound of traffic. Soft knocks that came in threes. Once, I woke up to find my phone unlocked on my nightstand. The call screen open, a number dialing itself. No signal, no service. Just ringing. I started dreaming about the road. Endless asphalt cutting through black forest. Headlights barely piercing the fog. Figures stepping closer each time I blinked. Their smiles stretching wider, their faces losing detail like unfinished masks. One night, I dreamed I pulled over. In the dream, a woman stood on the shoulder, crying. When she looked up, her eyes reflected the headlights wrong, too bright, too empty. She leaned toward my window and whispered, "You answered." I woke up to my phone ringing. 2:41 a.m. Same number. I answered before I realized what I was doing. The voice on the other end wasn't a stranger's, it was mine. "You're getting close," it said. "We don't like that." I demanded to know what they were. There was a pause. Then soft laughter, layered with many voices. "We're what's left behind," they said. The ones who stopped. The ones who listened. The call ended. The next day, an alert went out statewide. Missing persons connected to Highway 97 had doubled. A task force was formed. Road closures were discussed, but never approved. Too many towns depended on that road. I couldn't stay away anymore. On my next day off, I drove north. The farther I went, the worse my phone signal became. Radio stations faded into static. Fog rolled in thick enough to swallow the road. Mile markers disappeared. At 2:40 a.m., my phone buzzed. Incoming call. Same number. I didn't answer. The phone rang anyway, from the back seat. I pulled over despite every instinct screaming not to. The engine died. Silence swallowed the world. Then I saw them. Dozens of figures standing just beyond the trees, faces pale, eyes reflecting light that wasn't there. Some wore trucker caps. Some wore hospital gowns. Some wore clothes decades out of date, all of them smiling. One stepped forward. It looked like the first driver who ever called me. The one who shouldn't have stopped. "You're early," he said gently. "But that's okay. Dispatch always comes eventually." The fog pressed in. Phones rang all around me, echoing through the trees, overlapping, impossible to locate. I realized then what Highway 97 really was. Not a road. A filter. A place where the tired, the kind, the curious slipped just enough out of the world to be taken. I ran. I don't remember how I got back to my car running again. I don't remember driving home. I only remember waking up in my driveway with my phone vibrating in my hand. One missed call. Time. 2:41 a.m. Now I don't answer unknown numbers, I don't drive at night. And if you ever feel the urge to stop on an empty highway because someone looks like they need help, remember this. Some calls aren't emergencies. They're invitations. And once you answer, the road never forgets your voice. True scary stories. The last call on Highway 97 Part 3, I didn't quit dispatch. I tried. I filled out the paperwork, turned in my badge, and told myself that if I stepped far enough away from the phones, the road would lose interest in me. For a few weeks, things felt almost normal. The humming stopped. My phone stayed quiet. I slept through the night without dreaming of headlights cutting through fog. Then the calls started happening without me. Former coworkers began texting me, asking if I remembered certain cases. Drivers vanishing. Calls with no location data. Voices describing the same smiling figures, the same trees, the same feeling of being watched. Always Highway 97. Always 2:41 a.m. One message stopped me cold. A new dispatcher, barely 3 months on the job, had taken a call that night. The caller said he was lost, that the road didn't look right anymore. He said there were people standing too close to his truck, touching it, tapping on the doors. The dispatcher asked for his name. The caller hesitated, then said, "I don't think it's mine anymore." The line went dead. I knew then that leaving hadn't saved me. It had promoted me. The dreams returned, stronger than before. Not just images now, but memories that didn't belong to me. I dreamed of driving trucks I had never owned, walking roads I had never seen, standing at the tree line with the others, smiling at headlights as they slowed. Sometimes in the dreams, I felt happy. That scared me more than anything. I started researching on my own old news articles, archived police reports, forums where people whispered about true scary stories tied to highways, missing drivers, and late-night calls that never should have connected. Patterns emerged across states, across decades. But Highway 97 was different. It wasn't just a place where people disappeared. It was where they were reassigned. I found a trooper willing to talk off the record. He had been first on scene for 3 of the abandoned vehicles. None of them looked like they struggled, he said. It's like they just stepped out. Like they were told it was time. I asked him if he'd ever answered one of the calls. He looked away. Once, he said. I don't answer unknown numbers anymore. 2 nights later, my phone rang. 2:41 a.m. Same number. I didn't answer. The voicemail icon appeared anyway. I listened. Wind. Static. Footsteps on gravel. Then a voice I recognized instantly. My mother. She sounded calm, relieved. Honey, she said, I finally found the road you were talking about. It's beautiful out here. My mother had been dead for 7 years. I drove that night. I don't remember deciding to. I just remember being on the road, the dashboard clock glowing, the world narrowing to asphalt and fog. Mile markers vanished one by one. Trees pressed closer, their branches arching overhead like ribs. At 2:41 a.m., my phone rang again. I answered. We were wondering when you'd come, the voices said together. The fog parted. They stood along both sides of the road now, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Some looked solid, others flickered, half-formed, all smiling. All familiar in ways I couldn't explain. A figure stepped forward. It wore a dispatcher's headset, my old one. You connect us, it said. You always did. I demanded to know what they wanted. To keep the road moving, it said gently. To make sure no call goes unanswered, I understood then. Highway 97 fed on attention, on kindness, on the instinct to help. Dispatchers didn't just take calls. They opened doors. The figure gestured behind me. My car was gone. In its place stood a row of phones mounted on posts, stretching down the road as far as I could see. Each one rang softly, overlapping, endless. Your shift starts now, it said. I don't know how long I stood there. Time didn't work the same way anymore. I only know I woke up in my bed as the sun came up, my phone clutched in my hand. No missed calls, no voicemails. For a while, nothing happened. Then the reports slowed. Disappearances dropped. Calls stopped coming in from Highway 97 after midnight. People said the road felt quieter, safer. But sometimes when I'm awake at 2:41 a.m., my phone vibrates. Not a call, a notification. Unknown caller connected. I don't answer. I listen. And somewhere, far away, a driver breathes a little easier because someone else picked up the line. If you ever travel Highway 97 late at night and feel the urge to stop, remember this. The road doesn't hunt. It waits. And it always needs someone on the other end of the call. True scary stories. The cold case that started calling back. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday morning. Slipped through the mail slot of my apartment door in Madison, Wisconsin. No return address. No stamp. Just my name written carefully on the front, spelled exactly right. Inside was a single photocopy page from an old police report. The header read Missing Persons Unit, Dane County. The date was 23 years ago. The name at the top made my stomach drop. Evan Mercer. My brother. He disappeared when I was 9 years old. Vanished on his way home from a late shift at a grocery store just outside town. No witnesses. No blood. His car found abandoned near a forest access road. Keys still in the ignition. Radio playing softly like he'd stepped out for a moment and never come back. The case went cold before I finished middle school. At the bottom of the page, someone had written a message in blue ink. We were closer than you think. That night I didn't sleep. Every sound in the apartment felt amplified. Pipes knocking. The elevator groaning. Footsteps in the hallway that paused just a little too long outside my door. I told myself it was paranoia, grief stirred up by an old memory. Then my phone rang. No number. No caller ID. Just silence when I answered. And then breathing. Slow. Familiar. Evan? I whispered, hating myself for even saying the name. The line went dead. The next morning I went to the Madison Police Department. The detective on duty listened politely, but I could tell he'd heard variations of this story before. Families grasping at ghosts. Cold cases refusing to stay buried. He told me something I hadn't known. In the last 6 months, 3 other families connected to unresolved disappearances had received similar letters. Old reports. No return address. No fingerprints. Each letter included details never released to the public. Details only the missing person would know. I asked where the cases overlapped. He hesitated. All of them involved people last seen near wooded areas, he said. State parks. Forest access roads. Trails. That afternoon, another envelope arrived. This one contained a cassette tape. I don't even own a tape player anymore, but somehow I knew what was on it. I found an old recorder at a thrift store and played it that night, hands shaking, static, wind, and then Evan's voice. Lena, he said quietly. I tried to come back. I dropped the recorder. The tape continued playing. I followed the road out. But it kept changing. Trees where there shouldn't be trees. Signs pointing the wrong way. I turned around and around until I wasn't sure which way was real anymore. His voice sounded older. Tired. I can see you sometimes, he said. You just don't see me. I stopped the tape, my heart racing. From that moment on, things began to unravel. Streetlights flickered when I walked beneath them. My reflection in windows seemed slightly delayed. Once, I caught my shadow stretching in the wrong direction, pulled toward the tree line at the edge of a nearby park. I started researching Evan's case obsessively. Old maps, archived news footage, online forums dedicated to missing persons and unsolved mysteries. I found something that made my blood run cold. Evan wasn't the first disappearance on that road. And he wasn't the last. Over 4 decades, at least 17 people had vanished within a 5-mile radius of the same forest corridor. Different ages, different backgrounds. No connection except location and time. Always between dusk and midnight. Always without signs of violence. Always leaving something behind that suggested they planned to come back. I drove to the forest access road for the first time since Evan vanished. The trees stood close together, unnaturally straight, like they'd been planted to hide something. The air felt heavier as I stepped out of the car, thick with the smell of damp leaves and cold earth. My phone lost signal immediately. That's when I heard footsteps. Not behind me. Beside me, matching my pace exactly. Don't turn around, Evan's voice said, calm and close. I froze. I did, he continued. That's how it starts. I asked him where he was. Still here, he said. Between. The trees ahead shifted, the path bending in a way that didn't make sense. For a moment, I saw figures standing just beyond the brush. Men, women, teenagers, all watching silently, their faces blurred like unfinished photographs. They told us we could leave, Evan said. We just had to follow the road. I felt tears running down my face. Why can I hear you now? I asked. Because you're close enough, he replied. Because you're listening. The forest hummed softly, a low vibration that settled into my bones. The figure stepped closer. I ran. I don't remember reaching my car. I don't remember driving home. I only remember locking my door and sitting on the floor until sunrise. The letters stopped after that. So did the calls. But something else started happening. People I passed on the street looked familiar. Too familiar. Sometimes when I glanced at them twice, their faces shifted subtly, like they were trying to remember how to look alive. And sometimes late at night I hear Evan's voice again, not calling for help, warning me. They're running out of room, he says. They need replacements. The police recently reopened several of the cold cases tied to the forest corridor. New disappearances forced their hand. More people stepping off roads that shouldn't exist. More families left with questions. They asked if I'd be willing to talk. I said yes. Because I finally understand something they don't. The missing are gone. They're waiting. And the road that took them is still hungry. If you ever drive past a forest access road that feels wrong somehow, if your GPS glitches, if the trees seem too close, don't stop, don't listen, and whatever you do, don't follow a road that wasn't there before. Because some cold cases don't stay cold. They're just waiting for the next name. True scary stories. The cold case that started calling back, part 2. The voicemail appeared 3 nights later. No missed call. No timestamp. Just a notification that hadn't been there before. When I pressed play, the sound of wind filled my kitchen, followed by footsteps crunching over gravel and leaves. Then Evan's voice came through again, closer this time, clearer than it had been on the tape. You went to the road, he said. They saw you. I dropped my phone. When I picked it up again, the message was gone. The next morning, I noticed something new in the mirror. A faint discoloration along my neck like a shadow pressed into my skin. It wasn't a bruise, it didn't hurt. It looked more like a fingerprint made of darkness. At work, my coworkers kept asking if I was okay. One of them said I looked tired. Another said I looked different, but couldn't explain how. When I caught my reflection in the office window, I realized why my reflection didn't blink when I did. That afternoon, Detective Harris called. He sounded unsettled. "We found something," he said. "And we think it's connected to your brother." They'd uncovered an old maintenance shed deep inside the forest corridor. It didn't appear on current maps. The structure was decaying, half swallowed by trees, but inside they found personal belongings. Wallets, watches, shoes, phones, items linked to at least 6 missing persons, and something else. Audio equipment. Old tape recorders, cassette decks, handheld radios, all tuned to dead air. "There's more," Harris said. "Someone carved names into the walls, lots of them." I asked if Evans was there. There was a long pause. "Yes," he said. "But it looks recent." Against every instinct, I agreed to go back with them. We arrived just before dusk. The forest felt different now that I knew what it hid. Not empty. Not wild. Occupied. The trees stood closer than before, branches interlocking overhead, blocking out the sky. Radios crackled uselessly at our sides. Phone showed full battery, no signal. When we reached the shed, the air grew colder. Inside, the walls were covered floor to ceiling with names scratched deep into the wood. Some were old, faded. Others looked fresh, the grooves still pale. Evan Mercer was near the center. Under it, someone had carved a date. Tomorrow. My chest tightened. "That doesn't make sense," Harris muttered. "How could anyone? The sound cut him off. Footsteps, not ours." They echoed from outside the shed, circling slowly. The radios hissed to life, overlapping voices bleeding through static. "Don't leave. Stay close. Follow the road." The flashlight beams flickered. Through the gaps in the walls, I saw them standing between the trees. The same blurred faces I'd seen before. More of them now. Dozens. Maybe more. Some looked young, some old. All of them watching us with quiet expectation. Evan stepped out of the shadows behind me. He looked almost normal, solid. But his eyes reflected the flashlight wrong, catching too much light. "You shouldn't have brought them," he said gently. I turned toward him, tears streaming. "Come home," I begged. He shook his head. "There is no home," he said. "Only the road. And it needs balance." The forest hummed, the sound vibrating through the ground. The figures moved closer, their outlines sharpening, their forms pulling free of the trees like fog learning how to walk. Harris shouted for us to run. As we burst from the shed, the path behind us twisted. The road appeared where there hadn't been one before, stretching deep into the woods, smooth and dark, lit by no visible source. Several of the officers froze. One of them stepped toward it, eyes unfocused. "I hear someone calling me," he said softly. We dragged him back. Not everyone made it. By the time we reached the vehicles, one officer was missing. No scream, no struggle. Just gone. The official report called it disorientation. Panic. Poor visibility. But I knew the truth. That night, Evan called again. This time, I didn't answer. He left a message anyway. "They took one instead," he said. "That buys you time. I don't go near forests anymore. I don't answer unknown calls. I don't look too closely at reflections. But the mark on my neck is darker now. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the road stretching endlessly forward. Names carving themselves into the walls of that shed, one by one. Mine is there now. I don't know when the date will change. Only that the road always collects what it's owed. And when it comes from me, I know exactly whose voice it will use to call me back." True scary stories. The cold case that started calling back part 3. The date under my name changed 3 days later. I didn't see it in the forest. I saw it on my wall. I woke up just before dawn to the sound of scratching, slow and deliberate, coming from inside my apartment. At first I thought it was the radiator or pipes shifting with the cold. Then I realized the sound had rhythm, letters being carved. I turned on the light. My bedroom wall, directly across from my bed, was marked with deep grooves in the paint and drywall. Fresh, pale, as if cut with something sharp and patient. "Lena Mercer tonight," my throat closed. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but the screen was already lit. No number. No signal bars. Just an active call. Evan's breathing came through the speaker. "You don't have much time," he said. They moved the road again. I demanded to know how to stop it. There was a long silence, filled with the distant sound of wind and footsteps. You don't stop it, Evan said. You redirect it. By the time Detective Harris arrived with 2 officers, the words on the wall were gone. No scratches. No paint damage. Nothing. They looked at me the way people look at someone they don't know how to help anymore. Harris stayed behind after the others left. We lost another one, he said quietly. Same corridor. Same time window. I asked him if he believed me now. He didn't answer directly. There's something we never told you, he said. That shed? The names inside it. They don't stay the same. He pulled out a photograph taken years earlier during an unrelated search. The wall of names was there, but different. Some crossed out, some faded, some newly added. It's like a ledger, he said. Something keeping track. That night, I dreamed of the road again. This time, I wasn't running from it. I stood at the edge as headlights approached, car after car slowing as the forest leaned inward. The figures stood beside me now, silent, watching. I recognized some of their faces from missing posters, others from my own memories. Evan stood close. You can't stay, he said. But you can choose. I woke up knowing exactly what he meant. At 11:47 p.m., I drove. I didn't head for the forest corridor. I followed a different road, one that ran parallel to it for miles. The night was quiet, too quiet. My phone buzzed constantly, lighting up with missed calls that left no voicemails. At midnight, the road ahead shimmered, the asphalt smoothed, the trees bent inward. A turn appeared where none should have been. The road was offering itself. I didn't take it. I kept driving, forcing my hands steady on the wheel, repeating Evan's words in my head. Redirect it. I stopped at a rest area packed with people. Bright lights, noise, movement, life. The road followed anyway. It crept to the edge of the lot, dark and smooth, stopping just short of the light. Figures gathered at its border, unable to cross. They watched me with something like disappointment. Evan stood among them. You chose noise, he said softly. They can't survive it for long. The forest hummed in frustration. The road cracked, its surface splintering like ice under strain. I felt the pull weaken. When morning came, the mark on my neck was gone. The calls stopped. Disappearances along the corridor dropped sharply. The task force quietly disbanded months later, chalking it up to coincidence and improved patrols. But the road didn't disappear. It learned. Sometimes when storms knock out power or towns go quiet late at night, it stretches again, searching for silence. Searching for someone willing to listen. Evan doesn't call anymore. But I still hear him sometimes in crowded places in the hum beneath the world. You did good, he says. For now, I don't tell people about the road anymore. I just watch. And if I see someone slowing down near a place that feels wrong, I make noise. I honk. I shout. I break the spell. Because I know the truth now. The road feeds on isolation, on quiet, on people who believe no one is listening. And as long as I'm here, as long as I keep the world loud enough, it will have to wait. True scary stories. The Whispering Cabin in Yellowstone. It started as a trip I thought would be unforgettable for all the right reasons. I had always loved the wilderness. The kind of silence you can feel pressing in, on all sides. The smell of pine and damp earth, the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. Yellowstone National Park had been on my bucket list for years. I wanted isolation, adventure, and the thrill of exploring the deep woods, far away from tourists and cell service. I drove in late afternoon, the sky painted in streaks of orange and purple. Light filtering through the thick trees along the winding roads. The map in my hand showed a small, unmarked trailhead leading to a secluded cabin that had been listed on a backcountry rental site. Nothing fancy, no electricity, no cell reception, just a chance to feel completely alone in nature. I parked my car, grabbed my pack, and started the hike. The trail was narrow, overgrown in some places, the kind that only hikers who actually wanted solitude would find. Every step crunched over dry leaves and pine needles, the scent of moss and wet bark filling my nostrils. After about an hour, I reached a clearing, and there it stood, a small log cabin, rustic and weathered. Dark brown logs blackened slightly with age. Smoke wasn't rising from the chimney. No lights, but something about it drew me closer, like the forest itself was pushing me forward. The cabin door creaked as I opened it. Inside, it smelled faintly of mildew and wood smoke, as if someone had just been there but vanished in an instant. There was a simple fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, and a bunk bed pushed against the wall. The floorboards groaned under my weight. I set down my pack and explored the small space. There was a journal on the table, leather-bound and worn. I flipped it open. The entries were dated back nearly 50 years, written in a neat, looping hand. The first few pages were about hunting, forest life, and survival, but soon the entries became strange. He whispers to me from the woods. One line read, I thought it was the wind, but it knows my name. I froze. The penmanship was careful, almost obsessive. The next line, they come when the moon is high. I can't leave or I'll never return. A chill ran down my spine. I tried to tell myself it was just a story, someone's imagination running wild in isolation, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I decided to explore the cabin further. Behind the fireplace, a loose board creaked as I moved it. There was a small trapdoor leading to a cellar. A faint smell of damp soil and something metallic rose from below. I shouldn't have gone down. The ladder was old, but solid enough. As soon as my boots hit the dirt floor of the cellar, the temperature dropped sharply. I could see my breath in the dim beam of my flashlight. The walls were lined with jars filled with dark liquid. Some of the jars had objects floating inside. Fingers? Small bones? I couldn't tell. My stomach twisted and I almost turned back, but then I noticed the writing on the walls, scratched into the stone. Leave before he sees you. A sudden gust of wind slammed the trapdoor above me. I jumped, heart hammering. Then I heard it. A whisper. Soft at first, just outside my hearing, then clearer. Come closer. I froze. My flashlight flickered. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. The whispering continued, closer now, circling the cellar like it knew I was there. Your name. I know it. I screamed and scrambled up the ladder, flinging the trapdoor open. Outside, the forest was unnaturally still. Not a single bird, not even the rustle of small animals. My pack was gone. I hadn't left it behind. I scanned the trees. At the edge of the clearing, a figure was standing. Tall, impossibly thin, shadowed by the darkness. No face I could recognize, just a blank void that seemed to absorb light. The whispers didn't stop, they came from it, multiple voices overlapping, echoing all around me. I ran, down the trail, tripping over roots and rocks, the whispers growing louder, following me. Branches clawed at my face, but I didn't dare stop. The car came into view, relief washed over me. Until I saw the driver's door swinging open. My pack sat on the passenger seat. I ran past it, threw myself into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. The engine wouldn't start. The whispering was inside the car now, curling around me, pressing against the windows, against my skull. I slammed my fists on the wheel. The forest outside seemed to stretch, trees bending toward me as if the cabin itself had reached out. And then, silence. The car roared to life. I sped down the dirt road without looking back. When I reached the main highway, lights of other vehicles made the whispers fade into nothing. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station in Gardner, miles from the forest. I never returned to that cabin. I don't even look at maps near that trail anymore. But sometimes at night I hear it. A faint whispering in the wind outside my apartment in Madison, saying my name softly, patiently, as if calling me back. I know one day it will find me again. And the next time, I don't know if I'll be able to run. The cabin waits. The forest waits. And somewhere in Yellowstone, the whispers continue, gathering those who dare to seek isolation in the woods, those who listen too closely, and those who answer. If you ever visit Yellowstone and find a small unmarked cabin deep in the woods, don't approach it. Don't read its journals. Don't even breathe near the forest at night. Because some places are still alive, and they never forget your name. True scary stories. The Whispering Cabin in Yellowstone. Part 2 the next morning. I didn't sleep. Every sound of my apartment seemed louder. The creak of the floorboards, the distant hum of traffic. Even the wind brushing against the windows felt deliberate, as if it were carrying voices. I kept thinking about the cabin, the jars in the cellar, and that blank figure at the edge of the clearing. I knew I had to go back. Not because I wanted to, but because something had been left unfinished. I didn't tell anyone. No friends, no family. I didn't want anyone else to know, to get drawn into it. The drive to Yellowstone felt longer this time, heavier, as if the road itself was resisting me. When I reached the trailhead, the forest seemed wrong. The trees were closer together, their shadows stretching unnaturally far across the path. The air smelled wet and metallic. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the trail. Immediately, the whispers started. Faint at first, just on the edge of hearing, then growing louder as I moved deeper into the woods. I followed the same trail, but it was different now. The path twisted in ways I didn't remember. Roots that weren't there before tripped me, and branches seemed to reach for my face. I clutched my flashlight like a weapon, heart hammering in my chest. When I reached the cabin, the door was wide open. Inside, everything was the same, down to the journal on the table. But the journal had new entries, written in a hand that wasn't mine but was eerily familiar. "I hear them again," one line read. "They are waiting for the next visitor. They are patient. They always return." I shivered. Then I noticed movement in the corner of the room, a shadow, taller than the ceiling, stretching against the wall. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the room seemed to breathe with me. The cellar door creaked. I knew I had to go down. The air grew colder as I descended the ladder. My flashlight illuminated the jars again. This time I could see shapes inside more clearly. Fingers, teeth, small bones. Objects that belonged to the missing. And at the far end of the cellar, carved deep into the stone wall, were dozens of names. Fresh names. One of them was mine. A whisper rose from the shadows. "You're early this time." I spun around, and the figure from before stepped into the faint light. Not solid, not human, just a shifting mass of black, its blank face reflecting nothing. The whispering multiplied, surrounding me, circling me, pressing into my ears, into my skull. I ran, ladder, floor, door, out into the clearing. But the forest wasn't letting me go. Trees leaned in. Branches blocked the path. I ran blindly, falling over roots, scraping my hands and knees. Behind me, I heard the footsteps, echoing mine but faster, closing in. At the edge of the clearing, I froze. The figure stood there again. Dozens of others behind it, emerging from the shadows of the trees. They didn't move toward me, they were patient, waiting. But I could feel their attention like weight pressing on my chest. Then Evan's voice came again, soft, almost comforting. "You need to leave before it chooses." I bolted, breaking through the forest like a gale, branches tearing at my clothes, the whispering fading as I reached the trailhead. The car was still there, headlights off, engine cold. I jumped in, locked the doors, and drove straight to Gardner. I thought I had escaped. I didn't notice at first, but there was something in the back seat. A jar, the same as those in the cellar, filled with a dark liquid and a small, familiar shape. My heart stopped. I threw it out the window. When I looked back, it had disappeared. Back in Madison, I tried to sleep. I couldn't. My dreams were filled with the forest, the cabin, the whispers, and the figure with the blank face. And then I realized it wasn't just a dream. The whispering had followed me. Faint, soft, always calling my name when I was alone, always near, always waiting. I knew the cabin wasn't just a place. It was a trap. A collector of those who ventured too far, too curious, too alone, and now I was marked. The forest waits. And the whispers, they never stop. True scary stories. The Whispering Cabin in Yellowstone, Part 3. I didn't leave Madison after that. Not immediately. I tried to pretend the whispers were just stress, trauma, my mind replaying something it couldn't process. I filled my days with noise. Television running constantly. Music playing while I slept. Lights on in every room. Silence had become dangerous. Because silence was when it spoke. Not loudly. Never shouting. Just close enough to feel. Sometimes it whispered my name from the bathroom mirror. Sometimes from behind my own thoughts, like an idea that wasn't mine but wanted to be. I stopped going near parks. I avoided trees. Even a line of bushes along the sidewalk made my chest tighten. Then the journal appeared. I hadn't brought it back from the cabin. I was sure of that. I had left it on the table, open, its pages filled with madness and warnings. Yet one morning it was sitting on my kitchen counter. Closed. Clean. Waiting. I stood there for a full minute, afraid to touch it. When I finally opened the cover, the pages inside were blank except for the last one. A new entry. The handwriting was neat. Familiar. "You hear us clearly now." My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. Words began to appear as I watched, lines forming slowly, as if written by an invisible hand. The cabin is not the beginning. It is the mouth. I slammed the journal shut and threw it into the trash. That night, it was back on the counter again. I realized something then that made my blood run cold. The cabin didn't hunt people who wandered in by accident. It called people who would listen. People who sought isolation, silence, distance from others, people who wanted to disappear, even a little. People like me. The dreams changed after that. I was no longer running through the forest. I was standing still, inside the cabin, watching others arrive. Hikers, campers, photographers, lone travelers drawn by the promise of quiet. I watched myself smiling at them from the trees, whispering just enough to make them curious. I woke up screaming. That was the night I decided to end it. I drove back to Yellowstone one final time. The park was quiet, wrapped in fog, and early winter cold. Snow dusted the ground lightly, muting sound, making the world feel hollow. The trailhead was there, exactly where it had always been, even though I couldn't find it on any map anymore. The forest welcomed me. The whispers didn't circle this time. They guided. When I reached the clearing, the cabin looked newer than before. Stronger, almost healthy. Smoke drifted lazily from the chimney. Inside, the fire was already burning. The jars were gone. The cellar door stood open, and the journal lay on the table, open to a blank page. The figure waited near the fireplace. Up close, it wasn't just shadow. It was made of many outlines layered together, faces overlapping, voices pressed into a single shape. I recognized some of them from missing person posters, others from my dreams. You came back, it said. I told it I was done listening. It didn't argue. You don't belong to us yet, it said calmly. But you could. I asked it what the cabin really was. It leaned closer, and the whispers grew quiet, reverent. A listening place, it said, built where the world thins, where names don't hold as tightly. We keep what wanders too far inward. I understood that. The cabin wasn't evil. It was hungry. And hunger doesn't reason. I took the journal and threw it into the fire. The cabin screamed, not with a sound, but with pressure. The walls bowed inward. The forest roared to life outside, branches snapping, wind howling. The whispers turned frantic, overlapping, desperate. The figure recoiled. You don't know what you're releasing, it said. I know what I'm refusing, I answered. The fire spread impossibly fast, climbing the walls, devouring the pages of names and warnings. The cellar collapsed inward. The jars shattered somewhere below, releasing something cold and wrong into the earth. I ran. This time the forest fought me. The trail twisted. Trees shifted. Shadows grabbed at my legs. Voices begged me to stop, to come back, to listen just a little longer. But the fire followed, tearing through the cabin, lighting the clearing in violent orange. And for the first time, the whispers began to fade. I didn't look back. When I reached the trailhead, the cabin was gone. No smoke, no ashes, no clearing, just untouched forest. I drove away as dawn broke over the mountains. Weeks have passed. The whispers are quieter now, not gone, just distant, like something injured, retreating deeper into the wilderness. Rangers have reported strange sinkholes forming in remote areas, trails closing unexpectedly, unexplained disappearances that stop as suddenly as they start. Sometimes late at night, I still hear my name carried on the wind. But it sounds farther away now, weaker, as if whatever lived in that cabin is still out there. Listening, waiting for someone else who craves silence as much as I once did. If you ever go into the deep woods of Yellowstone and feel the urge to wander off the trail, to find a place no one else knows about, remember this. The quiet is not empty. And some places are listening back. True scary stories. The vanishing hiker of the Bavarian forest. It was the summer of 2019 when my friends and I decided to take a long hiking trip through the Bavarian forest in Germany. We had all been avid hikers, constantly chasing trails that were challenging, remote, and far from the usual tourist paths. The Bavarian forest promised isolation, old-growth woods, and deep valleys where cell service was non-existent. I was particularly excited because I had always loved the idea of exploring areas that seemed forgotten by time, where the natural world had reclaimed everything. We started early in the morning, backpacks heavy but spirits high. The trail was narrow, lined with thick ferns and towering pines, sunlight barely filtering through the dense canopy. Birds called occasionally, but their songs felt distant, almost muted. As we hiked deeper into the forest, I noticed a strange stillness in the air. Like the woods themselves were holding their breath, I brushed it off as pre-hike jitters. Around noon, we reached a clearing with an old stone hut. It looked abandoned, moss growing on the roof, and the windows were dark and empty. One of my friends, Marcus, suggested we take a short break inside. The door was unlocked. When we stepped in, the air was cold, unnaturally cold, and smelled of damp earth and wood rot. Dust hung in the shafts of light coming through cracks in the roof. The floorboards creaked under our weight. That's when I noticed the journal. It lay on a small wooden table, bound in cracked leather. The first few pages were filled with notes about forest life, animal sightings, and survival tips. Then the entries became strange. I see them. One line read. Figures among the trees. They watch me always. I try to stay on the trails, but the trails shift. I shivered and closed the journal, but my curiosity got the better of me. I opened it again. Another entry. They whisper at night. Names. They know mine. They tell me not to leave, not to wander, not to follow the wrong path. I looked at my friends. They were laughing, joking, pretending not to notice the chill creeping down my spine. Marcus decided to explore the outside of the hut, leaving me and Lena inside. I tried to focus on the sunlight streaming through the cracks, but a shadow in the corner caught my eye. It was thin, unnaturally tall, pressed against the wall, its outline blurred like smoke. I blinked, and it was gone. We spent the night near the hut. The temperature dropped drastically once the sun set. The forest outside seemed alive. Branches scraped against the walls, and an eerie whispering floated through the air. At first, it sounded like the wind, but then I realized it was calling my name, Lena. I froze. The whispering came from everywhere and nowhere. I wanted to tell Marcus and Lena, but when I turned to speak, Marcus was gone. The door swung open with a gust of wind, and the shadows outside the hut deepened. I called his name. No answer. Lena grabbed my arm, her eyes wide, panicked. Then I saw it. A figure, far too tall and thin, moving silently between the trees, watching. Not running, just standing, observing. It disappeared when I blinked. The whispering stopped abruptly. We tried to leave at first light, but the trail was different. Trees shifted positions, paths that had been there the previous day were gone. Every direction we turned seemed to loop back to the hut. Panic set in. We were lost. Cell phones had zero signal. GPS refused to recognize our location. The forest had trapped us. By the second night, the whispering returned, louder, insistent. It spoke in tones that were almost human, repeating our names and fragments of our thoughts. We started seeing movement at the edge of our vision figures between the trees. Just standing, watching, no features. Only shape and shadow. The third morning, Marcus didn't wake up. Lena and I searched frantically, calling him, finding only his backpack and shoes neatly placed at the edge of the clearing. Then the whispering spoke directly to me. Follow the path, alone. I didn't want to, but the forest seemed to push me forward. I walked a narrow trail, branches scraping against my shoulders, roots trying to trip me, my heartbeat pounding like a drum in my ears. Behind me, I felt shapes moving, following. The whispering grew louder, overlapping voices, hundreds of them, all calling my name, all urging me to stop, to stay, to surrender. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. Time had lost meaning. Finally, I saw a small stream. I recognized it from the map we had. Relief surged, but it was false. The forest shifted again. The water's direction changed, looping back into the trees, leading me deeper into the unknown. I stumbled onto an old stone bridge, overgrown with moss and weeds. Beneath it, the water flowed backward, glimmering unnaturally. And standing on the bridge, waiting, was Marcus. But it wasn't Marcus. His face was wrong, stretched and blurred, like a distorted photograph. His eyes were black holes. I screamed. He didn't move. He just stared, whispering fragments of our names, calling us forward. Then Lena appeared behind me, pulling at my arm. We have to run! Don't look back! We bolted across the forest floor, branches tearing at our skin, feet bleeding, lungs burning. The figures were everywhere now, circling us but never touching, always watching, always whispering. At some point, we broke through the trees and found the main hiking trail. The normal world returned slowly, the birds, the sunlight, the sound of distant tourists. But the experience had changed us. We could feel it. Something followed us, lingering in the corners of our vision, in shadows and reflections. We reported Marcus missing. Authorities searched for weeks but found nothing. The journal disappeared from the hut, leaving no trace. Since that summer, the whispers follow me, sometimes at night, faint, almost polite, reminding me that the forest is still. Waiting patient for anyone who dares to wander too far, who seeks solitude and who listens too, closely to voices that should never be heard. I never go near dense forests alone anymore. I never take unmarked trails, but I know that the forest remembers. The figures watch. The whispers are waiting. And the next time someone disappears, they may be following a path they think they chose, but in reality, the forest chose them. True scary stories, The Vanishing Hiker of the Bavarian Forest. Part 2, we didn't sleep that night. Not really. The tent pitched near the old stone hut felt like a fragile barrier against the forest itself. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made my heart hammer. Lena and I took turns keeping watch. Marcus had disappeared without a trace, leaving only his backpack and shoes at the edge of the clearing. It was as if he had stepped into the shadows themselves and vanished. By early morning, fog had rolled in, thick and gray, muffling sound and swallowing the edges of the forest. We decided to try and find help. The main trail should have been just a few kilometers away, but every direction we took seemed to loop back toward the hut. The forest didn't feel natural anymore. The trees leaned closer, their branches like fingers, blocking sunlight, shifting subtly when we weren't looking directly at them. The trail markers we had seen yesterday were gone. As we stumbled through the underbrush, I began to hear it again, the whispering. Faint at first, almost polite, barely audible over the sound of our own breathing. But soon it became clearer, circling us like invisible predators. Lena froze. Her eyes darted around, panicked. "They're here," she whispered, voice trembling. I wanted to tell her it was just nerves, just fear. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The forest had changed, and whatever was in it was aware of us. The whispers called our names, sometimes softly, sometimes harshly, dragging the syllables out in a way that felt alive, sentient, and hungry. We tried to stay together, but the forest seemed to want to separate us. Shadows shifted between the trees, tall, thin shapes with distorted features, moving too quickly to be fully seen. They weren't animals. They weren't human. And they weren't entirely solid. They existed in the corner of your vision, just outside perception, and when you tried to look directly at them, they vanished. By midday, hunger and exhaustion made it harder to focus. Lena and I stumbled across a small stream, hoping it would guide us back to a known trail. Instead, the stream curved in ways that defied the map. The water shimmered unnaturally, reflecting light in strange, distorted ways. I swear I saw faces beneath the surface, pale, gaunt, watching us as we moved. Then I heard Marcus' voice. "Lena, Lena, come here." I froze. Lena grabbed my hand. "It can't be him," she said, eyes wide. "It's something else." The whispering turned into voices, overlapping, calling our names, mocking our attempts to escape. Shadows stretched across the forest floor, forming shapes taller than any human, merging with the trees themselves. One of them moved faster than the rest, directly toward us. Marcus' voice came again, but distorted, unnatural, repeating the same words in a loop. "Follow, follow, follow." We ran. Branches tore at our clothes, roots tripped us. The forest seemed alive, the path twisting with every step, trying to guide us back to the hut. And then, suddenly, the trees parted, revealing an old stone bridge over a river we hadn't noticed before. Moss covered the stones, but the path was clear. Standing on the bridge was Marcus. Or at least something wearing his form. His face was stretched, eyes black, mouth twisted in a way that wasn't human. The shadows behind him swirled, forming dozens of figures, each more distorted than the last. "Run!" I shouted to Lena. We bolted across the bridge, and for the first time in hours, we felt the forest loosen its grip. The shadows receded into the trees, the whispering fading but never disappearing completely. When we finally reached the ranger station hours later, we reported Marcus missing. Search parties combed the forest for weeks, but there was no trace, no footprints, no belongings, no evidence. The hut was found empty. No journal, no signs of life. Since that summer, the forest calls to me sometimes in dreams. I see shadows moving at the edge of my vision. I hear faint whispers when I'm alone at night, and I know Marcus, or whatever he has become, is out there, waiting, patient, watching. The Bavarian forest doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. And it collects those who wander too far, who listen too closely, who step into places they shouldn't. Sometimes I wonder how long before it comes back for me. True scary stories. The Vanishing Hiker of the Bavarian Forest. Part 3. I never thought I'd return to the forest. After that summer, after Marcus vanished and the whispers never left me, I told myself I was done. I moved to a different city, avoided hiking trails, and kept my life as normal as possible. But the forest doesn't care about normal, it doesn't forget. And it doesn't forgive. It started with small things. Footsteps in the apartment above me when no one lived there. Shadows moving across my walls that didn't belong to me. The faintest whisper of my name when the wind blew just right. I told myself it was paranoia, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had unfinished business. Then came the email. No subject, no sender, just a single line in German. Du hast den Weg geholt. We're Wharton. You have chosen the path. We are waiting. I knew immediately what it meant. The forest had found a way to reach me. The hut, the bridge, the shadows, everything from that summer wasn't just memory. It was alive, patient, and hungry. I decided I had to go back. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. I needed to see the cabin one last time, to understand, to confront whatever followed us. I returned to Bavaria in late autumn, when the leaves had fallen, and the forest floor was carpeted with dead leaves and icy frost. The trailhead was exactly where it had been, but now it seemed older, more imposing. The air was thicker, colder, and quiet, so quiet it pressed against my ears. My boots crunched on the leaves as I followed the path, flashlight in hand. Hours passed, the sun sinking behind the tall pines, shadows stretching unnaturally long. Then I saw it. The cabin. Moss-covered, weathered, but somehow stronger than before, as if the forest itself had rebuilt it while I was away. Smoke rose lazily from the chimney, though I saw no fire. Inside, everything was the same and yet different. The fireplace glowed with embers. The table held the journal again, open to a blank page. I picked it up. Words began to form as I watched. You are here. We remember you. We always remember. The air thickened. Shadows coalesced into shapes Marcus, distorted and hollow, standing by the corner. Figures from the forest circled, silently, patiently. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a wave of sound that pressed into my skull. You chose to come back, the distorted Marcus said. Now you belong. I swallowed hard, remembering Evan's words from that other story I'd read online about a forest that chose who it would claim. But I wasn't ready to surrender. I slammed the journal into the fire. Flames roared unnaturally high, lighting the cabin, the clearing, the trees beyond. The shadows shrieked, though not with a sound I could hear. The shapes recoiled, the whispers faltered. The cabin walls buckled, and the forest seemed to contract around me, then release, as if scolding me for my defiance. I ran, stumbling over roots, leaping fallen logs, branches tearing at my clothes. Behind me, I heard the crunch of leaves, the rustle of shadows, but the cabin stayed ablaze, light pouring into the darkness. Finally, I reached the main trail. Normality returned slowly, the chirping of birds, the faint sound of a distant stream, the soft rustle of the wind. But even then, I felt it watching, following, patient, waiting. Authorities found the cabin weeks later. There was no fire damage, no signs of anyone entering or leaving, no journal, no evidence that Marcus had ever existed. I returned home, but the forest followed. Whispers in the wind, shadows and reflections, fleeting figures at the edges of my vision. I cannot escape it. And I know as I lie awake at night that the forest will wait until I wander too far again, until I listen too closely, until I answer. The Bavarian forest does not forgive. It does not forget. And the next time someone disappears into its depths, they will join the growing list of those who vanished, following the paths they think they choose, but the forest has always chosen them. And somewhere deep in the shadowed pines, the whispers call again. True scary stories. The Vanishing Hiker of the Bavarian Forest. Part 4. It has been months since I returned from the forest, but the nightmares never stopped. Every evening, when the city quiets down and the hum of traffic fades, I hear the whispering again. Not faint this time, but deliberate, insistent, calling my name, dragging me back to the Bavarian forest. I tried to ignore it. I moved apartments, changed routines, avoided any natural spaces beyond small urban parks. But the forest doesn't care about distance. It doesn't care about reason. One night, the whispering escalated into something tangible. I woke to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my apartment. Heavy, deliberate, unhurried. I looked through the peephole. Nothing. Just the dimly lit hallway. I opened the door, and the corridor stretched endlessly, walls warped, shadows deepened unnaturally. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, layering themselves in multiple voices. They called not just my name, but phrases I had never heard before, things I knew I shouldn't understand. I fled back into my apartment, locking every door, windows sealed as best I could. But the whispers seeped in anyway. From the corners of rooms, under the bed, inside the walls. They reminded me of the cabin, of Marcus, of the bridge, the journal, the figures. I realized then, the forest had followed me, somehow, not physically, but spiritually, metaphysically. The hunger of the forest was patient. It didn't need to chase. It only needed me to forget for a moment, to feel safe, to lower my guard. Days passed. I could hardly eat. I couldn't sleep. I could feel shapes moving in the shadows of my apartment. Figures stretching taller than ceilings, merging with walls, faces impossible to look at directly. The whispers began to teach me things, places I shouldn't go, paths I shouldn't follow, memories I shouldn't remember. One morning I woke to a single word etched across my bedroom mirror. Return. It wasn't written with ink. Not with anything I could identify. Just there. Clear. Commanding. I packed a small bag. My rational mind screamed at me to stay, to call someone, to leave it all behind. But I knew the forest would not stop. It would wait, patiently, and if I didn't return, it would find another way to pull me back. The path to Bavaria felt different this time. As soon as I crossed the border into Germany, the air changed. Thick, damp, and smelling faintly of moss and decay. Even roads leading into towns seemed to twist unnaturally, guiding me toward the forest. The whispers had returned fully now, layered over every sound, birds, wind, distant traffic. They were guiding me. When I arrived at the edge of the forest, the trailhead had changed. The sign was older, twisted. Letters that had once been painted clearly were now warped, forming words I couldn't read. A fog had rolled in, thick, swirling, swallowing the trail entirely. My heart pounded. I considered turning back. But I knew it would be waiting if I did. I stepped into the forest. The world shifted immediately. Trees leaned in, roots twisting like serpents beneath my feet. Shadows moved in impossible ways. The clearing where the cabin once stood stretched impossibly far. The cabin itself larger, darker, alive. Smoke poured from the chimney, curling upward like tendrils. The journal sat on the table again, open to a blank page, but this time words appeared faster than I could read. You have returned. It is time. The forest chooses you now. Figures emerged from the trees. Dozens of them, layered, shifting, whispering in overlapping voices that clawed into my mind. Among them, I saw Marcus, Lena, and other shapes I recognized from my dreams. They didn't move toward me. They just waited, patient, silent, but heavy with attention. I understood then that this was not a place. The cabin was not a place. The forest itself was a living entity, a collector of those who wandered too far, who listened too closely, who answered the whispers. I dropped to my knees, staring at the journal, knowing I could not fight it physically. But the fire I had started last time, the destruction of the journal, the cabin, I realized I had not finished it. It had only been wounded, not destroyed. I grabbed the journal, flinging it into the fireplace in the cabin. Flames roared instantly, brighter than any fire should, illuminating the forest in violent orange. The shadows shrieked, not audibly, but in pressure, in force, in a sense of something deeply ancient recoiling. The whispers faltered. The figures twisted and recoiled, dissolving into mist. The cabin trembled, walls buckling, roof collapsing inward, fire consuming the entire structure in seconds. The clearing seemed to pulse as the forest contracted around the destruction, then released, leaving silence, complete and absolute. I ran without looking back, stumbling through the twisting paths, branches tearing at my clothes, roots trying to stop me. Finally, hours later, I reached the main trail. The fog had lifted. Sunlight broke through the treetops. The forest behind me looked empty, innocent, normal. But I know better. I can feel it in the quiet moments, when the wind blows just right, when shadows move at the edge of vision. The forest waits, patient, hungry, watching, and I know one day it will call again. Until then, the whispering is a reminder. The Bavarian forest is alive. It never forgets. And it collects those who wander too far, who listen too closely, who answer. Somewhere deep in the pines, Marcus and the others still wait. And the next visitor who strays from the trail may join them forever. The forest will always be patient. The forest will always be listening. The forest will always choose. True scary stories. The abandoned monastery in the Black Forest. It was October 2021 when I decided to explore the Black Forest in Germany. I'd always been drawn to abandoned places, places steeped in history and shadow, places that carried whispers of the past. The forest itself is dense, ancient, a labyrinth of trees, moss-covered stones, and fog that creeps along the ground like living mist. I had heard stories of a monastery deep in the heart of the forest, abandoned for decades, avoided by locals, rumored to be cursed or haunted. That was exactly why I had to see it. I drove from Freiburg early in the morning, the mist already thick over the winding roads. The GPS didn't register the final part of the route, warning me that the area was unmapped. I parked near a trailhead, the gravel crunching under the tires, and started walking. The forest welcomed me immediately. Thick trunks blocking the sun, leaves whispering in a wind I couldn't feel, and a silence so complete that it pressed against my ears. Hours passed as I followed narrow trails, marked by old weathered signs. Eventually I stumbled upon the monastery. It was hidden in a hollow, the stone walls crumbling, ivy crawling up like fingers. The roof had long since collapsed in sections, revealing shadowed interiors, broken pews, and remnants of centuries-old carvings. The main door, a massive oak frame, was slightly ajar. I stepped inside. The air was cold, damp, smelling of decay and dust, of something far older, something I couldn't place. The silence inside was heavier than the forest outside. I shone my flashlight over the room. Broken statues, murals, faded and peeling, wooden beams sagging. But what caught my attention was the altar. On it sat an old book, bound in worn leather, pages yellowed. The handwriting inside was elegant, meticulous, but the words were strange. "Those who enter must listen." I laughed nervously to myself, thinking it a relic of superstition. But as I turned to leave, I felt it. A presence, just behind me, pressing in like gravity. I spun around, flashlight cutting through the shadows, but the room was empty. That night I camped in the ruins. I wanted to document everything, to make sure I had proof. But sleep did not come easily. The shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of my light. Faint whispers drifted across the walls, words I couldn't fully comprehend, sometimes my name, sometimes chants in Latin, broken and twisting. I felt watched, always watched. At 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps on the broken floorboards. Heavy, deliberate. They stopped just beyond my tent. I held my breath, flashlight in hand. A figure appeared, tall, dark, featureless, standing in the corner of the ruined monastery. I froze. It didn't move, only watched, its presence pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, a trick of light, my imagination. But then I heard it speak, a whisper that echoed directly inside my head. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was everywhere, inside me, outside me, inside the walls, and under the floor. Panic gripped me. I ran into the forest, stumbling over roots and rocks, never daring to look back. Behind me, I thought I saw the figure moving effortlessly through the trees, always keeping pace, always silent. I reached my car just as the first light of dawn touched the forest. The feeling of being hunted faded slightly, but the terror stayed. That night, in my hotel in Freiburg, I checked the photos I had taken. The monastery appeared empty in every picture, except one. In the corner of a shadowed hallway, a figure stood impossibly tall, featureless, watching me directly. Since then, things have escalated. Shadows in my apartment move in ways that defy physics. Mirrors sometimes reflect figures standing behind me that vanish when I turn. The whispers are constant now, low, insistent, speaking my name, repeating phrases from the book in the monastery. Every time I try to sleep, I hear footsteps pacing just outside the walls. I cannot shake the feeling that the monastery, or whatever remains in it, has followed me. That it waits, patient, hungry, watching, ready to reclaim anyone who dares to witness it. I have returned to Germany since then, trying to confront the fear, but every time I approach the forest, I feel it. The air thickening, shadows stretching, whispers calling me to enter again. And I know deep in my bones that if I do, I may never leave. The Black Forest does not forget. It does not forgive. And the monastery will always wait for the next wanderer who dares to come too close. True scary stories. The Forgotten Asylum of Ravenswood. In the spring of 2022, I decided to explore Ravenswood Asylum, an abandoned psychiatric hospital in northern England. The asylum had been shut down for decades, left to rot after numerous reports of patient abuse, mysterious disappearances, and unexplained deaths. Locals refused to go near it, claiming the building was cursed. that the shadows inside moved on their own, and that whispers followed anyone who dared enter. Naturally, I had to see it. I arrived just after dawn, the air thick with fog and the smell of damp earth. The brick exterior of the asylum loomed over me, windows shattered, ivy creeping over the walls, doors hanging from rusted hinges. The main entrance was boarded up, but a side entrance had been forced open years ago, leaving a narrow gap. I slipped inside. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not a normal quiet, but the kind that presses against your eardrums, makes your own heartbeat feel loud, makes every breath sound intrusive. My flashlight cut a narrow path through the darkness. Broken furniture, rusted beds, and tattered patient files littered the floor. Graffiti covered the walls, scribbled by thrill-seekers and vandals, but underneath I could see faint scratches, too precise, too deliberate to be random. I moved cautiously down the hall, each step echoing. Doors hung open to darkened rooms. In one, a row of metal beds, rusted and broken, lined the wall. On the floor, I saw a patient file with a name circled repeatedly in red ink. The handwriting was jagged, frantic, but consistent. I picked it up. The last entry read, "They watch. They always watch. The walls remember. I cannot leave. The shadows follow me." A chill ran down my spine. I dropped the file, moving forward. The deeper I went, the colder it became. The temperature seemed to drop with every step. My breath formed clouds, and the flashlight flickered. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls. I told myself it was my imagination. But then I heard it, a faint whisper just behind me. "Hello?" I called. Silence. I spun around. Nothing. Just the decayed hallway, peeling paint, broken tiles. I moved forward, faster now, heart pounding. The whispers returned, louder, overlapping voices calling names I didn't recognize. They seemed to echo from the walls themselves, coming from everywhere at once. I reached the central staircase. Rusted rails, broken steps, but I had to see the upper floors. Slowly I climbed. At the top, the hallway stretched endlessly. Doors on both sides, all closed. I shone my flashlight down the corridor. One door at the far end creaked open slowly, though there was no wind. I felt a presence, cold and heavy, pressing against my chest. I wanted to run, but curiosity rooted me to the spot. The door opened fully, revealing a room untouched by vandals. Inside, the floor was covered in old patient charts, candles burned low in metal holders, and a figure stood at the back of the room. Tall, thin, entirely black as though absorbing the light around it, faceless. I froze. The whispers were louder now, screaming inside my head, a cacophony of voices, pleading, mocking, warning. The figure did not move. It did not blink. It just stared, or perhaps it was aware, and staring was what it did instead of moving. Suddenly the air around me thickened. My flashlight dimmed. Shadows surged from the corners of the room, coalescing into shapes, writhing, some vaguely human, others impossible to describe. I stumbled backward, falling over scattered papers. The figure advanced, sliding silently across the floor. Panic overwhelmed me. I scrambled to my feet and ran down the hallway, doors slamming behind me as if the asylum itself was alive, trying to trap me. The whispers followed, no longer just voices but demands, pulling at my mind, making me doubt reality. I burst through the side exit, stumbling into the fog outside. The asylum loomed behind me, windows dark, doors silent, the presence gone or at least unseen. My heart raced. I thought I had escaped. I didn't sleep that night. Every shadow in my apartment moved. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. Mirrors reflected shapes behind me that vanished when I turned. I began to dream of Ravenswood, corridors stretching endlessly. Whispers speaking names I had never heard. The faceless figure waiting patiently at the end of each hallway. Weeks later, I received a package. No return address. Inside was a single patient file open to a blank page. Scrawled across it in jagged handwriting were the words, "You came back. Now it knows you. The walls remember. The shadows wait." I understand now. Ravenswood is not just a building. It is alive, patient, and sentient. It remembers. It waits. And those who enter, even if they leave, carry a piece of it forever. The asylum will always call. And the next person who answers, who steps inside, may never leave. True scary stories. The Midnight Caller of Redwood Highway. It started on a rainy October night in Northern California, along Redwood Highway. I had been driving back from a photography trip through the towering redwoods. The kind of trees that make you feel small, insignificant, like you're walking through something older than time itself. The highway was empty, wet asphalt reflecting the dim glow of my headlights, fog clinging low to the ground. I was exhausted, almost delirious from hours of driving, but I still had at least 100 miles to cover before reaching my motel in Crescent City. Around 11:30 p.m., my phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. Normally, I ignore calls from unknown numbers, but something about the timing made me pick up. Hello? I said, voice tight with fatigue. A whisper came through, distorted like the line was underwater. Do you see it? I frowned. See what? Silence, then a click. The call ended. I shrugged and tried to shake it off, focusing on the road. But the feeling didn't leave. Every time I glanced into the rearview mirror, the fog seemed to thicken, and the redwoods appeared closer than they should have been, leaning inward, as though watching. A few miles later, my phone rang again. Same number. I considered ignoring it, but my thumb pressed the screen before I could think. You're almost here, the voice said. They're waiting, I swallowed hard. Who's waiting? I demanded. The line went dead again. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The rain intensified, hammering the roof of my car, making visibility nearly zero. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the road. Tall, thin, barely illuminated by my headlights. I swerved instinctively to avoid it, but when I glanced back there was nothing. Just mist curling between the trees. Panic settled in. My heart hammered in my chest. I kept driving, speeding through the fog, but the feeling that I was being followed didn't leave. Every mirror, every shadow on the dashboard seemed to shift unnaturally. Then, a movement. In the distance, I saw headlights behind me. Another car. Or was it following me? I glanced at my phone again. Another missed call. And then a text. Look behind you, I froze. My hands shook as I checked the rearview mirror. At first, I saw nothing. Then, just for a split second, I saw a dark figure in the back seat, face obscured, taller than any normal person should be. My heart stopped. I slammed my foot on the gas, tires screaming on the wet asphalt. The figure vanished. Hours later, I reached Crescent City, every nerve screaming, every instinct telling me that something wasn't right. I checked into the motel, locked the door, drew the curtains tight. I didn't sleep. The room was silent, but the unease followed me. At 2 a.m., my phone rang again. Same number. I didn't answer, but the screen displayed a live video. I froze. My own car, parked in the motel lot, was visible through the screen. And there, in the driver's seat, the figure waited, watching. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to run, to call the police, but the number had no registered owner, and the video feed continued, live, no delay, showing my car moving even though I hadn't touched it. I packed my things and left the motel immediately, driving into the foggy night, every shadow, every tree along Redwood Highway feeling alive, aware of me. The calls and texts continued, following me mile after mile. The figure always in the distance, sometimes closer than I dared to believe. Weeks later, I discovered online reports from travelers along the same stretch of Redwood Highway. People reported seeing a tall, shadowy figure standing at the roadside, cars swerving, only to disappear when looked at directly. Some even claimed their phones received mysterious calls and messages with distorted voices warning them, whispering their names, showing live images of their own vehicles when they were miles away. I never went back to the highway, but the nightmares followed me. The whispers at night, the fleeting shadows at the edge of vision, the feeling of being watched even in crowded places. And I know deep down that one night, if I drive along Redwood Highway again, the midnight caller will be waiting. Patient, silent, watching. The redwoods remember, the shadows remember, and the highway doesn't forgive. True scary stories. The Midnight Caller of Redwood Highway, Part 2. After that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time my eyes closed, I saw the tall, shadowy figure, always standing just beyond the reach of my vision, watching, patient. Every time I looked at my phone, I half expected another call from that untraceable number, another live feed showing me from somewhere I didn't understand. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Weeks passed, and I avoided Redwood Highway entirely, taking longer routes through back roads, city streets, anywhere but there. But the midnight caller didn't care. The calls came again late at night when I was home alone, sometimes with just a whisper, sometimes showing live video. I learned quickly that if I even looked at the screen for more than a second, the feeling of being followed intensified, like the shadow was inside the room with me. One night, after a call that left me trembling, I decided to investigate. I couldn't live like this anymore. I packed my car and drove north, taking a route that eventually led me back to the outskirts of the redwoods. The fog was thick, curling around every tree like living smoke, and the air smelled damp and earthy, heavy with moss and decay. I parked at the same trailhead I had used before. My heart hammered as I stepped onto the wet asphalt, the flashlight cutting a narrow path into the darkness. Every tree seemed taller, closer, leaning in, almost alive. The whispers had returned, low, indistinct, overlapping voices that pressed into my mind. The first mile of the highway was empty, silent except for my own footfalls and the distant drip of water from the trees. Then I saw it, a figure, standing in the middle of the road, impossibly still. The same tall, featureless silhouette from my nightmares. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet moved slowly, dragging, as if something invisible was holding me in place. The figure lifted its arm, pointing down the road. Hesitation and terror warred in me, but I followed the gesture. The highway twisted, trees pressing closer, shadows bending unnaturally toward the asphalt. My flashlight flickered, and I saw movement in the mist. Shapes emerged, indistinct, human-like, circling me, whispering names I didn't know. Suddenly, a car appeared in the distance, headlights glaring through the fog. At first, I thought it was someone coming to help. But as it approached, I realized it wasn't a car, it had no driver. The wheels rolled perfectly over the wet asphalt, the engine silent, and the headlights reflected the forest in unnatural ways, showing figures standing on the road ahead, though there was nothing there when I looked directly. Panic overwhelmed me. I ran, stumbling through the mud and roots, the flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. Behind me, I heard footsteps, thousands of them, soft at first, then growing louder, circling, coming closer. And then I felt it, cold fingers brushing my shoulder, my back, the nape of my neck. I dared not look. I ran until my lungs burned and my body threatened to collapse. When I finally stumbled out of the forest onto a service road, dawn was breaking. The fog lifted slightly, and for the first time in weeks, the silence returned. But it was not comforting. I could feel the presence, patient, waiting, always just out of sight. I returned home, but I knew it had followed me. Shadows moved differently now, lingering where they shouldn't. My phone occasionally flickered with notifications from the unknown number, sometimes showing nothing, sometimes showing glimpses of my car parked somewhere in the forest, even though I hadn't left the city. I realized then that the midnight caller was not just a figure. It was a force, a watcher, an entity that tracked me across space and time, bending reality, whispering through shadows. And I knew with absolute certainty, if I ever returned to Redwood Highway, even for a second, it would claim me completely. The redwoods remember. The shadows remember. The midnight caller waits, always. True scary stories. The Midnight Caller of Redwood Highway, Part 3. I thought distance would weaken it. I was wrong. The calls stopped for almost a month. Long enough for me to believe I had broken whatever connection tied me to Redwood Highway. I changed my number. I replaced my phone. I avoided night driving altogether. Life began to feel almost normal again, like the terror had been a bad dream that finally loosened its grip. Then the fog came. Not outside. Inside. It started as condensation on my apartment windows, even on warm nights. Thick, swirling patterns that didn't match the weather. When I wiped them away, fingerprints appeared briefly on the glass from the outside, long and thin, placed far too high to belong to anyone standing on the ground. The first call came back at 12:17 a.m. unknown number. No vibration. No ringtone. The screen simply lit up. I didn't answer. The voicemail played by itself. Wind. Rain. And the unmistakable low hum of tires moving over wet asphalt. Then the voice. "You left the road," it whispered. But the road didn't leave you. My apartment lights flickered. The fog crept along the ceiling, thin tendrils slipping down the walls like smoke with intent. I backed into the corner of the room, heart pounding, ears ringing. My phone buzzed again. Live video. I didn't want to look. I did anyway. The screen showed Redwood Highway at night, filmed from the middle of the road. Headlights illuminated the redwoods as they leaned inward, branches arching like ribs. The camera moved forward smoothly, silently, as if walking. Then the view shifted. The camera turned around. It was behind me. The feed showed my apartment building from across the street. My lights were on. My window was visible. Something tall stood on the sidewalk below it. Watching, I dropped the phone. When I looked again, the feed was gone. No call history. No voicemail. Nothing. But the smell was still there. Wet earth. Pine. Cold rain on asphalt. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I found mud on my floor. Long streaks leading from the front door to my bedroom mirror. The lock hadn't been forced. The door hadn't been opened. In the mirror, written faintly as if traced by breath, were 4 words. Come back to the road, that's when I understood. It wasn't haunting me, it was rerouting me. The midnight caller didn't drag people screaming into the dark. It guided them. Nudged them. Bent coincidences and choices until the only path left led back to the highway. Back to the redwoods. Back to the road that watched. 3 nights later, I found my car parked on the street outside. I hadn't driven in days. The hood was warm. The tires were wet. Pine needles clung to the windshield. My phone rang as I stood there shaking, staring at it. Same number. I answered. You're close now, the voice said. It sounded clearer than before, less distorted. More present. We've been keeping it open for you. I got into the car. I don't remember deciding to. The drive felt wrong immediately. Streets bent where they shouldn't. Traffic lights stayed green too long. The radio turned on by itself, playing only static layered with faint whispers beneath. As the city thinned and trees thickened, the fog returned. By the time the first redwoods appeared, towering and ancient, my phone was buzzing nonstop with incoming calls that never showed a number. The road signs were gone. Mile markers unreadable. Time stretched, folded, collapsed. Then I saw it. The figure stood in the road ahead, taller than the headlights could fully illuminate. Its shape wavered, edges blurring into the mist. When I slowed, it didn't move. It raised its arm, pointed forward. I drove past it. The moment I did, the world changed. The forest leaned in violently. The highway narrowed, asphalt darkening, smoothing, becoming almost reflective. In that reflection, I saw dozens of cars driving beside me, identical to mine, each with a driver whose face I couldn't quite see. All heading the same direction. My phone rang one last time. I answered without thinking. You see them now, the midnight caller said. You always were one of us. The cars beside me began to fade, dissolving into mist as their drivers stepped out onto the road, becoming tall, thin silhouettes that merged with the trees. I understood then. They weren't following the caller. They were becoming it. I slammed on the brakes. The world screamed. Not a sound, but pressure, like reality tearing at the seams. The road cracked. The fog recoiled. The trees shuddered as if something ancient had been denied its meal. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. I was parked on the shoulder of a normal highway, miles away from Redwood Highway. No fog, no redwoods. Just sunlight and passing traffic. My phone was dead. My car was cold. Weeks have passed. I drive again. I sleep again. But sometimes late at night, when the roads are empty and the air turns damp and still, my phone lights up without ringing. No number. No notification. Just a reflection on the dark screen. Tall. Waiting. Patient. The midnight caller doesn't chase anymore. It knows the road always finds its way back. True scary stories. The vanishing campers of Lake Hollow. It was the summer of 2023 when I decided to take a solo camping trip to Lake Hollow in the Adirondack Mountains of New York. The lake is remote, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twists through dense forest. A place hikers warn you about because of its unnatural silence and frequent reports of hikers disappearing without a trace. I didn't care. I had always been drawn to isolation, to places where the world felt older, untouched, and raw. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun already low between the thick pines. The parking area was empty, littered with old leaves and pine needles, and the lake beyond shimmered, dark and still, reflecting the sky like a black mirror. I set up my tent on the shore, surrounded by towering trees whose branches clawed at the fading light. Everything seemed normal, but the forest had a strange hush to it, a kind of anticipation in the air. I decided to explore the trail along the eastern shore before nightfall. The path was narrow and overgrown, roots twisting like snakes beneath my feet. I felt the forest closing in around me with each step. Birds were silent, no wind. Even the insects had stopped buzzing. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. After about an hour, I came across something unusual. The remains of a campsite, charred logs from a fire, a torn tent, and a cooler lying on its side. It looked abandoned for years, but the footprints leading away from it were fresh, partially obscured by mud. I felt a prickle of fear, but curiosity pushed me forward. I followed the tracks, deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close together that the fading sunlight barely touched the ground. That's when I first heard the whispers. Faint at first, like the wind rustling through leaves, but distinctly human. Soft murmurs calling names, fragments of conversations that didn't make sense. I stopped. Nothing. Only the forest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I turned to leave, but the trail behind me was gone. Completely overgrown, as though the forest had swallowed it. Night fell quickly. I made my way back to the tent by following the faint reflection of moonlight on the lake. But when I arrived, the tent was gone. Not collapsed or moved, completely vanished. The fire pit was intact, but the area around it looked undisturbed. Panic began to set in. I realized I was not alone. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking along the shore, hoping to find some sign of the missing tent or my way back to the road. The beam cut through the darkness, reflecting off the surface of the lake, and that's when I saw them. Figures emerging from the shadows between the trees. They were humanoid but strangely distorted, elongated limbs, faces blurred as if painted with water. Their movements were unnatural, jerky, and slow, as if testing gravity. They didn't speak. They just watched. And then, one by one, they began to step onto the path that led to the lake, disappearing into the water. Not swimming, not walking, they sank into it, silently vanishing beneath the dark surface. My heart froze. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to move. Hours passed. I lost all sense of time. The forest seemed alive now, the whispers growing louder, overlapping into chants, repeating my name over and over. Shadows moved independently of the trees, flickering in the corner of my vision, always at the edge, never fully revealed. I stumbled onto an old dock at the far end of the lake. It was dilapidated, wood rotting, nails sticking up. On the dock lay personal items, backpacks, shoes, a water bottle, but no sign of people. I bent down to inspect them, and that's when I felt it, the cold. Not the air, but something beneath it, radiating from the water. The lake itself seemed to pulse, alive. I stepped back, and the water rippled, forming shapes. Dark humanoid silhouettes swimming just below the surface, eyes glowing faintly with a sickly yellow light. I ran. The forest twisted paths I had walked before leading nowhere. My flashlight flickered and died. The whispers became screams, incomprehensible but urgent, demanding, chasing me through the trees. My lungs burned. My legs were torn by roots and branches, but I didn't dare stop. Eventually, I reached the dirt road, dawn breaking faintly through the canopy. Cars drove by. Hikers passed without noticing the scratches on my arms or the wide-eyed terror on my face. When I looked back at the lake, it appeared calm, peaceful, as though nothing had ever happened. I never returned to Lake Hollow. But the whispers followed me. Sometimes in the shower, in the silence of my apartment, faint murmurs calling my name. At night, I dream of the water and the figures sinking beneath it, waiting. I know I will never escape what I saw that night. Lake Hollow keeps its secrets, but it remembers. And it waits for the next camper foolish enough to think they can set foot on its shore. The forest is patient. The lake is patient. And the vanishing campers are never truly gone. True scary stories. The Vanishing Campers of Lake Hollow. Part 2. The nightmares began the moment I left Lake Hollow. I thought I had escaped, that the forest and the lake and the whispers were behind me. But they weren't. Even weeks later, I would wake to find damp pine needles scattered across my apartment floor, tiny scratches along the doorframe, and the faint smell of wet earth clinging to my clothes, even when I hadn't left the city. One night, unable to sleep, I sat on my couch scrolling through online forums, searching for anything about Lake Hollow. That's when I found it. Dozens of reports spanning decades about missing hikers, campers, and even photographers. People had vanished without a trace, often in pairs or groups, leaving behind only their gear tents, backpacks, water bottles, sometimes neatly arranged along the shore. Some accounts described figures in the mist, humanoid but distorted, watching silently from the edge of the water. Others mentioned whispers, calls, even live video feeds showing their own campsites after they had left. I shivered. It was me. Everything I had seen, the whispers, the vanished tent, the figures in the water matched these reports exactly. I should have stopped there. I should have told someone, called the authorities, or at least warned anyone planning to visit the lake. But I was obsessed. I needed answers. A week later, I returned to the Adirondacks. This time I brought better gear, a camera with night vision, a GPS tracker, extra flashlights, and a high-powered radio. I parked at the same trailhead, my heart pounding in anticipation and fear. The forest felt alive, almost aware that I had returned. The fog clung low, curling around the trunks like ghostly fingers. I set up a temporary base near the shoreline, careful not to disturb the fire pit or the remnants of the vanished campsite. I waited. Night fell quickly, faster than I expected, and the temperature dropped sharply. The lake was unnaturally still, reflecting the moonlight as though it were polished black glass. Then I heard it. Whispers, faint at first, carried by the wind or perhaps generated by it. I couldn't tell. They grew louder, overlapping, a chorus of voices calling names I didn't recognize. My hair stood on end. From the edge of the trees, I saw movement. Figures emerged from the fog. Taller than humans, limbs elongated, faces blurred and indistinct. They didn't walk, they glided silently toward the lake. One stopped, turned slightly, and I swear I felt it looking directly at me, though it had no eyes I could see. I aimed my camera, snapping photos. The flash lit the figures for a brief moment. When the light faded, they were gone, leaving only ripples in the lake. But when I reviewed the photos later, I saw them clearly. Dozens of shadowy humanoids emerging from the water, faces twisted in silent screams, their bodies stretching unnaturally as if caught between forms. Suddenly a scream shattered the night. Not human. A guttural, deep sound that reverberated through the trees and the lake alike. The figures reacted, gliding toward the source. I realized then that I was not merely observing, they were aware of me. And now I was the intruder. I tried to flee, but the forest had changed. Paths I had walked before now twisted impossibly, the trees seemingly moving, rearranging themselves, guiding me deeper into the woods. The whispers escalated into a cacophony, indistinguishable words merging into one commanding voice. Stay, stay. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. My flashlight flickered, revealing glimpses of campers' belongings strewn across the ground. Tents collapsed. Backpacks ripped open, everything untouched by the forest yet clearly abandoned for years. Then I saw them. The missing campers. Or what remained of them. Shadows stretching thin, almost liquid, their eyes glowing faintly, watching. They made no movement, no sound, but their presence pressed against me like a physical force. I realized the truth. Lake Hollow did not simply take people. It consumed them, reshaping them into part of the lake, part of the forest, part of the mist itself. And now, having returned, I risked the same fate. I ran blindly through the woods, tripping over roots, scraping myself on branches. The whispers following, chanting my name, pulling me back. The figures glided beside me, always just at the edge of sight. My camera fell. Flashlight shattered, and for a moment the world went silent. I stumbled onto the main dirt road as dawn began to break. Exhausted, bleeding, shaking, I looked back at the forest. Lake Hollow was calm. The mist had lifted. But in the distance, at the water's edge, I saw them. Dozens of shadowy figures standing silently, waiting for the next intruder, patient, eternal. I left the Adirondacks the next morning. I don't speak of the lake, except here. But I can still hear the whispers at night, faint, carried by the wind. And I know that someday I will hear them again, calling me back. Lake Hollow waits, it remembers, and it is patient. The vanishing campers are not gone. They're part of it. True scary stories. The Vanishing Campers of Lake Hollow. Part 3. I should have stayed away. I should have left Lake Hollow buried in memory. A nightmare I never revisited. But something drew me back, an obsession I couldn't control. The whispers never stopped, following me like a shadow, faintly at first, then louder, until they became impossible to ignore. They didn't just call my name, they beckoned to me, promising answers I was foolish enough to seek. It was late August when I returned, this time determined to record everything, to understand what had happened to the vanished campers and why the forest seemed alive. I parked at the trailhead just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the lake a deep, oily black. The air was heavy, humid, and smelled of damp pine. Mist clung to the ground like a living thing, curling around tree trunks and crawling across the surface of the water. I set up a small base near the old fire pit, leaving my backpack and camera on a large flat rock. The lake was impossibly still, not a ripple, not even a breeze. Silence, the kind that presses on your chest. The kind that makes your skin crawl. I decided to follow the eastern trail again. The same one I had walked weeks earlier, where the vanished campers' footprints had appeared. Only now it was different. The forest was denser, trees leaning inward, branches entwined like cages. The whispers began immediately, low and indistinct, overlapping in multiple layers. Names, phrases, fragments of speech, as if the dead campers were trying to speak through the wind. Then I saw them. The figures emerged from the fog, gliding, elongated limbs, faces blurred beyond recognition. Their eyes glowed faintly yellow, reflecting my flashlight in unnatural ways. They didn't approach aggressively, but the pressure of their presence was suffocating. My heart pounded in my chest as I aimed my camera. When I reviewed the photos later, I noticed a horrifying detail. The figures' limbs weren't simply long, they stretched and twisted, merging with the shadows around them, as if they were both alive and part of the forest itself. I pressed on deeper into the woods. The trail I thought I knew disappeared entirely. Roots and fallen trees created impossible barricades, but somehow I was guided forward. Every time I paused, the whispers intensified. They were no longer calling just my name, they were chanting, urging me toward the lake. Finally, I reached a clearing I hadn't seen before. The fog hovered just above the ground, swirling unnaturally. In the center of the clearing were objects, personal items from the missing campers. Torn backpacks, scattered shoes, half-eaten food, journals, even cameras. Each item was perfectly preserved, as if frozen in time, yet covered in damp moss and lichen. And then I saw them. The campers themselves, or what remained of them. Shadowy silhouettes, their bodies stretched and twisted, faces blurred into masks of silent horror. They didn't move, but I felt their eyes on me. One raised its arm, pointing toward the lake, and the whispers became louder, almost deafening. Join us. Join us, I realized then what had happened. Lake Hollow didn't simply claim its victims. It reshaped them, merging them with the mist, the water, the forest. They were still there, trapped between reality and something else, eternal observers, waiting for the next intruder. Panic overtook me. I turned to run, but the forest itself had changed. Paths twisted impossibly, trees shifted positions, and shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, moving independently of light. I stumbled through the undergrowth, tripping over roots, my flashlight bouncing wildly, illuminating glimpses of figures standing just beyond the trees. The whispers grew louder, chanting, overlapping, echoing in my skull. I reached the shore of the lake and froze. The water was no longer still, it pulsed, rippling outward as if something massive moved beneath the surface. Figures emerged, humanoid but distorted, elongated, faces blank but somehow aware. They moved with fluid grace, sinking into the water and rising again, surrounding the shoreline. I understood finally, the lake was alive. It had memory, awareness. It had watched me leave before and had waited patiently for me to return. The vanished campers were part of it now, absorbed into its darkness, its fog, its whispers, and now I was next. I ran blindly along the shore, tripping, falling, water splashing over me. The mist rose higher, swallowing the trees, the ground, everything around me. I could hear footsteps behind me, not human, gliding across the water and the land simultaneously. The figures emerged from the lake, stretching impossibly high, bending reality around them. I reached the dock where the first campers had vanished. The wood creaked under my weight. The figures were all around now, partially submerged, partially standing on the dock, their blank faces turning toward me. I felt my strength fail, my vision blurred, my lungs burned. Then silence. Morning broke slowly, pale and weak. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the shoulder of the dirt road leading to Lake Hollow, miles away from the clearing. The forest looked normal. The mist was gone. The lake was calm. My gear was scattered across the road as if I had left it there. But I knew the truth. The whispers had not ended. The figures were patient. They waited. Lake Hollow would never release me fully, nor any of the vanished campers. The forest remembers. The lake remembers. And it is patient, always patient, waiting for those who dare return. Sometimes at night, when the wind blows just right, I can still hear the whispers calling my name, carried on the faintest breath of air. And I know, without a doubt, that one day I will be drawn back, because Lake Hollow never forgets. The forest is eternal, the lake is eternal, and the vanishing campers are eternal. True scary stories. The vanishing campers of Lake Hollow. Part 4. I should have known I wasn't done with Lake Hollow. Even after waking on the dirt road, miles away, something had followed me back. The forest, the whispers, the cold, damp smell of wet pine, it clung to me like a shadow. Nights became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that clearing, standing among the vanished campers' ghostly remnants, the water pulsing beneath my feet, the figures gliding silently, watching. I tried to escape it by moving to the city, to bright lights and the noise of humanity. I took a job that required late nights in a small office building, hoping the monotony would drown out the memories. But it didn't. The whispers returned, faint at first, then insistent, penetrating walls, coming through my phone. My computer speakers, even my dreams. I would awaken in a cold sweat, hearing the rhythmic slap of water against the dock, the low hum of voices calling my name. I began documenting everything. Every sighting, every whisper, every unsettling feeling, every dream. I scoured old records, forums, news reports, anything mentioning Lake Hollow or similar disappearances. Decades of missing hikers and campers. Every single case linked to that lake or surrounding forests. People vanished without a trace, often leaving personal belongings behind in the water, on the shore, or scattered in the forest. Sometimes witnesses described shadowy, humanoid figures gliding across the surface of the lake or standing silently at the edge of the tree line. One night, I received a message on my phone. No number, no app, just text. It's time to return. My chest tightened. I wanted to delete it, ignore it, but curiosity and terror intertwined in a way I couldn't resist. I packed minimal gear, a flashlight, a few cameras, GPS trackers, and a knife. I drove through the night, heading back to the Adirondacks. Every mile brought unease. The roads twisted oddly, signs seemed displaced, trees pressing closer, shadows lingering longer. The whispers began almost immediately upon entering the forest. Not soft this time, they were urgent, commanding, filling my mind with images of the lake, the dock, the figures waiting. By the time I reached the trailhead, it was nearly midnight. Fog thickened as I stepped out of the car, cold and damp. The forest was silent, but not truly silent. There was a hum, vibrating in my chest, resonating through the solace of my shoes. Every step toward the lake felt heavier. The shoreline looked different. The water reflected the fog like a black mirror, but movement beneath the surface caught my eye. Shadows shifting, figures sliding through the water without breaking the surface. One shape rose, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and bending in unnatural angles. It seemed to look directly at me. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment, the reflection in the water wasn't my own. It was a distorted version, taller, faceless, eyes glowing faintly yellow. I tried to speak. Nothing came out. My body refused to obey. The whispers surged, overlapping, chanting, "Join us, come home." I ran along the shoreline, stumbling over roots and rocks. The forest bending around me, impossible paths opening and closing as if guiding me toward something. I reached the old dock. The wood groaned under my weight. The water pulsed violently, shadows surfacing, dozens of figures rising simultaneously. The vanished campers, or what they had become, their eyes glowed. Faces blurred. Limbs stretching and twisting as they moved in ways that defied physics. One reached for me. Not with malice, but with inevitability. The water surged, icy and pulling. I fought it, grabbing the edge of the dock, muscles screaming. Around me, the water roiled, the figures rising higher, their whispers now deafening, echoing in my skull. The mist thickened until the dock disappeared. The shoreline vanished, leaving only black water and those shapes, patient, eternal. I felt myself slipping, my vision tunneled. The last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me completely was the reflection of the lake. The distorted, shadowed figures staring back, the surface rippling, calling me home. When I woke, I was lying on a roadside far from Lake Hollow. My gear was intact, my body exhausted but unharmed. Daylight filtered through trees ordinary. Everything appeared normal, but I knew the truth. The lake had let me go for now. I will never return. I have told no one the full story. I cannot. They would not understand. The forest waits. The lake waits. The whispers never stop. Sometimes when I am alone, I hear the faint slap of water against a dock, the soft movement of figures beneath the surface. Lake Hollow has memory. It remembers every footstep, every camper, every visitor. I know that one day it will call me back again. And when it does, there will be no escape. The vanishing campers are eternal, the lake eternal, and the forest eternal. It is patient. And it waits. No one leaves Lake Hollow unchanged. No one leaves Lake Hollow completely free. The forest is patient. The lake is patient, and the shadows of the vanished campers are waiting. True scary stories. The vanishing campers of Lake Hollow. Part 5. I promised myself I would never go back. I had sworn, after the last encounter, after the black water, after the whispers and the shadows that bent reality itself, that I would never set foot near Lake Hollow again. But obsession is a cruel master, and curiosity is a dangerous companion. The whispers never stopped, not for a single night. Every phone call, every dream, every quiet moment in my apartment reminded me of Lake Hollow. I could feel the pull, subtle at first, then relentless, like a tide I could not resist. It was early September when I returned. This time, I brought far more equipment. Infrared cameras, motion sensors, extra batteries, a thermal drone, and a notebook to record everything. My goal was not just to survive, but to understand. If Lake Hollow had rules, patterns, or signs, I intended to find them. The drive was quiet, unnervingly quiet, as though the forest itself held its breath in anticipation of my arrival. The dirt road twisted unnaturally, more than I remembered. Shadows from the trees seemed to stretch longer, leaning inward, almost as if they were alive, guiding me. By the time I reached the old trailhead, night had fully descended. The air was thick with mist and the pungent scent of wet pine. Silence pressed on me, so heavy I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. I set up camp closer to the lake than before, careful to remain near a ridge that gave me a view of the shoreline. The lake was perfectly still, a black mirror reflecting moonlight. But beneath the surface I could see movement, subtle ripples, almost like the water was breathing. I set up the thermal drone and launched it above the tree line. The feed revealed dozens of figures gliding through the fog, humanoid but elongated, faces blurred, limbs bending in impossible ways. Some hovered above the water, others walked across the surface, leaving no ripples behind. I watched, frozen, my heart hammering, as one figure slowly turned toward me. It raised its arm, and the mist seemed to ripple outward. The whispers began again, soft at first, then louder, overlapping, chanting words I could barely comprehend. Return. Join, eternal. I took a step back and noticed something new. A trail of glowing footprints had appeared along the shoreline. They pulsed faintly, like they were alive, leading from the dock to deeper, into the forest. I knew I shouldn't follow, but I did. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but my feet moved anyway, drawn to the trail as if guided by some unseen force. The forest had changed. The trees leaned inward, roots twisted across paths that should have been clear, and the fog thickened until it was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, always there, never fully revealed. I reached a clearing, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There were bodies. Not fully human, not fully shadow, but something in between. The vanished campers. Their faces were twisted into masks of silent horror, their limbs elongated and bent, partially merged with the trees around them. They were motionless but aware, watching me. And then, from the lake, more figures emerged, taller than anything I had seen before, their forms stretching impossibly into the sky, faces blank, eyes glowing yellow. I tried to run, my flashlight flickered, then died. My motion sensors went off, but the signals were meaningless. The figures didn't register as human or animal. The whispers became deafening, filling my mind, overlapping, repeating my name endlessly. The forest bent around me, paths twisting impossibly, guiding me toward the water. I reached the dock again, but it was different this time. The wood was intact, polished black, reflecting the moonlight perfectly. The water pulsed violently. Figures rose from the depths, dozens of them, stretching impossibly high, gliding across the surface as if it were solid. One reached toward me, faceless, its elongated arm stretching like a shadow across the dock. I fell backward, slipping into the water, cold, deep, alive. It pulled at me, tugging me down, whispering, chanting, beckoning me into its depths. The lake wasn't just water, it was a living entity, a predator, a memory keeper, and a jailer. The vanished campers swam beneath me, their bodies stretching, twisting, merging with the water. I could feel them pulling, pushing, shaping the water around me. I screamed, thrashing, clawing at the dock, fighting against the pole. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed, but the water was infinite. The whispers overlapped into one commanding voice. Join us. Become eternal. I managed to pull myself out, soaked, shivering, and stumbled to the shore. The figures paused, watching, the lake settling into unnatural stillness again. I ran blindly through the forest, the fog closing behind me, roots tearing at my clothes, branches scratching my skin. I emerged on the dirt road just as dawn broke. The lake looked normal, calm, like it had never moved, like the shadows never existed. But I knew better. The whispers never stopped. Lake Hollow had left its mark on me. I could feel it in my chest, in my bones, a pull toward the black water, toward the dock, toward the figures waiting patiently. I will not go back again. I cannot. But I know, with absolute certainty, that Lake Hollow never forgets. The vanished campers are eternal. The lake is eternal. The forest is eternal. And the shadows wait, patient, silent, watching, calling, ready for the next soul who dares enter. Even now, months later, sometimes at night, I can hear it. A soft ripple, a whispering voice calling my name, carried by the wind. I know it will find me again. And next time, it may not let me go. Lake Hollow waits. It remembers. And it is patient. True scary stories. The Vanishing Campers of Lake Hollow. Part 6, even after months of recovery. I knew Lake Hollow had not released me. The whispers never stopped. They followed me everywhere, faint at first, then louder, growing stronger with every passing night. Dreams became impossible to differentiate from reality. I would wake to the smell of wet pine, the cold damp mist creeping under my door, or the faint creak of the dock at the edge of my apartment. I tried to live normally. I went back to work, avoided forests, stayed in the city where the buildings were solid and predictable. But every shadow in a dark alley, every reflection in a window, every ripple in a puddle felt like Lake Hollow reaching out. And the pull toward it grew stronger, relentless, unyielding. One evening, while reviewing footage from my infrared cameras, I noticed something new. In the background of one clip taken from the ridge overlooking the lake, dozens of figures moved in perfect synchronization across the water, their elongated limbs bending and folding in ways impossible for a human. Their faces were featureless, but glowing yellow eyes turned in unison toward the camera, as if acknowledging me directly. I realized then, the lake remembered me. It had catalogued every move I made, every fear I experienced, every step I took away from it. I knew I had to go back. Not to survive, not to escape, but to confront it, to understand, to document it completely. I packed my gear, multiple cameras, tripods, infrared motion detectors, a thermal drone, extra batteries, notebooks, and a waterproof flashlight. I drove through the night, my hands gripping the wheel, my chest tight, the forest ahead appearing denser than I remembered. Arriving at the trailhead, I felt it immediately. The air was thick with mist, every breath tasting damp and earthy. The forest was unnaturally silent, as though holding its breath in anticipation. The lake shimmered in the moonlight, black and reflective, with subtle ripples betraying movement beneath its surface. I hiked toward the shoreline, following the eastern trail. The whispers began as soon as I entered the trees, soft, overlapping, incoherent at first, then forming words. Return, come home, become eternal. Every step I took felt heavier. Roots twisted around my boots, branches clawed at my arms, and shadows danced at the periphery of my vision. In the clearing, I saw it. The dock. The water lapped silently, unnaturally, against the edges. Objects littered the ground. Backpacks, journals, shoes, remnants of the vanished campers. They were perfectly preserved yet covered in moss and lichen, half consumed by the forest yet untouched by time. And then they appeared. Figures rising from the lake, humanoid but impossible, limbs bending and stretching, faces blurred beyond recognition. Shadows moved with fluid precision, gliding across the water and the forest simultaneously. The whispers became deafening, echoing in my skull, overlapping into a single command. Join us. Become eternal. I aimed my cameras, snapping photos, but the flashes didn't illuminate them fully. In the footage later, I would see more than I could comprehend. Dozens of figures, some partially submerged, some merging with the trees, all reaching, all watching. The forest bent reality around them. Paths shifted impossibly. The fog thickened until the clearing became infinite, a looping nightmare of trees, mist, and shadows. I tried to retreat, but the forest guided me forward. Every step felt predetermined. I followed the shoreline to a deeper part of the woods I had never seen before. The water pulsed like a heartbeat. Shadows moved in perfect harmony, almost sentient, shaping the fog, stretching the branches, warping the ground. And there they were, the vanished campers, entirely changed, merged with the forest and lake, half shadow, half human, their eyes glowing faintly, always watching, always waiting. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the overlapping whispers. Not human. Deep, resonant, echoing inside my skull. You were expected. It is time. Panic surged, but my body froze. The ground beneath me seemed to dissolve. Figures emerged from the water, stretching impossibly high, gliding over the dock, moving through the forest as if gravity didn't exist for them. They surrounded me, closing in slowly, patiently. The whispers coalesced into one unbearable command. Become part of us. I ran. I didn't look back, but the shadows were there, at the edge of my vision, bending reality, reaching, pulling. The dock disappeared behind me, the shoreline vanished, replaced by an endless black void. The forest itself seemed alive, twisting to contain me, pressing me forward toward the lake. Hours or maybe minutes later, I stumbled onto the dirt road leading away. Daylight filtered through the trees. The lake looked calm, normal, peaceful, but I knew better. The figures had not disappeared. Lake Hollow had not forgotten. It waits, patient, eternal, and it will always call. I do not speak of what happened in those woods. No one would understand. The vanished campers are not lost. They are part of the lake, part of the forest, part of the mist, and I am not free. Not fully. Even now, at night, I hear the whispers carried on the wind. Faint, insistent, calling my name, urging me back. Lake Hollow remembers. It waits, and it is patient. No one leaves Lake Hollow unchanged. No one leaves Lake Hollow untouched. And one day, it will call again. The vanishing campers are eternal. The lake is eternal. The forest is eternal. And the shadows are waiting.